First guest up in here. I believe the YouTube stream is live now, and the Twitch stream is live, and I think we're live on X. And we got our first guest in here. We got Mac in the house already as well. Big W, Mac. Thank you so much for all the hats. Let's get some W's for Mac and Joyful in the house, already taking care of our first goal. Jason, welcome in.
Hi there.
Thank you
How are
so
you
much
doing?
for the dollar. Love the Friday night. Thank you.
I'm doing good, Jason. How are you?
I'm doing mighty fine, brother. It's the weekend, so I can't complain.
I know it. I'll wait till Sunday night to complain. Anyways, welcome in. We're glad you're here. Also, I already got a notification. Thank you so much for the Venmo, Cameron. Appreciate it. Love the Friday night show as well. We're glad you're here. Jason, are you at least 18? And are you atheist?
I am over 18, and I am a Christian.
Awesome. What would be your most compelling evidence and or argument for why the Christian God is real?
I would probably have to go with the most logical thing in my head would be the Bible is very historically accurate for over 1,500 years. And I would also probably say just the fact that everything is here. I mean, like, all the complex.
Well, I think you're making a second argument. We can only do one at a time. So we want to talk about the first one?
Or I guess I'll say my most compelling argument is creation.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about the historical accuracy.
Well, I'd say my most compelling evidence is creation.
Fantastic. Okay, so what about creation demonstrates that your God did it?
Well, I think it just proves, in general, disregarding what God did it, that a God did it. I don't think it's possible that nothing did it.
All right, so I don't believe in any gods, but I think your job here is to give an argument for your God. Right. So let's say, for example, I say that I believe in Zeus. How would you convince me that Zeus is fake and your God is real?
I would say I think that if we can agree that there is a being that created everything, then
thank you, Soren.
I would say my God is real because it's the most selfish version of a God. He's not looking for any type of.
Have you studied the other religions?
I've studied a few religions. I wouldn't say all religions necessarily. I've looked a lot into just atheism and I guess Catholicism is kind of a branch in a way,
right,
of Christianity, but Buddhism.
So,
and
I mean, what I'm
Islam.
hearing is that you like Christianity's teaching better.
I mean, I just think it is more. It would make more sense in my mind.
Can you elaborate? So I know that you might like the teachings of Christianity better, but how does that make that better than any other religion? So, for example, if I worship the ancient Babylonian deity called Marduk, why is Marduk not real and your God real?
Well, I mean, I think that one big thing is atheists in particular, or just people that want hard evidence, they're never going to get hard evidence. I mean, I can't just say this is why, that's why it's obvious that God is real. So it's kind of
it's
a hard question to answer.
I want to make sure I understand. The fact that there's no evidence is proof that he's real?
I mean, this honestly, genuinely, I would say it requires more faith to believe in no God.
Why?
To be completely honest with you.
I don't believe in any God, and it requires zero amount of faith from me. That's like saying it requires faith to not believe in the tooth fairy. Like, Not believing in things doesn't actually require faith. It requires a lack of faith.
But this is the thing. You're believing in something still. You're believing that the scientific impossibility that everything was created from nothing.
Oh, I don't believe that at
That's
all.
what your belief says.
Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. And I don't believe that. So actually, it turns out that neither one of us believe that something came from nothing. The difference is I believe that matter, space, and time are eternal, and you believe in deity that's eternal. But I have evidence and good reason to believe that the universe is eternal. You don't have any evidence for your God.
I mean, how? Okay, so then let me ask you this, because I genuinely am very curious. What is your hard evidence that... So do you believe in evolution? Like we all are random stardust. We've evolved from fish. Like, is that like your belief?
Yeah, but even if evolution was wrong, it wouldn't make your God real. And this is kind of the logical fallacy that I keep finding myself in with theists, because they think, well, if I can disprove like evolution, then by default I can just insert my God. But that's not how that works, because there could be 4,000 other gods that are actually responsible. So the burden of proof will always be on you to demonstrate that your God is real, not just that science may be incomplete.
Well, I mean, I think the main thing, though, is kind of going back on that is if I can disprove or make it seem so illogical of evolution, which I think is completely illogical,
right? But
then that leads to a God of some sort, whatever God it might be.
Well, I don't think so.
And then once we agree on that,
nope, I don't think so. You cannot prove God by disproving evolution, because it might be true.
How so? Say evolution doesn't exist,
Jason.
There's no evolution.
Jason, I had to mute you because you won't let me respond to the thing that you said. And the way conversations work is we both get to talk. Arnux, thank you for the subscription. Who sent that out? Was that Jonathan? Somebody sent out a subby. Thank you so much. Jason, so even if evolution was proven wrong, it doesn't mean that your God is real, and it doesn't mean that a God is real. You still have to provide rational evidence for your deity. It doesn't matter what science actually says. Like, science could be wrong about evolution. It might be that there's a different theory, but that theory could be natural, right? So if you say that a God did it, then I need you to provide evidence for that God. And to the people crying in the comments that I muted him because when I tried to respond to the thing that he posed to me, he talked over me and wouldn't let me give the response. And as it turns out, two-way conversations require back and forth.
But yet when I mute them, I get a whole bunch of misogyny, racism, sexism, you know, this goes on. Bunch of pussies.
It's pretty typical. All right, Jason, I don't know if you know you're muted. You're going to have to unmute yourself. If you're still talking, no one can hear you.
Thank you for that.
There we go. Yeah, fantastic. So I heard what you said, and I wanted to respond to it, which is why I paused you. So did you hear my response?
Yes, I apologize for talking over you.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
it happens.
I guess, I don't know, because I genuinely am very curious in atheism. I guess, like, I just keep coming back to, I just feel like if you believe evolution, or if you believe no God exists, no creator of any sort exists, you have to give some logic to that. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I have logic. So if there's no God, the way that I rationalize existence is that it's all eternal, which is actually in accordance with science. So, for example, time itself appears to have not been created, because you can't create anything unless time already exists, because it involves acting, and you can't act if you don't have time, because you have to have moments in time to have action. So time is pre-existent. We also know that space-time is a continuum. They rely on each other. They're a web. which means time and space are eternal. We also know that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed. And if that's the case, then I'm inclined to believe that the matter and the energy that's always been here is always been here. We have no evidence that there was ever nothing.
I mean, so do you believe that there is absolute right and wrong?
I don't believe in objective morals, no.
So you don't believe one thing is definitely, it's just all opinion based, basically.
Well, a little bit of yes, a little bit of no. So like when we talk about right and wrong, I would separate that from morality. So morality says there's like a divine rightness and a divine wrongness. It's just like immaterial. I don't believe that. I think things are right or wrong based on like the outcomes, right? So we live in a society in which we can observe the particular outcomes of actions. So like if I decided I wanted to play with hydrogen and I was going to buy 30,000 gallons of compressed hydrogen, and then I accidentally ignited it and blew up my whole neighborhood. Well, this would give our government good reason to say, actually, we probably should have rules against people buying these large amounts of quantities of hydrogen. It's not because there's some sort of like moralistic, ethereal framework out there that says you can't own hydrogen. It's just that we can observe that the behavior that I exhibited had negative outcomes. And as humanity, we get to decide what type of outcomes we want. And we generally can agree on a lot of outcomes. Like we don't think that we should be allowed to unalive each other. And this is just just obvious because nobody wants to be unalived. Nobody wants to be harmed. So it's very easy to come into an agreement and say, all right, we all agree not to do it.
Right. But so say like one group of people think that murdering is correct. That is right in their view. And you can't say that that's wrong because it's all based on opinion. Like really.
Well, I just told you that there's no such thing as right or wrong.
Okay, I just feel like it's just a hard thing for me to comprehend, in all honesty. Just because like I've always thought right and wrong was just there's obvious rights, there's obvious wrongs.
No, I mean they're completely subjective, and I know they're subjective because I've talked to hundreds upon hundreds of people who tell me that morals are objective, but they can't tell me how they know they're objective, and they can't tell me where I can find the objective law code. So like if there's an objective law, where can I find it? How can I know what it is?
Justin, just an FYI, I am home. I bumped into one of my neighbors. He sits on the corner of the roadway. No power.
I figured as much. Thanks for the update. Also, Aaron Leitz, thank you for the $6.66 over Venmo from Philo Dragon, ex-apologist. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you, Aaron. Big W for Aaron. So, Jason, one of the questions that I ask a lot on the moral argument is if there is such a thing as objective moral laws, where can I find them? How can I know what they are?
Well, I mean, I think that they're written on our hearts. Like, I think we already know them intuitively. Like, we know from a very, very young age, I don't think necessarily even being taught them, that murder is wrong, that disrespecting your parents is wrong, that, I mean, really the 10 Commandments. Right. I mean, that's what the Bible says. Like the 10 Commandments are written on your heart.
It's wrong to covet your neighbor's slave. That's objectively true. Because that's part of the 10th commandment. It's wrong to covet your neighbor's slave. It's weird that we have these objective moral laws that are written on our heart, but they change over time. Because for almost all of history, people seem to agree that slavery was okay. Even the God of your book said it was okay. Yet in today's society, next to nobody thinks it's okay.
Right, but I mean, even I obviously disagree, which I'll get into with you. But it really doesn't matter in your perspective of the world because there's no right and wrong. I can own a slave. I can kill people. I can do whatever I want.
I didn't say it was wrong,
And
did
there's
I?
no.
So
Say that one more time.
what I said is, in society for almost all of history, they believed that it was okay to own slaves. And in today's society, there seems to be general agreement that it's not okay to own slaves. So if laws are objective and they're written on our hearts, how come for the majority of history people believed owning slaves was a good thing, but now they believe it's a bad thing?
Well, I mean, I think just because it's horrendous, obviously.
But
I think it's horrible. But I would say, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But you're not addressing my question. Why did almost all of history disagree with that if it was written on people's hearts?
Because of free will. I mean, that would be my main argument.
Okay, so your argument is that everybody in history knew it was wrong, but they just didn't care.
I mean, that's what today's society still does. That's why every murderer still murders.
including the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible knew it was wrong, but he said you can do it anyways?
He gave us free will. He didn't make us robots.
Did he say you can do it?
This is what you're going to do. You don't have any choice. Doop, 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 doop. No choices. You have a free will to choose right from wrong.
Yes, but did he say you can do it?
You can do anything.
No,
because of your free will.
Oh, I see Sarah in the house. Guys, we got Leaving Faith in the house. Listen, we got the whole deconstruction crew in the house tonight, guys. Make sure you're dropping Sarah or Leaving Faith a follow. Is Dr. Joe in the house yet? We'll get Dr. Joe in here. Anyways, Jason, are you aware that the God of the Bible... Oh, we got Joel in the house. Guys, make sure you're dropping Joel a follow. Are you aware that the Bible explicitly tells the Israelites that they can own slaves? Joel, thank you for the cranes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you aware that the God of the Bible, not Moses, the God, said that you can own slaves?
I am aware of that.
Okay, so how come God didn't know that it was objectively wrong to own slaves? Thank you, Joel, for the cranes. Guys, thank you so much for all the gifts and the likes and the shares. The Friday night has literally just begun. We're going to have a really fun Friday night. What do you think, Jason?
You know, I honestly, to be completely honest with you, I don't know.
That's a fair answer. I don't know is always a fair answer. I'd rather you say that than to do like really wild backflips trying to justify it. So to me, this is why the moral argument always breaks down, is because when I go to the morals in the Bible, people start to shudder really fast.
But this is the thing, I guess, that I get really confused about. And I know it's kind of flipping it back on you, and I'm completely fine with staying on this topic, but I just feel like if your worldview is true.
What's my worldview?
Or your lack of worldview.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the correction. Yeah.
Which I still would say is a worldview. That's how you view the world. But
no, I agree. But I think sorry to interrupt you, but like when we talk about worldviews, I would say like the lack of belief in something, while it is a part of my worldview, it's not like an encompassing thing. But when you have a religion, typically the religion becomes a worldview. You have to view everything in the world through that particular lens. Whereas atheism doesn't necessarily do that. Like I have atheist friends that don't believe in the Big Bang, and they don't believe that the universe is eternal. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. No, I understand.
Like, so I don't know if you met Jeff yet, but there's a guy named Jeff for Truth on here. He doesn't believe in evolution. So my worldview is a conglomerate of many beliefs. Atheism, I think, is just a part of it.
See, so I guess like to flip it back on you, because I genuinely, I know it's not the question you're really asking, but I just don't see how it's more logical to believe that nothing created anything. It was just here somehow.
Why? Well, let me give you a couple. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I mean, that was, and then then to believe a loving father created everything.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and I want to address both the points. So the first point is very simple. We can use like a logical. This is the simplest and most logical deduction there is for this. Premise number one: agree or disagree that something can't come from nothing.
I agree.
Premise number two is something exists.
Agreed.
So our conclusion is that obviously there was never nothing.
Correct.
So in neither one of our worldviews is there ever a belief where something came from nothing. So we can just throw that out of the window. So it's just logically absurd to believe that something came from nothing. That being said, there are logical reasons to believe other than that. There are scientific reasons to believe that the universe is eternal. But even if, let's say, for example, that the universe was in a completely different form, like at the singularity, right? And there was no way life could have existed, and it was like that for 1 trillion years, and it just one day started to expand. Like, even if like none of that was true, like it still doesn't lead you to a God. Like we still need to make an account for how we can deduce that the God is the correct hypothesis. Thank you, Soren.
I mean, like,
big W for the dinosaur. Thank you.
I see what you're saying. I don't necessarily understand how that answers my question.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Like, just basically, like, how does it more logical? Or I guess, what is the scientific evidence you said you had that proves that nothing created everything? Or, sorry, you didn't say that. That there was an eternal earth of some kind before, I think is what you were saying.
Well,
but nothing created that.
Not an eternal earth, it's just that the matter, space, and time has always existed. And we'll start from the beginning. We'll do some logical premises. Premises number one, any act of creation, anything at all, is a change of states, yes or no?
Can you just repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, any act of creation is a change of states.
Yes.
Yeah, because there's a state in which it existed and a state in which it didn't exist, right?
Right.
All right, cool. So premise number two then is that anything that is a change of states has a before state and an after state.
Yes.
Fair enough. Okay, so then premise number three is that anything that has a before and an after must be within time or have time properties.
You cut out. Say that one more time. Sorry.
Yeah, anything that has a before and an after must be within time.
Yes.
Okay, so then we would conclude then, the preliminary conclusion is that in order for anything to be created, time must already exist.
Correct. I mean, I think time, space, and matter all has to exist coexistent, because you can't have space without time.
Right, but follow me, Jason. Follow me. We're talking about the act of creating something. Based on the logical premises that we laid out, the act of creation could not have happened for time, because time is required to exist for any act of creation.
Right.
Okay, so that means time itself must be eternal.
Not necessarily, because God is outside of time.
We're not talking about God. We're talking about time. So
right, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that time is eternal.
Why? because you didn't reject any of my premises, and the conclusion of my premises is obviously that time is eternal. And thank you, St. Barnabas, for the subscription. I appreciate that. So, so you already agreed, based on our premises, that any act of creation requires time to already exist. Do you disagree with that now?
No.
Okay, so you agree then any act of creation requires time to already exist, which means time itself could not have been created because you can't create unless you already have time.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to wrap my head around your question. I think I agree with that.
Right. So time itself then would just be infinite in the past and the future. R2, thank you for the hat. I appreciate that. So time is just infinite. It goes in both directions infinitely. It's never going to end, is it?
Well, I mean, but this is the thing where I feel like I disagree. So maybe I was wrong in saying one of my answers.
You can disagree, but I did just ask you a question. Is time ever going to end? Thank you, Gunslinger, for the hats.
Well, but I was trying to answer you. I don't think that time was always around because I don't think the world was always around.
Okay, how did time come to be if it wasn't created?
I think it was created.
Okay, so you just told me that time needs to exist for any act of creation. So how can you create time if time has to exist for any act of creation?
Time has to coincide with any act of creation. It doesn't have to already exist beforehand. If you make creation, you have to make time at the same time.
You can't have a before time if there's not time.
Yeah, but so you're saying time is eternal is what your point is.
Yep. It's either eternal or it doesn't exist. But science is pretty adamant that it exists. So you'd have to take that up with Einstein.
Sorry to interrupt you. It seems like you're going off of science.
Can you debunk Einstein?
Einstein was way smarter than I was. I promise you that. But
Soren, thank you for all the cranes. Big W, Soren. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W's for Soren up in here. I'm listening, Jason.
But I will say that I do believe that God created everything that we see. I think that it's very illogical and very far from science to say that we evolved or not evolved. Non-evolution is even more ridiculous, I feel like.
But he didn't create time, right?
God created time.
All right, so let's go over the time syllogism one more time. Any act of creation requires time to exist, yes or no?
I think that time can be created at the same time creation can.
Okay, so you can have a moment before time.
Yes, I think God is outside of time.
So how do you have time before time? Because a moment is time.
Well, see, we're stuck in time, so we can't really see that.
Actually, I think God's stuck in time too. I think it's silly to say that God's outside of time, because if God was operating outside of time, that means everything he ever did is all happening simultaneously.
But he created all things. That's like saying the creator of a computer is inside the computer.
Jason, listen to my words. If God exists outside of time, one of two possibilities is true. Everything he ever did happened simultaneously, or it never happened, because things that happen for 0 seconds don't happen.
Well, but that was before he created time.
How do you have a before time if there's no time? Do you understand that the word before infers time?
But you're assuming that time was already a concept then.
I'm not asking when it became a concept. I'm telling you that to say there was something before time infers time. You can't have a before time because before is a time.
I mean, I disagree, but can I go to a different point really quick?
Yeah, I'll take the concession.
So I think,
Thank you,
and
sir.
I'd appreciate, just because I feel like I might kind of, go all over the place real quick, but just give me a couple seconds here, just so I can make sure what I want to get out is what I'm getting out.
Well, state your thesis before you try to defend it. What's your claim?
So basically what I'm saying...
Thank you, Gunslinger. Thank you, Soren.
Basically what I'm saying is that I think the fact that people think it's more logical and it doesn't require faith to believe that we evolved from fish or we didn't evolve, which again, like I said before, I think is even more illogical. But I think that people that believe that we evolved from fish were basically just dust clouds that have evolved. We have no meaning overall at all.
You're making multiple arguments right now.
I mean, that's kind of what I was saying to begin with. I'm going to go all over the place.
Are you making an argument from meaning or an argument that you don't like evolution? Which one?
I'm just making a statement why I think that your view of the world makes no sense.
Okay, so first of all, I don't know.
Well, can I finish what I was...
Well, you stopped talking. I assumed you were done. Did you want me to let you preach, or?
If you could let me finish my statement. Yeah, you interrupted me when I was still going.
You were not talking, so I started talking.
Okay, so back to what I was saying. I was basically, after I said it makes no sense, the fact that you think it's more logical to believe we came from fish, which has no backing at all, by the way. I mean, that makes absolutely no sense to me. I don't know how you would argue that, as fish don't really tend to evolve into humans.
Let me know when you're done, and I'll tell you how.
Yes, sir. And then I'll let you go for a while. I know I'm kind of ranting right now, but yeah, I just think it makes a lot more sense. We all know right from wrong.
Nope.
We all know
wrong. We already went over that. We don't know right from wrong.
You're still interrupting me. You're going to say you're not, but you still interrupted me.
Jason, I'm not going to let you lie about conversations we just had. We literally just had
I believe.
Is slavery wrong? According to you, Jason, is it wrong?
You're going on to a completely different topic.
Jason,
right now,
I'm correcting you for gaslighting right now. Do not gaslight me. We just had this conversation, and the answer to the conversation was, I don't know. So don't tell me that. Don't tell me that we have objective morals that are written on our heart when we just had the conversation and you conceded that you have no evidence for that.
Okay, can you tell me the 10 Commandments? Do you know them?
Number one, God should be number one. I actually don't know them by heart. I used to know the song when I was in Catholic school, but I also don't care because if you read the Bible, you'd know there's 3 different iterations of them, and they're not actually 10. There's actually 12 of them in the very first iteration.
Well,
so
if you also...
you can't have any gods before God. You have to obey the Sabbath. You can't worship idols. You can't curse your father or mother. You can't take the Lord's name in vain. You can't steal. You can't murder. You can't covet your neighbor's slave, so on and so forth. There's a couple of them in there. But that's irrelevant. That means nothing. That doesn't prove your God is real. Can you name the 42 confessions of Ma'at?
No.
Okay, fantastic.
And your point with that?
My point is listing the 10 Commandments does nothing to demonstrate that your God is real.
Also, the 42 laws of Ma'at, where some of the 10 commandments comes from, but I digress.
Yeah. Also, Jason, you actually just like invalidated the talking point that I think you were trying to make, which is that the laws are written on our hearts. If I don't know the 10 commandments from memory, then it's obviously not written on my heart.
Well, the thing is, though, you intuitively know, you will disagree with this, but you intuitively know that murder is wrong.
I do, but not everyone does.
So, like, you think that murderers think that they're doing right by murdering humans?
I just told you not everybody who unalives others think that they're doing wrong. In fact, there's a famous Christian apologist that is on YouTube, Mr. Wood. He debates Muslims, who is a self-admitted diagnosed sociopath who does not feel any wrong when he harms other people. He had to learn how to behave through reasoning, not through empathy, because he doesn't feel the wrongness. I forget Mr. Wood's first name, but that's still...
I was able to charge my phone at the school.
Oh, good. But that's still beside the point. You're suggesting that the moral law is written on everyone's heart, but nobody can agree on that, and that's not a claim that you could substantiate. How would you demonstrate that the moral law is written on everyone's heart when everyone can't agree on what that is?
I mean, my answer to that question would be, I think that everybody knows right from wrong.
How would you prove that, though? That's a claim.
I would prove it because everybody, well, I won't even say everybody, because people deny the truth, obviously. From this conversation, we found that out. But
including your God.
Despite if you deny the truth, regardless of that, you still know right from wrong.
Right, but I'm asking you, how do you know that these people know the truth and are denying it? What's your evidence for that?
Well, I think we could both agree that, like I said before, which will probably go just in a circle, that murder is wrong.
Yeah, but
we could both probably agree on that.
But you and I are two individuals. Have you met the North Sentinelese?
I have not met them, no.
Because it is their collective belief that you should execute everybody that steps foot anywhere near them, regardless of why you're there. And they think that's perfectly moral. So you can't tell me that we have this objective law code that's just written on everyone's heart when people don't agree on what is objectively morally good. Case in point, the Bible. The Bible says that you can own slaves. The Bible says that you should stone women if they don't bleed on their wedding night.
Dude, that was all the Old Testament, which was all made into a new covenant when Jesus died on the cross. Like, have you ever looked into that at all?
Yes.
The new 10 Commandments?
There's no new 10 Commandments, by the way. But also, you're missing the point. There is,
like, the Sabbath.
You're missing the point. If morals are objective, then God should not be giving us objectively bad laws. So do you believe that women should be stoned if they don't bleed on their wedding night? Do you know that's even in the Bible?
For you to say, though, that do you know it's bad for this to happen, you're assuming that we should both know it's bad. You have no reason to say that anything is bad or good in your view of the world.
Again, I just told you. I just told you there's no such thing as right or wrong. All we can do is observe the outcomes of particular actions and determine as a society which outcomes are desirable and which ones are not desirable. And I think the outcomes of history, from women being stoned because they weren't virgins on their wedding night, is traditionally been viewed as a bad outcome, which is why it's no longer legal to do. The problem I have is you believe in objective morals, and I can almost guarantee beyond a shadow of a doubt that you don't think virgins should be stoned if they don't bleed on their wedding night. Is that your position?
Of course, that's my position. But
okay,
I would also
how does the God of the Bible not know these objectively, morally good things and bad things?
He does know the objectively
Then
good and
why
bad
did he
things.
tell
Can I
people to
ask
do
you a
it?
question and response?
Then why did God tell people to stone girls that don't bleed on their wedding night?
I don't know.
Thank you. Fantastic. Yes, the answer should be either I don't know or this God isn't real. So you can't tell me that morals are objective.
Well, I don't know everything about God.
You can't tell me that morals are objective and they're written on our hearts, yet God couldn't figure out what they were.
Well, let me go back to this point you made. There is no right and wrong. It's all society based, which you are the one that stated that. So you're saying it's not absolutely wrong to murder millions of people. Is that your stance?
No, I had already told you, I don't believe in objective morals. There's no such thing.
Okay, so no.
There's no such thing.
You don't think that's wrong?
There's no such thing as objective morals. So all you have is our own subjective reality, and we can observe behavior that people are exhibiting, and we can determine subjectively whether or not those are outcomes that are desirable. That's literally the whole idea of morality, is to limit the undesirable behaviors. Thank you, Deconstruction Potato. I appreciate that.
So you can't say anything is unjust.
Oh, I actually
since that is
can.
your worldview.
Yes, I can, because unjust has definitions.
Right, but all the definitions were created by humans, which have opinions, which were societally based.
No. Unjust
Yes.
has a definitive definition. Thank you, 40, for the glasses.
Where did that definition come from?
Big W40, I appreciate that. Also, right side, thank you for the subscription. The definitions of words come from human beings. We decide what words mean.
Exactly. So it came from human beings, the definition of just,
Yep.
which you believe in, but then you also just said that no society can necessarily agree on certain things like right from wrong.
They can't.
Yes.
And they never have.
Okay, so with that being said, you cannot say that one thing is good or one thing is bad ever. You have no moral stance to say that.
Yes, I can.
No, you
I'll
can't.
explain it for the last
It's your
time.
opinion.
Yeah, it is my opinion. Thank you. And it's the opinion
And my opinion is that it's right.
And it's the opinion of everybody in society that it's not okay to own slaves. Do you understand?
But-
when I say that
this-
something shouldn't be done, it's undesirable, it's behavior that we don't want in society. These are inherently subjective opinions, because there are people out there who do think that owning slaves is okay. Okay?
Right.
So
if
I don't have objective morals, but we agree as a society, we learn over time that certain behaviors have outcomes, and we learn over time which of those outcomes need to be curbed. And we don't always know. Some outcomes are immediately seen. There's a behavior, the outcome is immediately seen, and we make a law against it. Sometimes there's behavior going on, goes on for a long time. It's not completely obvious what the outcome is going to be. And so we don't make laws about it for 100, 200, 1,000 years.
right, but I get what you're saying. It doesn't make sense to me that you are saying essentially that your opinion and my opinion, so say you think murder is great and I think murder is wrong. Neither of us are right or wrong.
Yes.
You're just
that
going
is
off
accurate.
society based. Yes.
Yes,
So everybody
so,
hear that.
Jason,
Murder
what do you-
is not
so-
absolutely wrong in your view.
Yes, I've said that 100 times. I don't believe in objective morals. I don't know why this is so hard for you. Do you? But let me ask you.
Obviously, that's hard for me.
Jason, let me ask you a question. Do you want to be murdered?
I mean, I particularly don't, but a lot of people want to die.
Do you need God to know that you don't want to be murdered?
I think I need God to exist.
That's not my question. Do you need God to know that you don't want to be murdered?
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Okay, we disagree then.
So now you just broke one of the 10 Commandments because you're lying. You don't need to invoke God to know that you don't want to be executed. Do you need to believe in God to know that you don't want to be stabbed in the eyeball?
Yes.
Okay, so now you just can't be honest. It's okay. This might be the end of our discussion now that you've begun lying to me because you don't believe in actual objective morality, because you wouldn't be breaking the Ten Commandments right now.
I still don't see your point on exactly what you're saying. Why? How am I lying?
My point is that you know instinctively that you don't want to be unalived or stabbed in the eyeball, and you don't need to know God for that.
You really don't.
You're just
like,
being
that's why
dishonest.
I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you're just
so let me ask you this, though.
you're just being disingenuous because you know
Let
that
me ask
whatever line of reasoning is going to come out of my mouth is going to be damning for your position.
Let me ask you a question. Are you saying that nobody wants to be stabbed in the eye? Because I'm pretty sure people do that to themselves all the time.
I've never met a person that thinks that they want to be stabbed in the eye. Now, maybe you've met them.
I mean, I've definitely met people that want to put a gun to their head.
Yeah, please watch some of these words. You got to watch your words here. Yeah,
I apologize. I'm just saying.
I've met them too.
A lot of people do
but
want to do that.
I've met them too, but that's irrelevant.
It's not really irrelevant, though. A lot of people don't want to do
It is
that.
irrelevant.
No. Their mental health is not an excuse for your bullshit deity, okay? Do not do that. Do not fucking do
You
that.
don't do that.
You do not know where their headspace is at.
It is irrelevant, their headspace. We're all just here by chance.
Yes,
Go fuck
I agree.
yourself. I
Oh.
dropped him.
And
He can go fuck himself.
and he got dropped not by chance. He was being disingenuous anyways. He was at the end of the discussion once you start lying about things. All right, let's big W for Chet. Thank you so much for the dinosaur. Good to see you in the house, Chet. I really appreciate that. All right, we're going to get the next guest up in here. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Remember to check out the YouTube stream in the bio. Also, join our Discord. There's a link in the link tree in Hanji's profile and in my profile. You have to copy and paste it into a browser because TikTok is broken right now when it comes to links. But please join our Discord. We'd love to see you there. We're going to be doing some live voice chats here in the near future. And also make sure you're dropping Hanji a follow and sending her support while she's trapped without power in this hurricane. Now we got our next guest. Is it Kia or Kaya?
It's Kia.
Kia, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm a believer.
Fant-
I'm 19.
Fantastic. And which God do you believe in?
The one and only God.
That's not an answer. Which God?
There's only one God.
That's
God.
adorable. What's his name?
God.
Tiny. Rawr.
How did you find out about this God?
I was born into it. Christian.
Thank you. Finally, thank you for not being evasive. So you're a Christian. Okay,
Yes.
so what would be your best evidence for why this God is real?
Spiritually, I know that he's real only because I feel it inside.
I feel that he's not real. Who's right?
I can't tell you that, but
So it sounds to me like you don't have a good argument for your God if the only thing you have is feelings.
It's just the questions that you ask. You're just making it more sound like it's for you.
I have no clue what you're saying. I'm just asking you for the evidence of your God. That's all.
Okay, the evidence is in the Bible. The evidence is
I've
where
read
you
it.
go to. Okay, did you not understand anything from it?
The Bible is the reason why I know your God doesn't exist. So why does the Bible lead you to God in your viewpoint?
The Bible leads me to God because the way that he says to do certain things makes 100% sense
Does
of how
God...
someone should act.
Okay, so all of God's commands in the Bible are good commands.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to read you one, and I want you to tell me if this is a good command or a bad command, okay?
Okay.
All right, this is a law directly from God in Deuteronomy.
Wait, let me go to it.
Deuteronomy 22.
Hey, at least you got the Bible. Most of them don't.
I know, right? I'm actually impressed that she has a Bible on hand.
Okay.
Fantastic. It says in verse 13, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he has made up charges against her. I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. They will fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin in Israel. She shall remain his wife. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. If, however, this charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her till she's unalive, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. Is that a good law?
This is a law?
Yeah. Do you think young women should be stoned for not bleeding on their wedding night?
Okay. Nope, but I have to break it down.
You can break it down all you want. It's right in front of us. What do you want to read next? Are you, I'm assuming you're aware, but like only half of women bleed their first time, which means half of the women being executed aren't even guilty of a crime.
Where is that a law?
Deuteronomy chapter 22. There's a lot of wild stuff in chapter 22. Joel, thank you so much for the confetti. Guys, listen, if you're not on the Joel Reads Bible train yet, you need to get on. You got to get on the Joel Reads Bible train.
Chastity.
Dump the Bible. Dump the Bible.
Damsel in the virginity unto elders. But it doesn't say it's a law.
It is a law. That's how law codes work in the Bible. All the laws in Deuteronomy are laws. Do you know why they call it the Torah?
I've never heard that word.
The Torah in Hebrew means law or regulation or command. The whole book is laws.
Okay. I'm gonna act like I know what you were trying to tell me and go on with whatever you were gonna tell me next.
Sure. So God gives a bunch of laws in the book of Deuteronomy, and one of those is to execute women that don't bleed on their wedding night. Do you think this is okay?
I don't think that's what the Bible is telling you.
Are we reading the Bible right now?
Yes.
Okay. And what's it saying?
You read it from Deuteronomy 22:13?
Yep.
Okay. If any man take a wife and go in unto her and hate her and give her occasions of speech against her and bring up an evil name upon her and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid, which is claiming that she wasn't a virgin. Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hates her. And lo, he has given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not your daughter a maid, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. And the elders of the city shall take the man and chastise him, which is meaning that he lied about the girl because he didn't want her for other reasons, whatever they might have been.
Yeah, keep reading.
And they shall immerse him in 100 I don't know that word, of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he has brought up an evil name upon the virgin of Israel, and she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. If he did so, he was adding sin to sin.
Almost finished. Keep reading.
But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found of the damsel, then they shall bring out to the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones, that she die, because she has wrought folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house. So shall you put evil away from among you. The nation had to be kept pure, at least as far as possible, because
that's not in the Bible. What are you reading from now?
It breaks down what the verse means.
Oh, you're reading a commentary. That's great. So I don't care about your commentary. I want to hear what you think. So in this passage, it's clear that if she doesn't have the sheet with her blood on it, then they presume she's not a virgin. And if she's not a virgin, she gets stoned. Do you think this is okay?
Honestly, I don't understand any of that. I never read this part of the Bible.
Yeah, Christians usually don't. That's why they're still Christians.
Because I don't read stories. I mainly just read the New Testament, and I read a little bit of stories in the Old Testament when I go to church.
Like half of the New Testament is stories. The Gospels are all narratives.
They break it down, though.
Yeah, but
I was going to say, because me and Devil, I'm so sorry I read that wrong. You know, men love to preach to me in the comments. But he wanted to bring it up, the fact that in that verse, those are God's spoken words.
Yeah, of course. All the laws in Deuteronomy come from God, and that's part of the problem. Also, real skeptic, I see you in the chat, and I just want to let you know that the more you shout in the chat to come up, the longer you will wait. Every time you spam my chat crying to come up here, I just put you further and further into the queue. So if you don't have any Holy Spirit patience, then you're not going to get up here. You got to wait in line just like everybody else. You're not special. All right, Kia. So this law comes from God, and I don't see why God could be all good or all loving or all just when he sentences women to be executed, and only half of them are even guilty of the thing that they're supposedly guilty of. Also, Presby in the comments, Inspiring Philosophy didn't expose me. I absolutely roasted him, which is why he didn't respond to the points that I actually raised. He made a response video about every other thing other than the little virgin girls in Numbers 31. And he just posted it yesterday, which means sometime in a couple of days, I'll put my response to his video, and I'll cook him a second time, and then you can go cry about it elsewhere. Kia, why would God tell people? Oh, also, if you keep spamming my chat, we'll just kick you out. There's no spamming here, by the way. Why would God tell people to execute women that aren't virgins?
I don't know. I didn't know he did that, but
it's a big problem.
Of course. Sorry, I'm reading. Do you have any other, I already heard you ask that one dude this question, so I was already trying to look for it, but...
Well, let's read another passage.
I love how she's willing to learn. That's a major win in my book.
Yeah, it's a big W, right? Also, I mean, she's been very respectful. Also, Mac, thank you so much for all the confettis, and thank you, Sheena, as well for the confetti. Mac's absolutely making it rain already tonight. 1 Samuel 15:3, Saul is commanded through God by the prophet Samuel to put vengeance upon the Amalekites. So Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people Israel. Now therefore listen to the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but keep but unalive both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. You think it's okay to commit genocides?
Which genocides?
A genocide is when you wipe out an entire people group.
What are you on, Samuel? What?
I'm on 1 Samuel 15:3. I mean, I didn't type in the third verse, but that's the part where we're primarily looking at.
Sorry, I'm not trying to make noise.
Leah, take your time. For those in chat, please be gentle. She is very young. She's still learning. We're not trying to make her not Christian. We're trying to help her understand her book and her belief system. Please be
I'm not
kind.
getting taught by anything by you guys. The only thing you guys are teaching me is what you guys are believing in.
No, we're just reading the book.
Well, you're putting your input in, so I'm listening.
No, and we appreciate that. Listen, we got no complaints about you, Kay. You're very kind.
Okay. Samuel, what?
1 Samuel 15. If you could read it out loud, it'd be helpful too.
Okay. Let me get water.
Actually, Cameron agrees. Cameron just sent $1 over Venmo. It says that the guest is being receptive, and I agree. Listen, even if we don't agree on things, we appreciate you reading the book with us. And I see your super chat on YouTube, GH. I see your $5 super chat. I appreciate the super chat. It says, it's weird. The parents kept the sheet. Yeah. We could talk about the tradition of the sheet if it comes up, but, in the ancient world, you needed some evidence of the virginity. And so the sheet was the easiest method. So typically at the wedding, there would be like a tent that they would go into, and there would be witnesses to witness them going into it. And there would be witnesses that there would be a sheet there. And then immediately after they consummated the marriage, they would leave the tent and the witnesses would take the sheet. That would be their evidence. And then the whole wedding party would lose their minds and drink and have fun. And it would be a total blast. Seems a little invasive for modern times, but in the ancient world, that was the way things were. So why would God have all these little babies executed?
Are we still on this verse?
Yeah, 1 Samuel 15:3. God tells them to go and commit genocide against the Amalekites.
Story they have spared. Ox of the sheep.
Go ahead and set a new life goal.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Mine is dragons and unicorns.
Do they have a Pegasus? Pegasuses are cool.
They do, but he is expensive.
Oh gosh.
He's more expensive than Zeus. I'll put it to you like that.
Yeah, that's wild. Kia, do you want time to go and read this and come back?
Yes.
That's fair. Go ahead and read it, and if you want, come on back and we'll talk about it, okay?
Alrighty.
All right, cheers. All right, big W for Kia, guys. She was very nice and polite. Dr. Joe Mack, thank you so much for all the hats. Big W, Mac. Big W. Thank you so much. We got Dr. Joe in the house now, guys. Oh, she just crushed it. The goal's already completed. My goodness. Mac is an absolute beast. Absolute beast. Guys, welcome Dr. Joe into the house. She should be in the comments. Make sure you're dropping her a follow. Dr. Joe is a licensed professional counselor. She has an actual doctorate. She's not like trained at a fly-by-night Christian school. And she does a lot of work with people deconstructing from religion and also recovering from what's the word I'm looking for? Substance issues. Got to be careful with our language. All right, so we're going to get the next guest up in here. We've got a full guest queue. I am just picking at random. I'm trying to grab the people who came in earliest so that they're not waiting forever, but it's hard to tell sometimes. Thank you for the paint, Kendra. Welcome in, Jeff.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. So I would like to first say that I do believe that in God, but I'm agnostic. So my God is, and to see if we can agree on the definition, simply the creator of everything.
Sure. Jeff, before we talk about your God real quick, AM1, I see your super chat. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. And he asked, Justin, what is your take on the recent vax coercion? I actually have no idea what you're talking about in terms of vax coercion. But Mac, thank you so much for the painting. W Mac, I appreciate the hell out of you,
And
Mac.
thank you. Yeah, Mac is killing it. And thank you, Dr. Joe, for the $15 on, I think it was Cash App or Venmo. I couldn't, but thank you, Dr. Joe.
So, Jeff, can you define your God for me? Because I don't know if we can argue about your God unless I know something about your God.
Sure. It's the creator or creators of everything that has ever been.
Sure. Is that the only thing you believe about him or her or it?
That's the only thing I know is certain.
Okay, so you believe in like a deistic God then?
Yes. If you are more familiar with deism than me, could you please define it?
Yeah, a deistic God is like somebody who just like set things in motion, just like kicked everything off. A theistic God is a little bit more involved. You might give them attributes like saying that they designed human beings intentionally. So like, for example, if you believe in a theistic God, you typically don't believe in evolution. But a lot of deists do believe in evolution because they believe there's a God that just kicked it off and then nature did the rest. So which one are you a part of?
Understood. Definitely the deistic in those two comparisons.
Sure. And what would be your best argument for why this God exists?
So I think that the definition that we actually exist, the fact that we actually exist, is the reason that I am certain that there is God. And my further to that.
Well, we can only do 1 point at a time. I can't argue 2 points at once with you.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
All right. So what about our existence points towards a God?
There's some way that we came into existence. Some way, right? Somehow we came into existence.
What do you mean by we? Are you referring to humans or everything in general?
Everything in general.
Okay. Why do you think that it came into existence? Because I don't think that it did. I think matter, space, and time are infinite and eternal.
So how did they become that way?
They didn't become that way. They just were. See,
How were they that way?
Well, just because they were. The same way your God is. See, the difference between your worldview and my worldview is I can point to the thing that I think is eternal. You can't point to the thing that you think is eternal.
I personally can't understand eternity, and I'm not sure that any of us as humans can. So I'm not sure how you could argue that you can point to the eternal.
I can. Like,
have you experienced time before you were born? Do you have past life memory?
I didn't say that my memory is eternal, but we understand what eternity is. Like, we understand what it means. We can do math using infinities.
Sure.
Right. So I understand, but what you're suggesting is that what I feel you're suggesting is that something can't come from nothing. But I think the easiest solution to that is that there was never nothing. Why would we posit a God when we have no evidence of a God? Because God has the same problem. God couldn't have risen from nothing.
Right.
Right. So how could God be eternal?
See, that's where my understanding falls short of the concept of eternity. I'm not sure if you can understand that.
Right, but if you can't comprehend eternity, then you can't say that something is or isn't eternal.
Right.
Right. So you kind of
but eternity
invalidated
exists.
your
We're
position.
agreeing on the concept of eternity, all time and all from without saying before and after, but all time is eternity. Is that correct?
I think time itself is eternal. Yes, it's always existed. Same thing with matter and space.
Okay. What I'm going to ask isn't going to prove God, but I would like to understand further.
Well, I think the goal here is for you to prove God to be real and for me to prove that he's not real.
That is true.
Because, I mean, as much as I love like a good coffee table discussion about these things, the point of the live is to get people to debate. So,
right, absolutely.
Now in our Discord, we have just like open discussion. In fact, we'll be doing open discussion, not this Sunday, but next Sunday. So, I mean, that's a good place for that. But here, like, we're looking for somebody to have a claim for God, pitted against my claim against God.
Okay. How can you claim that there is no God if you can't claim that how can you claim that there is no God?
Yeah,
Our energy thing is here, but they just drove by. He didn't answer my question, but they're checking out the light poles right now.
Oh, good.
Just keeping you updated.
Yeah, thanks for the update. Okay,
Oh, I
so
hope we get light tonight.
might
Fuck.
be getting power soon. Yeah, so my claim is that God is imaginary because he exists in people's imaginations, or she exists in people's imaginations, but we can't demonstrate that entity to exist anywhere else. So my proof that God doesn't exist, I actually do have some logical arguments against God, but my initial proof that God doesn't exist is the same proof that you have that the tooth fairy doesn't exist. So does the tooth fairy exist just because someone claims the tooth fairy exists?
No.
Right. Would it be incumbent on you to prove that the tooth fairy doesn't exist?
No.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So the burden of proof is always on the person who thinks that something exists, because proving non-existence is always an argument from inference or an argument from like data sets, because things that don't exist don't leave evidence.
Sure.
Right.
I'm trying to think of where to go with this, but I'm pretty sure you basically convinced me.
W Jeff, we love him already. All right, he's part of the community. Welcome to the dark side, Jeff.
I've been very close in any case for a long time. Raised Catholic, and actually became a really big fan of objectivism with Ayn Rand. And that got me thinking a lot about that. I would have claimed myself to be an atheist for a long time. And I don't have any proof. If I'm quite honest, I probably was hoping to find proof on this argument. But I can say, like probably most people who believe in a God say, there's something that I feel, right? And that's all I've got, which is not gonna win this argument.
Right. 1 second. Backslider, thank you so much for the 9-month subscription. Big W Backslider. I really appreciate that. Now Jeff, just a little bit about me, actually, because you and I might have similar backgrounds. I went to 12 years of Catholic schooling growing up. Then I became a born-again evangelical Christian in my teenage years. And then I went to Bible college and to seminary. And for me, I studying the Bible made me definitely a not Christian. And then I was an agnostic like you for a little bit a while after that, because just because you leave a religion doesn't mean you have to leave God. But to me, I think it was studying science that led me to the conclusion that there's just no reason to believe in God, except that a lot of people want to believe in God. And I came to the realization that I only believed in agnostic God because I wanted to. Like it made me feel better, but I didn't actually have any evidence for it.
Right. That's very interesting. I appreciate you taking the time. I'm not sure if I have anything else constructive to say, so I wish you the best of luck.
Hey man, it was really good to talk to you, Jeff. Please send me a follow, because I would love to catch up with you again. And if you're not already part of our Discord, please follow our Discord, because we'd love to hear from you. Because believe it or not, we're not all stone cold atheists here. Lori, thank you for giving away 5 subbies. Thank you so much, Lori. Like Hanji believes in deities, and there's a bunch of people in our Discord that believes in different deities as well. It just happens to be that I don't.
That's cool. I appreciate that and respect it. I'm going to follow you for sure. This is very interesting. You came up on my feed, and I feel like that must be for some reason that I can't explain.
It's the Holy Tooth Fairy.
Jeff, it's actually no bullshit. It's Zeus. You know this.
It's Zeus. It's Zeus.
Oh my God, Evan, thank you for the Venmo. I'm seeing, apparently they're down the street. Come on, Zeus, give us the lightning, give us energy, give us fucking light. Sorry.
All right, Jeff, it was great to talk to you. Let's connect again in the future, okay?
All right, good luck. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Let's get a big W for Jeff in the house.
I hope he followed me. I'd give him a follow back. I was just too focused on the peoples. Anyway, thank you, Barnabas, for the subbies you're sending out. Mezzo, the Tooth Fairy and Zeus are in cahoots. That's why me and Justin get along so well.
That's true. And I know the Tooth Fairy is real. She left me money when I was a child. And money is real. And I have eyewitness testimony. My own mother actually told me as a child that she knew the Tooth Fairy personally. So, I mean, it seems to be an ironclad argument for the Tooth Fairy. And we know, obviously, that Zeus is real because we've seen the lightning. So anyone that's seen the lightning knows that Zeus is real. Mac, making it rain again. Mac, thank you so much for the crowns. Listen, Mac's going off tonight. She's off the chain.
Yes, she is. Oh, also, for someone asking me in chat, I believe in the Greek and Egyptian deities, my darling.
Yeah, absolutely. W Zeus. Welcome in. Is it Mas or Mas?
Mas, it's okay.
Mas, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and are you a theist?
I am not atheist, and I am more than 18 years.
Okay.
Almost 30 years now.
Well, big W for Mas. We love and appreciate you. We're glad that you're with us, but we're just looking to debate, okay?
Respectfully.
All right, cheers. Big W, Mas. Big W. All right.
Big W for everyone sending out gifts. You guys are fucking killing it tonight. Thank you so much. And Dulag, I saw your Venmo. Or was it Cash App? Thank you, my darling. I appreciate you as well. I appreciate all of you guys. You know, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't have been able to, hold us out for 2 days. This fucking storm. But you know what? Praise Poseidon that he knocked himself down to a 3 by the time he made landfall, because we were looking at the 5. So praise him on that. Yeah. Looking at the 4.
Yeah, welcome in, Bonnie.
Oh shit,
Bonnie,
Hi.
did you mean
I'm sorry.
to request
I'm in
up?
here cooking and washing dishes. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Well, Bonnie, are you a theist?
I don't know what you would define it, but I will say that I guess I'm interrupting. I love what you're doing here.
Oh,
Okay.
we
I
love you
love
too,
it.
Bonnie.
I've been on a journey since I was a child. I've always questioned everything. And one thing that I want to say to these people that are coming up trying to create the argument, and they're coming up so clueless, please do your research.
They ain't done it.
Do your research. Question everything. Okay? The answers are there. They are there. If you will listen to yourself and just separate yourself, the answers are there.
We agree.
This man right here is really presenting truth.
We love you, Bonnie. Appreciate you.
Truth.
Listen, get back to your cooking. We're so glad to hear
Reach
from you.
within and get that power.
We hope you have a great
Yes,
night.
thank you so much. I am a follower. I'm a supporter. I appreciate it. Do your research, unlearn and relearn, guys.
Big
That
W.
part.
Thank you
We
so
love
much.
Bonnie.
Thank you, Bonnie.
I love you guys.
I love her just as much as Bonnie from Vampire Diaries. I swear, with a name like Bonnie, you can't go wrong. They're always a slay.
Yeah,
Just queens.
I've always liked every Bonnie I've met. How you doing, Messi?
Doing good, and yourself?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Messi, are you at least 18 and are you a theist?
Oh, yes, I'm 18. I'm like more than 18 and I'm a Christian.
Fantastic. Thanks for just being honest with that. A lot of people hide it for some reason. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
This is like a hard question because although, to my opinion, God is like everywhere, like he is out there. He can be seen everywhere, but he's also in the hiding in a certain way.
Why is he hiding?
I don't think he's hiding.
How
I
come
think
no one?
it,
How come so many people can't find him?
they're just not looking at the right direction, or they just want to look at where they are waiting for an answer to come from.
Sure. Do you think the Muslims are just being lazy?
What do you mean?
I mean, the Muslims haven't found your God, but they're not particularly lazy in their faith.
Okay. This is like we really have to take into account culture. This is a very important part of our makeup. Like the facts that we are not just one nation. We have different cultures. So
Do you understand the point that I was raising?
yeah, you were trying to say that the Muslims are not Christian, of course.
Yeah. Why did I say
Right.
that?
Because God, he has his own way.
boy.
After the
All right, we'll start this over. You said that people haven't found God. I asked you why so many people haven't found him. You said because they aren't looking for him. And I asked you, well, what about the Muslims? They're incredibly devout, but they haven't found your God. So why is it that incredibly devout people that are earnestly seeking for God don't find him?
I think those people, they have found God. Think so, yeah. I
Okay,
think they have found God.
so the Muslims are going to heaven?
If they
Ah, we
accept,
got him. Oh, come on. All right. Yes or no? Are the Muslims going to heaven or hell?
no, it is not a yes or no question. So
Oh, it definitely
I mean,
is. It's a yes, no, or I don't know.
the thing is, going to heaven, it's not a question that I can answer.
He caught hard. It's just say I don't know if it's I don't know. It's yes, no, or I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I'll prefer to go with the I don't know one.
Okay. Do you know that
For
according
example, you might be going to heaven.
do you know
You
that
might be going.
according to your book, the answer is supposed to be they're going to hell? Revelation 21:8 says that those who don't believe in the same Jesus you believe in go to hell.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah, that's why I was telling you that I cannot say yes or no
But the Bible said
because
it.
Oh, you're
because
talking to
because
knowing.
because yeah, the Bible has conditions. There has conditions to go to heaven.
Okay, so do the Muslims profess a faith that Jesus Christ is Lord?
To be honest, I'm not very familiar with them.
They
I mean, like
don't.
with okay, if they don't, because Jesus is the key.
All right, so they don't
Okay.
believe in Jesus, and they definitely don't believe in Romans 10, 9, and 10. It says in Romans 10, 9, and 10, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. And they don't believe that. So according to the book, the Muslims would go to hell. Why
think-
is
I-
it that
I
we
think
have
this
a
is-
group of like really earnest people searching for God, but they couldn't find him?
I'll try to answer that question by saying that people are looking in the wrong direction, or they just want to find a God, or they just don't want to find it.
Okay, so they're like morally deficient. They're not really earnestly seeking God. All of them.
Or they, or I would rather say that they are lost in a certain way.
Why? Why doesn't God just make himself known to them?
No, or because I was telling you from the start that God is in a certain way everywhere. It's not pantheism in a certain way, okay? But it is
That's-
known.
Listen, listen.
Mhm.
Just if we're gonna have a conversation, I need you to stop ignoring every question that I asked you. So I'm gonna ask you the same question. If we
That's
have this whole nation of people, not nations, many nations of people, a whole religion that are earnestly seeking the God that you believe in, why can't they find him?
Okay. First, I want to say that when you ask me a question, or please don't expect me to answer the way that you would want me to answer, and that's you're gonna have like the same problem for those people that are not able to find God. You might end up having the same problem.
I don't have the
Because
same
you-
problem. I just want an answer to my question that doesn't entail you ignoring it and going on tangents.
Yes.
Also,
So,
we need you to turn your TV off or whatever that is in the background.
oh yeah. I moved to another place because there was something playing. I'm sorry about that. I didn't notice. Yes. So the question, what was the question again? Because I want to, like those people that are earnestly seeking God, but why can't they find Him?
Why do earnest people seeking God don't find him? Why is it?
So now, how do you know that they are earnestly seeking Him? How do you know for certain by asking that?
Because
question? How do you know?
I've met them. The people of the Muslim faith are some of the most devout people on the planet. How do you know that every Muslim believer is not earnest?
No, I don't know.
Okay, what's
That's-
more
that's-
likely that
mhm.
every single Muslim that has ever sought God is just dishonest and they don't really want to know the truth, or that your God is hiding himself from them?
Okay. I was trying to make an argument, for culture because it's a very important thing, and it also boils to that questions that you asked that lady. Okay, I will try to answer your question, but I think there is a part of it that question you were asking that lady about, in Leviticus you were reading, or Deuteronomy, where there's thing like blood sheets and stuff like that. So you really need to understand that. I mean, like, no, I mean, I don't mean it like personally, but I mean like rudely, in a rude manner. But people need to really understand that, the Bible is clear, like in Deuteronomy 32.
But you're not saying anything. I need you to actually say something. I heard lots of words and not one coherent thought yet.
Yeah. I'm coming. Yeah, I want to say that it boils down to culture, because
What does?
our worldviews,
That
okay,
has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
of course it does. Okay, because we are looking for God, and we are looking for God according to certain pattern.
Okay,
Patterns
so
that, we were raised.
let me make sure I'm understanding you. You're suggesting that people don't find God because culture is preventing them.
Or yes, in a certain
Okay,
way.
so why doesn't God fix it?
That's-
This just goes back to the same thing that we started with, which God is hiding himself from these people.
I like the way.
Stop talking over me. If culture is more powerful than your God, then your God doesn't exist.
You know, that's exactly this or I could say, you know, why God doesn't like show you right now that he exists.
Why can't
doesn't he show you?
I'm
Yeah,
asking you, why doesn't he? I've been
okay.
asking you for 10 minutes.
Yes, just because, I mean, you have your free will. You get to choose the gods you want. You get to live without him if you want.
That's not answering my question.
How
Why
does it
does
answer your question?
God not make himself obvious to everybody seeking him? Why does he not do that?
I mean, because he already like he has his own way of making it. He made it like through nature. He make it like through like this air that we're breathing. He making it like everywhere.
I
And it
disagree.
gives us-
Nature is not evidence of God. Why does that God not give us good evidence?
So I mean, I more feel like that you would want God to give evidence that you want God to give.
That's how evidence works. There's weak evidence and strong evidence, and nature existing isn't evidence of your God, because a Muslim would just say that nature is evidence of the Muslim God, and a Hindu would say that nature is evidence of the Hindu gods. Do you understand why this is a dumb argument?
No, I mean, I understand your point. I
Okay,
understand
so
your point.
you're
But-
claiming that you know a very specific God is the real God. And I asked you a very easy question. If your God is the real specific God, then why do people earnestly seeking him not find him?
Okay, let me try to be calmer. People,
We got power!
Big W. Big W.
yeah, people are not finding God because people want God to be revealed to them a certain way. Just as you're asking me, why I got this, why I got that. But God has he has his own way of revealing himself.
So you're a mind reader.
Oh,
You know
what you mean?
you know what everybody is thinking when they're looking for God. And every single person looking for God and not finding him, they're not finding him because they've determined that they know the right way to find God, and God just isn't willing to play.
Or no, that's not what I said.
All right. Well, listen, Messi, I don't think you have an argument for your deity. You can't answer even basic questions. And people are funneling out of my live because you're just evading easy conversation. So I'm going to move on to another
no
guest.
problem. We can move on to another guest.
Thanks for
Okay,
being
yes.
here.
Thanks.
I don't recommend you go on other people's lives arguing for your deity. You don't have good rational argumentation. All
Not
right.
only wins use, but also, guys, let's get the win linemen, because these linemen were working their asses off to make sure that millions of people got their lights turned back on. So let's get the win lineman chain going in chat, please.
Yeah, big W for the linemen, and thank goodness you got some power down there. Welcome in, Deep Calm.
I first off, English is not my native language, so I'm sorry for any improper words I might be or could be using. Anyway, so I would be more on the Hindu side.
Sure, fantastic. What would be your best argument for why the Hindu deistic system is real?
For one, it does explain quite a lot that is written in the Bible. The most prominent feature, so to say, would be like the age that is described, before and after the ark, Noah's ark. Before the ark, everybody got like 1,000 years, roughly. So like
they
could
got
get children
they had
at
longer
age
lives,
700 or something. And after the ark, at the age of 60, 70, they were too old to get children, right? And that would be explained by the Hinduism due to the Kali Yugas.
Right,
This would basically,
but Deep, as much as I really appreciate the Hindu faith, but just saying that the Hindu faith explains things, I don't think is evidence that it's true. Like, what would be an argumentation that the deities exist? Because I could make up an explanation for it using the tooth fairy. Doesn't make it real, right? Just
True.
right.
Let me answer the question you had before. Like, why does God doesn't show himself to give the evidence, if that's all right
Sure.
for you? For one, it would interfere with the free will. Like, if we have the evidence, we don't need to believe because we know, and therefore we would know the consequences are also real and thus hinder us in the belief, which is a representation of our free will.
Well, I'd like to respond to that. I'm going to. Gina, thank you for the $6.66 over Venmo. Gina says, genuine question, why has the biblical God not sent updated instructions in thousands of years? I agree, and I think the reason is he has, if you believe in the Muslim doctrine or in, for example, Joseph Smith, right? So Joseph Smith would say that he's, another testament getting revelation from God. So there are updates. Christians just don't agree that those updates are legitimate. Just like the Jews didn't believe that the Christian update was legitimate. So Deep, I apologize. I already had a response to what you were saying. And then I slightly I remember now. Oh yeah. So I don't think that people having evidence of something in any way impacts their ability to have faith in something. So for example, I have faith that when I come home from work, my dog is going to greet me and she's going to be happy to see me and her tail's going to be wagging. But I have this faith based on the fact that I know she exists and I've seen her do it 5,000 times already.
Okay, yeah. But that's also seeing a pattern in the behavior of someone you know and can touch and feel, which is valid, of course. Give me a second. Translating.
Why would a God value blind faith over real faith?
Well, I wouldn't call it
blind faith is believing something without evidence.
I get your point in blind faith, but any faith, like trusting a person, is in a way blind faith as well. Well, you know the person, you know a habit of that person, but in the end, every person can change their mind at will because we have that. So it's always unproven until the deed or promise is upheld.
Right. So what would be the evidence for your gods? Because I know you believe in probably a number of gods. What's the evidence that they exist?
Yeah, I was more into the debating rather than proving, actually. I gotta admit that.
Thank you, Parker.
May I drop?
Yeah, you can drop and
May
come
I
back.
drop kind of a paragraph, so to say, but I would need to complete it in order to make it sense.
I mean, we'd rather not. I mean, if you have a logical argument, we'd love to hear it, but we don't do preaching.
No, it's not preaching. It's more like food for thought.
No, we don't do that. This is a debate.
Okay,
We're here to debate, my man.
yeah, that would kind of yeah. Okay, I'm gonna need to pause then.
Deep,
thanks for
being here, man. We appreciate you, but
and have a good time.
We're
See
looking
ya.
for debates. Cheers. W for Deep. You know, of all the religions, the Hindu religion, I think, has always been, other than the fact that they justify the caste system, which I hate passionately. They've mostly been, it's been a peaceful religion. All right, so we're going to get the...
Thank you, Gina, for the $15 on Venmo for Starbucks when it opens up. Girl, I'm about to take my ass to Target and indulge in some Starbucks.
I agree. Big W. Welcome in. Is it Mike?
Hello.
Mike, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a theist?
I certainly am 18. Did you ask if I'm an atheist?
Are you a theist? Do you believe in God?
Can you, yes.
Fantastic. Which God do you believe in?
Well, I've been a big fan of Christian ideology most of my life, and I grew up in a Christian family.
Is that what you believe?
So I think that's where I lean towards.
Great. What's your best evidence or your best argument for why that God is real?
Well, if you don't mind, I wanted to speak on your background where it says God is imaginary.
That's literally the whole point of our discussion. I'm asking you to provide evidence for why God is real, because if God's not real, then by default, he's imaginary.
All right. So the reason why I would say God is imaginary is because biblically, if you read, the whole story of Adam and Eve eating the apple, getting the knowledge of good and evil, from what we experience and what I believe we experience today is evil is very recognizable. It's everywhere. Sin.
So what you're
everywhere.
saying is that your God is real because
Therefore, what?
evil exists. Frank, thank you for the
No, God is imaginary.
Frank talk.
Satan
Thank you
is imaginary.
for the 1 month subscription. I appreciate that. What about people doing bad things makes God real?
What about people?
Mike, have you thought through these talking points before? Have you ever debated?
I don't understand the question.
Have you ever debated the existence of a deity before?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just checking. Okay, so have you thought through this talking point yet?
Yes, you asked what about bad people makes God real. I'm not understanding that.
Yeah, you said the fact that evil exists means that your God is real, but I don't see the connection.
Well, what I'm saying is evil doesn't exist. Evil is what you're imagining. Evil is the imagination. God is the real thing. But what we see in our day-to-day life is the imagination, our imagination seeing evil. So it's very hard for God to be evident.
Okay, so I agree. I don't think evil exists. So we don't have a debate there. So what's your actual evidence that God is real?
No evidence. I just wanted to bring up what you had in the background about God and his imaginary.
All right. Well, thanks for being here, Mike. Okay, so he's got no evidence, but at least he admitted it. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to get Marvin in here next. Maybe. I mean, we're inviting him up. We'll see if it connects.
Maybe. But I will say this, like I was talking to someone also, that's my alarm system. Don't mind that right now. It's resetting itself. But when I was in the comment section, someone is just like, so what makes you better than everyone else because it says God is imaginary? Because you're talking based on the Christian God, 1, and 2, my deities don't threaten people with eternal damnation if they don't believe. They don't claim to be all the omnis. They just are. They know they're just as flawed as humans. So it's kind of like beating a horse at that part.
Yeah, so the Greek gods aren't punishing people with eternal conscious torment for merely not believing a claim, which is ridiculous. And so that's why I like people, even the Hindu religion for the most part, I'm okay with. So like if your religion is harmless and peaceful, I don't care, keep it. I mean, I'm primarily here to debate people who have strong beliefs about what like the Western gods are like the Abrahamic religion type gods.
And they're saying what makes yours different from the Hindu gods being real. I didn't say that. I clearly stated that I believe in all deities. Host is the one that's the atheist here. I'm not. But we feel that these older deities, pantheonic systems, are more realistic than Yahweh.
I actually agree. I think some of the ancient pantheons make a lot more sense. Welcome in, Ed. Ed? Ed, did you request by accident? Yeah, I think Ed requested by accident. All right, Ed, I'll drop you down. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We're just trying to get another guest in the box. If you're not following, please drop me a follow so you don't miss any of the debates. Also, follow my YouTube. I've got a YouTube stream going right now. It's also saved over on YouTube. If you want to see playbacks of any of the lives, you'll be able to find them on my YouTube. It's in my profile and in my link tree. We're also streaming to Twitch. You can find the Twitch stream in my link tree as well. And also join our Discord. We've got a Discord, a growing community. We're over 600 people now. And it is a deconstruction community. It's not just me. It's for the whole deconstruction community here online. We'd love to have you in there. We're just cycling through guests now, trying to see if we can get one that can connect. If you're in the guest box and you're actually still here, throw a comment in the comments so I know that you're actually here. I don't want to keep bringing up guests that aren't actually here anymore, like they requested 20 minutes ago and then left their phone unsupervised and are not even here anyway. Okay, this way, not that, I see is here.
Also, whoop, hold on just a second. This is way or no way. They want to know, are we going until 2 a.m., my darling, or 12?
Sorry, actually, I'm gonna end it at 11. I've got to wake up incredibly early tomorrow. So we're not going to be going even till midnight. So we've got like a little over 3 hours left. So we're just going to crush it until 11 o'clock. But then we'll be live again on Wednesday. Sunday I'm going to be out.
So no live on Sunday.
Unfortunately, yep.
Okay.
Welcome in this way. This way?
This way you have to unmute, darling. I can't do it for you. And Gandalf, I don't know what your issue is with me. What makes your gods real and not the Hindus? No one is saying that. If anything, it is host saying that. I don't know what your beef is with me. Because last I checked, I'm not having a dick measuring contest on whose gods are real and whose isn't. I clearly told you in chat that I believe all deities are real and Yahweh is just a weak minor deity of the Canaanite pantheon. If you cannot or do not like my viewpoint, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah.
You could call me hypocritical any way you want because I'm not claiming to be atheist either, darling.
I'm perplexed by the amount of people that are offended that you have a belief system that's not their belief system. I've never heard Hanji once claim that her belief system was superior to anyone else's or that you need to believe what she believes. It's her personal belief system, and she's okay with it being her personal belief system. Anyways, this way, welcome in.
Hi.
Do you want to be called this way, or should we call you by a name?
My name is Scott.
Welcome in, Scott. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Do you believe in a God?
Yes.
Awesome. What's your best evidence or your best argument for the God that you believe in?
So my belief has always been that God has said that he made us in his image. So since we're here and no living sentient being can create itself. So at some point, someone had to be created God too. And I've been taught that at some point, God was like us and found some way to be exalted somehow, some way. And those are things that we're driven to by faith. And
okay, so you believe that God evolved?
Yes, which
from what
we do too, because we're making, androids and robots and stuff.
What did he evolve from?
He used to be a plain human just like us, and one day, if we do things right, we can be gods like him.
Are you Mormon?
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense. Fantastic. Okay, so what's the evidence that any of these claims are true?
So I think what you're asking for is tangible evidence. And that, again, I've heard other people say that if we had tangible evidence, then we would know. And right now, God doesn't want us to know. The number one thing that he wants us to do.
Why doesn't he want us to
faith.
know? Yeah, but you can know and have faith because Abraham saw Yahweh. Moses saw Yahweh. A bunch of people saw Yahweh, and they were still described as having great faith in the 11th chapter of the book of Hebrews. So according to the Bible, you can know and have faith.
To an extent, but as
To an extent.
I've always thought lately that,
Have you read the Bible?
God changes things.
Have you read the Bible?
God's law. Yeah, I have it. But God's laws changes as society changes, and that's why a lot of the Bible here is actually outdated.
But
we don't execute.
You're going
virgins
way off.
anymore.
You're going way off topic. We're still talking about faith. Okay, so it says, by faith Abraham obeyed when he was called out to set out for a place that he was to receive as an inheritance. God spoke directly to Abraham, but the Bible still says he had faith. So why would it be better to have faith in the face of no evidence?
That faith says there's still, even though he saw God, even though he met with him, there are things that were still unknown. And if I can...
And he's teacupped. Joseph Smith took him.
Hebrews 11, what does it say here?
He doesn't know that he's off screen every time he swipes away from the app.
Yeah, you can't swipe away from the app, guest, because then we won't be able to hear you.
Okay. So,
okay, so
Hebrews
11 says that Abraham had faith.
Let's see if I can find this real quick.
So Abraham had faith, and he spoke directly to Yahweh. So you can't tell me that God wants us to have faith without any actual evidence. And Dylan, we are about to get to 2nd Nephi. That's coming up.
Wait, so they have different passages and chapters in the Book of Mormon?
Yeah, the Book of Mormon. Actually, I got a copy downstairs. I might even have a copy up here.
Oh, I'm learning something new.
Yeah, we're going to read the Book of Nephi.
Sorry, I'm kind of a shaky guy, so it's hard to grab these little pages.
Oh, sweetheart, you're fine. Take your time.
Oh, that text is tiny. Let me find a one with a better text.
I need to read is there any I want to learn about the book of Mormonism. Isn't that the belief system that thinks that the darker your skin is, the more cursed you are, or something like that? Oh no.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, back way before.
You don't think I'm cursed, do you, guest?
Yeah, tell us.
No, not anymore.
Who?
Not anymore.
Like I said, things change, things evolve. And
these people. All right, so we're going to talk about the racism in your book. I think we want about verse 20 or 21. Let me zoom in on this so everyone can read it here. I don't know if that's readable, but we're just going to go for it, guys. There we go. That might be a little better. There we go. Wherefore the word of the Lord was fulfilled, which he spake unto me, saying that inasmuch as they will not hearken unto thy words, they shall be cut off from the presence of the Lord. And behold, they were cut off from his presence. And he had cursed the cursing to come upon them, yea, even a sore cursing, because of their iniquity. For behold, they had hardened their hearts against him, and they had become like unto a flint. Wherefore, as they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, they might not be enticing unto my people, the Lord God caused a skin of blackness to come upon them. Do you think that it's better to be white and delightsome?
No, and what's happened there is a differentiation so that people will know, the righteous people will know who they, can and can't trust, who are the non-believers.
Right.
And
so people that have darker skin are undesirable, and they're from a wicked lineage.
Not anymore. What
Not
what
anymore.
we're talking
Do you
about
believe
here in the Book of Mormon is not the case now.
Do you believe in objective morals? Do you think it was
You have
okay
to-
for God to make people of color punished for the crimes of the Lamanites?
That was a totally different story, and not, if you have, people of color now, it's not the same thing.
No, but listen to what he says. The point was to darken their skin so that they would not be enticing. He quite literally is calling people of color ugly.
That's just how we know, guys, that host has never been, nor would he ever be a Mormon, because he likes to get down with the swirls. So, just
Hey,
saying.
I want to see a 1 in the comments if people of color are beautiful. If you put a 0 in the comments, you're getting blocked.
I actually have.
Please tell us we're ugly. Please tell us we're ugly. Am I ugly, Justin?
Nope.
I've seen a lot of people of color that are extremely beautiful, and I don't have any, racist thoughts or anything like that. I have people, friends that are colored, and we all love each other. I think what's happened in the Book of Mormon way back in that time period was there was still whites and blacks and everything else. The difference was that the people back then weren't exactly made black. They had a reddish tan to their skin.
Did it say that in the book?
Crystal wants to know what verse this is. Verse and passage.
This is 2nd Nephi chapter 5, about halfway through. Also, your speakerphone is really loud. I can hear myself echoing in it.
I'm sitting super close. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the religion that Joseph Smith invented is racist because most of the people that he was around were racist. Every holy book I've ever read reflects the culture in which it was written in, which is why I know that none of their gods exist. Because I would expect their God to have morals that transcended the culture it was written in.
So if you're asking about faith again, faith is those things that are hoped for but not seen.
It's a huge pivot. I agree. If I was in this conversation, I would run far away from the racism of Joseph Smith. I would do exactly that.
Well, racism wasn't, Joseph Smith and the Mormons back then weren't the only people that were racist. They were all over the place.
I know, and I would expect that if this book was from God, that it wouldn't contain racism. I would expect your God to know better.
I think what you're not understanding there is it wasn't to make a racism point or create racism. It was to say these are the people that will not enter my kingdom because they are unclean because of the things that they had done.
But they didn't do
their
anything.
Wickedness.
They didn't do anything.
They caused war and they destroyed God's people.
First of all, none of that happened. There's not a single piece of evidence to suggest that ancient Hebrews came over in ships before ships could even make the journey and came over to America, and then that there was wars over here in America, and that there was a group of Lamanites that decided that they weren't going to play ball, and God cursed them and made them dark-skinned. But you're missing the greater point here, which is the author of this book is outright telling you that it's more delightful to have white skin. Do you think it's more delightful to have white skin?
No, but you're talking about a situation that was centuries ago.
Why does this book say that it's more delightful to have white skin? Did the angel Moroni not give the golden plates to Joseph Smith, and did he not accurately translate them using the seer stones?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, could you show me one example of reformed Egyptian?
What do you mean?
Well, according to Joseph Smith, the golden tablets were written in a language that he said was reformed Egyptian, which was very convenient since we haven't figured out at that time period how to translate Egyptian yet. As it turns out, we know how to translate Egyptian yet, and there's not a single language on the planet that is reformed Egyptian. That's not a real language. Also, I'm echoing really bad in your phone. I don't know what's going on over there, but you got to figure out the echo.
The original, let me see if I can do this real quick.
Why did over half of the witnesses in the Book of Mormon recant their narrative?
So what the thing that people have a problem with is that religion and spirituality and things like that take work, and that's Satan's influence to say, hey, this is too hard for you and God expects too much of you. And
you didn't answer my question. You just keep going on tangent points, ignoring the actual topic.
That's what you want, though. You want something tangible, right?
I want you to defend the talking point that we're currently on before you run from it. I want to know a couple things. First, why is the God of this book racist?
He's not. We have plenty of people in our church that are people of color that hold a priesthood.
Then why did he decide that it would be less desirable to be colored?
At the time, because they were sinful and they were wicked.
No, that's not an answer to my question. Why does the God of this book think that it's undesirable to have pigment?
He made them that way at the time because they were sinful.
Why does the God of this book think that having melanin makes you unattractive?
Sin is unattractive.
You heard it here. You heard it here. Sin is unattractive, which is why colored people are unattractive, because the sin has been passed down in history. So he's just admitting that he's racist as well.
I'm stealing your base string for a second.
At a bare minimum, he's colorist.
Oh yeah, hold on. Me and Zeus colored are judging you very hard right now.
Yeah, the Mormon religion's got so many red flags, it's unbelievable.
Things change, and I'm not a racist. I'm not a colorist.
God shouldn't change.
You literally said colored, like it's the 1950s. Did you not know that they didn't allow people of color to even preach in the Mormon church until like what, the 60s? The 70s? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, please.
Yeah, I think it was like the 80s.
Oh, that's even further.
Okay, so what was your name? Was it Scott? Did I hear that correctly?
Yep.
Scott, listen, there's not much that you're going to say to fix this problem of racism in religion. I've already heard every excuse in the book, so we don't need to do that any further. So at this point, the only thing we have left to talk about is whether or not you have evidence that your God is real. Now, if you have a good argument or evidence for your God, I'd love to hear it. If not, I've got to move on.
Well, going back to God made us in his image, which means he made all of us the same way that he is. The difference is he has more authority.
Yeah, I don't believe that, though. Demonstrate that to be the case.
There's no demonstration. That's what faith is for. Okay,
fantastic. So you're going to go right back and gaslight me on the talking point that we just proved is wrong from the Bible. So that's the end of the conversation. Thanks for coming up. You can have your racist deity. All right.
Oh my gosh. Oh my Zeus. What the fuck?
That's why religion is a plague. Organized religion is a plague, because you can justify racism with organized religion. All right, we're going to get Master Rob up in here next. Rob's been waiting here for a little bit. We've actually had quite a few people waiting in the guest box. Master, welcome in.
What do I do?
Master, are you at least 18?
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Master.
Yes.
Okay, what year were you born?
Yes.
Master, what year were you born?
1970.
Okay, you're at least 18 then.
1970.
Great. And what religion are you a member of?
Yeah, I sound like a kid.
And what religion?
No religion. I'm into spirituality. Right.
Do you believe in a God?
I don't believe in religion.
All right. Well,
I don't like to use
thank
the
you for
word.
being here. We appreciate you being here. We're looking to debate people on their deity. We're going to get Uzer up in here next, hopefully. I think Uzer has been waiting in the guest box for a bit, but he's still here. Or I think it's a he. Welcome in, Uzer.
Yeah, I'm 30, by the way, and I'm atheist. I just had a couple quick points. One was about an earlier guest that was a Christian, and then I also had another thought about the Mormon that was just up here also, and some other Mormon comments. The first one about the Christian, I know this isn't going to be a talking point that the majority of
All right. Guys, join if you're a member of a religion. No one wants to see an atheist circle jerk. They're here to see a debate. We love you, Uzer, but we're trying to find debates. All right, welcome in, G King.
Oh, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Fantastic.
Honestly, wasn't expecting you to call my name. To be honest with you,
I'm just grabbing at random. Are you a theist? Do you believe in a deity?
Yeah, I'm a Christian, man.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. 1 second. For everyone on YouTube asking how to join the stream, there is a link in the description. If you go to the description of the YouTube video, you'll find a link to the TikTok stream. If you have a TikTok account, you can join the stream. You can get in the guest queue. There's like 15 or 20 people in here waiting. And then you can debate just like everybody else. G King, what would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Man, I guess I got a few arguments, I guess.
Well, we have to do
we could start with
one at a time.
Yeah, for sure. I guess we could start with, things that have actually been proven, right? So, like, parting of the Red Sea.
Oh, boy.
They found the... yeah, so they found the horse chariots and stuff like that down there.
No, they didn't. Who found them?
What?
All right, so G King, no one can hear anything you're saying because of your loud background noise. So we're gonna need you to find a quiet place. Also, name the archaeologists that found the Egyptian chariot wheels at the bottom of the Red Sea.
You know what? I couldn't give you that off the top of my head.
I can.
To be honest with you. Okay, give it to me.
His name is Ron Wyatt. He's not an archaeologist. He's a liar. And not a single piece of evidence has ever been pulled up from the Red Sea. Nothing. There's no chariot wheels down there. And it has been extensively explored. In fact, just recently, Ocean X literally did like 70,000 square feet exploration of the floor of the seabed so that they could map it. And there was nothing down there.
Okay, and then, like I said, there's more than just that. We can argue different, points of views and who was lying and who wasn't. They say that they found it and they proved the evidence that they had. And
Who?
I guess,
Who said it?
Probably
There's no they.
The archaeologists.
No, there's no they. It's just Ron Wyatt. And Ron Wyatt,
well, what about
Ron Wyatt didn't publish his findings. He didn't write in one single archaeological journal. He didn't publish anything. He didn't present any data either. He didn't pull anything up from the seafloor. He had permission to do so. He didn't pull anything up and present it as a piece of evidence. Nothing.
Okay. So what about Noah's Ark?
What about it?
The structure that they found in Turkey.
So that's a limonite rock formation, and you're never going to guess who claimed to have discovered that.
Tell me who.
Ron Wyatt.
Okay, but you can't argue that it's the same exact, length and width that the Bible claimed it to be.
I can because it's not the same length and. Well, no, it's not. So you got two false claims. One, it's not exactly the length and width because cubits aren't a precise measurement. Now, it does happen to be that the length and the width of the limonite rock flow is roughly comparable to the measurement in the Bible, but it depends on how you measure it and what point in which you measure it. And none of it's made from wood. It's all made from natural rock flows. And it's not even the only one. There's a bunch of natural rock flows up there.
Okay, well, all right. So, all right, let's go to the rock that was split. There's water erosion there.
No, there's not. You're never going to...
in the desert.
You're never going to... The list of false archaeological... Okay, all right, give me the archaeological journal that claims that this is the rock that Moses split.
What do you mean give you the archaeological journal? You want me to give you the
where can I find the name of an archaeologist that is claiming this is the rock that Moses split?
Well, you can look it up. Like I said,
I have. I'm not going to make your argument for you. So you're claiming that there's a split rock that's supposedly the one that Moses split and water came out of, although that happened twice. And I want to know the name of the archaeologist that discovered it.
Well, if we're talking about the scientists that discovered it, I don't have that off the top of my head. I don't have a team behind me, looking this stuff up as we speak.
Okay, where can I find what archaeological journal published the research on this that would demonstrate that it is the rock?
It's the proof in the it's proof whenever they found it, right?
Who found it?
The archaeologists that actually found it.
Who found it?
I can't give you the name of that guy.
Okay, so some unnamed individuals found a rock that was split, and this rock, you're saying, is evidence that it's the rock of Moses. You don't know who did it. You don't know where it was published. You just know it to be true. I think it's more accurate that you saw a YouTube video and you believed a YouTube video because you're willing to accept claims without evidence.
I wouldn't say that entirely to be true. I would say that is another piece of evidence that I put to the puzzle of why I believe.
But it's not evidence.
But it is though. It's this
was debunked.
The only reason you're saying it's not evidence is because
this was debunked by a conservative Christian organization.
I don't have the names in the archaeology.
Yeah, that's how claims work.
Right, exactly. So
okay, so G King, that's how claims work. Like if I said to you, I found the tooth of the holy, I found the magic tooth wand of the holy tooth fairy. It's my responsibility to demonstrate that to be the case. I can't just tell you to go research on the internet and find out. Trust me, bros don't work here. When you're making an argument, we're going to press you on the argument. If I make an argument, then I'm certainly going to provide a reason why that argument is a thing. Now, this whole nonsense about the rock has been debunked by actual archaeologists and even by lay people. There is a popular website, bible.ca. It's actually a Canadian website that has been working with biblical archaeology now for like 4 decades. They're one of the first Bible websites on the internet, and they have a whole write-up from conservative Christians, according to the Bible and according to the evidence, as to why this is just mythology and it's not real. From conservative Christians. So if you're going to do your due diligence, I suggest that you actually read the data on this and don't just get convinced by a YouTube video.
I said like I said, you got your team behind you looking this stuff up.
No, I don't. It's not a team. It's stuff that I know in my head because I've already heard the false claims and I've already looked into it.
Okay, sure. So you're an atheist, correct?
Yep.
So what evidence do you have that proves that we come from absolutely nothing?
I don't believe that to be the case. Why do you think that?
Well, that's what atheists believe, right?
No, it's
we
not.
die, we go dust to dust.
That's unconnected from the claim that you just made. Atheists don't believe that something came from nothing.
So then what do you guys believe?
We believe typically, most of us at least, that matter, space, and time is always existed.
And so you believe that we just we came from monkeys, basically, yeah?
No, we have a common ancestor with the great ape family.
You said ape.
Yeah, with the great
That's
ape
a form of monkey.
family, we have no, apes and monkeys are not the same thing.
It's a form of it's the cousin. You can't say it's not a cousin.
They're genetically related, but they're not the same thing. So
Yeah, okay, so it's a monkey. It's same
it's
thing.
not the same thing.
Come on,
Are
bro.
are
That's
alligators and
crazy.
crocodiles the same thing?
Yes, they're cousins.
They're absolutely
Yes.
not the
They're
same
not.
thing.
They have
They're
a
both
complete
yes, they are.
genetic
They are
mutation.
both
Okay,
reptiles
This
and
is
they're
embarrassing.
Jiki, calm down. Science has entered the chat. Do you know the difference between alligators and crocodiles? Because I'm pretty sure you don't. Crocodiles have a longer snout and they're actually more aggressive than their alligator counterparts who have rounder snouts and are actually more docile. They're so fucking adorable, by the way. Like, you can literally go to gator farms and learn the difference. This is not that hard. Also, Homo sapiens are different than the ape species by a genetic code. Do you really think Gyopithecus, is that how you say it? Gyopithecus?
Australopithecus?
Yes, that thing. Completely different genome than monkeys.
All right, so King, let's just back up here. Let's just back up.
I just want to ask a question.
On the claim of evolution, it could be true that evolution. On the claim of evolution, it could be true that evolution is wrong, but it doesn't mean that your God is right. Now, that being said, all the evidence does point towards genetic evolution, and I'm willing to bet you don't have a single piece of evidence that would demonstrate that evolution is incompatible with the scientific data.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I was just trying to talk and everybody kept talking, so I was just wondering. So to go back to crocodiles and alligators, like I said, they're cousins. It's like different type of form of spider species. It's like different kind of cats. It's still a reptile at the end of the day. They're from the same lizard family. Anyways, to go on to what you're saying as far as so you're saying that basically we got conscious out of nothing. We just
I didn't say that either. You're not good at listening.
Well, basically that's what you're saying, right? We evoluted over time. We come from a family of great apes, right? Okay.
I didn't say that consciousness came out of nothing. And he's gone again.
So you didn't say from great apes?
I said that human beings evolved from the same common ancestor as the great apes.
As a monkey, right?
No. Do you understand that great apes are a classification and that monkeys are a species? In fact, it's multiple species, but it's a subset of the ape family. Just like
the ape family.
Just like crocodiles are a subset of the reptile family.
Would you?
All right, we got a zoologist here. If you actually want to talk to someone in the know.
It's fine. We can talk to a zoologist. I'm not tripping off of that.
Are you ready to debunk animal classification? Talking to a zoologist. Are you prepared for that?
Like I said, they're cousins, bro. And you're saying that we're coming from a great ape family that is monkeys, and the fact that
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. And every time you say it, I'm going to tell you you're wrong. Humans did not evolve from monkeys. We are part of the ape family. We have a common ancestor with the other great apes. Do you understand the difference?
He doesn't, because he also thinks that crocodiles and alligators are lizards.
Yeah. He doesn't know he's muted. Oh, I've got this one.
I was just making sure that
yeah, you got this song.
every time I get to talking, you guys just keep going. So
That's because every time you try to talk, you just want to talk over top of somebody else. So, do you understand that we didn't evolve from monkeys? That's not a claim that evolution is making.
Claim that it's making. That's exactly the claim that it's making.
It's literally not.
It is.
It's literally not. We have a common ancestor with the great apes, but we didn't evolve. We didn't evolve from monkeys. Monkeys and other members of the great ape family have a common ancestor in the past.
I just think it's crazy that you would rather believe. You know, it takes faith either way, right?
No,
it takes
it doesn't.
faith to believe that, you know, we're Christian, that we come from, you know, God, and it takes faith to believe
Great.
that.
So what's the evidence that your God is real? Because I
My
can
thing
point
is,
to
I
the
just think
genetic
it's crazy
evidence.
that you-
I can point to the genetic evidence that
There you go,
demonstrates that we
generosity.
had a common ancestor with the great apes. What is the
There you
evidence
go,
that you can point to that your God created
I'm trying to
everybody?
finish a thought, and you guys won't allow me to finish my thought.
Listen, you can't cry just because you want to talk over top of
You have
people and we won't
thoughts?
let you.
That's crazy.
I don't believe it.
Guys, I'm trying.
All right,
to
so King, first of all, if every time you talk, it's talking
No,
over
you're not
somebody
really looking
else, you're just going to get muted. And I don't know if you know this, but nobody can hear you talking when you talk over me. Like when you just start talking while I'm talking, nobody can hear you. My microphone is louder than you. So you're just wasting your time and your breath. And now he's teacupped. Where'd he go?
I think we should just kick him because there's no way that you could be. Stay in school, children.
He definitely
Please.
go back and get your GED. We're gonna get an adult in the box. All right. Let's see who we got in here now. We've got a full queue, guys. Thank you so much for being here. We really love and appreciate you. Thank you so much for all of the shares and all of the gifts and all of the support. It really does mean the world to us that you're constantly supporting us. You're in here for all of our lives. Thank you, Adrian. I appreciate the
Yes,
the
thank
paint.
you all so much for the gifts.
Welcome in, Dread.
Hello, I'm 19 years old, by the way, just to, bring that out there. So I kind of want to touch on the topic because you said that God is imaginary. What do you mean by imaginary? What do you mean by God is imaginary?
I mean, we can demonstrate that he exists in people's imaginations and nowhere else. Thank you, Shayna, for the painting.
Yeah, but my question is, what do you mean by imagination?
Means that you can imagine him in your brain. You can have the chemical reactions in your brain that causes your neurons and synapses to function to create images.
All right, so basically to create images in your mind. So
yeah,
how do you how do you know that God is imaginary?
Because you can imagine him.
So okay, now you're gonna have to go back to the question. So what do you mean by imagine?
You can imagine him. If you don't know what imagine means, I can look it up for you. Do you need me to Google the definition of imagine?
Yeah, it's because what you're saying sounds a bit vague.
I'll just Google it. I know like words are really hard for some people. Okay.
It's not hard.
So
You just have to give
the
a
word
better
imagine
explanation.
means to form a mental image or concept of something, or to suppose or to assume. So I believe that you can form a mental image or a concept of something in your brain, and that's as far as you can go. You can't actually demonstrate that this God exists outside of your imagination.
Yeah, so I have a bit of problems with this, right? Because if this is true, then what you're telling me right now is that logic is something that does not exist.
It doesn't exist.
So logic does not exist. So how do you come to any logical conclusions?
So logic is a language that human beings invented to describe the world around us, just like we invented English, just like we invented math.
So how do
Hold
you
on,
trust your own
Justin.
logic?
Dreadhead, do you have a problem with women having a voice in this space?
No, not at all. No.
Okay, then don't be telling the women in my chat to know their place because
Oh,
it'll
no,
get you
I
sniped
got
really
you.
quick.
The only reason why I told her, she was threatening me.
Dread,
actually.
did you
She
tell
doesn't threaten.
Yes, she does. She threatened me.
Dread, did you tell women to know their place?
Yes,
No,
he did. He did that to
what I
T-Bree.
told her, I'll explain. I'll tell you exactly what I told her. I told her that she should leave me alone because she was bothering me. And I said, know your place in this place because I don't want to. I'm not here to discuss with you. You're bothering me.
What's her place?
Absolutely not.
Her place is not talking to me.
So no one's allowed to talk to you.
Okay, so you know what? This is
When I'm
my
not speaking to
place,
somebody,
and you
when I'm
don't
not
have
speaking
to
to somebody,
speak
I don't
to
expect them to
host.
sit right there. I'm not disrespecting anybody. I just did not.
Sounds to me
she was
like you're
threatening me.
disrespecting people in my chat.
No, she was threatening me. Are we gonna
You
sit and
don't
cherry pick?
threaten nobody. I was watching chat. She's not a threatening person.
Oh,
And if you feel some type
stop
of way,
complaining all the time. I'm like, bro, leave me alone. I'm not complaining, and I told her that, and she bothering me.
and that's
Oh,
a
well,
threat
like
to
I
you.
struck the nerve, bro. Why are you doing that? I'm not missing.
All right, listen. I don't know what happened in the chat, but if you disrespect women around here, you will get cut pretty damn fast.
I don't.
Okay,
I don't
so
disrespect women. I have respect for all women.
what's the evidence that transcendentals exist? Because you're attempting to move to the transcendental argument, but I've never seen a single Philbro provide any rational argument for why transcendentals exist. I'd love to see you justify it.
Because to deny logic or to deny transcendentals is self defeating.
Prove it.
Because because in order for you to say that logic does not exist, you have to presuppose logic exists. You have to use logic to prove that does not. Okay, so prove that logic does not exist right now.
Logic is a language. It doesn't exist outside of the abstract thinking of our brain.
How do you know that if you don't have any logical truths or you don't have any truth at all?
Because nobody can point to it outside of your brain.
Okay, so how do you know that?
Because nobody has evidence to the contrary.
How do you know that?
Do you have evidence of the contrary?
Well, yes, we have to presuppose in order to use it, right?
No, you don't have to presuppose.
Okay, so
just stop talking over me, or I will continue to mute you like I did the last guest. Okay.
Go ahead, talk.
Okay, so it's very easy. The language of logic is a language like any other language. It happens to map onto reality quite well. That's
How
it.
do you know that?
Because we invented it. We discovered that if we configure logic in a particular way, it always proves to be true. Now, it also turns out that the first law of logic could one day be proven to not be true, and that's with virtual particles. So even even the laws of logic have a potential flaw if physicists can demonstrate that virtual particles are real.
So how does virtual particles do not apply to logic or do not use any logic? How do you know that it's a particle if you're not even using logic?
I didn't say that, Dread, so I'll just try this again. Logic is a language that describes the world. It's something that we map onto the world. It's not something that exists outside of our brain.
Okay, so if we're holding on to this, right, then what you're saying that logic is something that is arbitrary. If logic is arbitrary, how do you know that what you're saying is?
I didn't say it's arbitrary. I said logic is a language that we invented to describe the world around us. It's not arbitrary. That's why we can
it's not arbitrary.
That's why we can use it to make predictions, just like numbers. Math is incredibly reliable, and when we come up with math formulas that are unreliable, we kick them. When we come up with logical arguments that don't work, we kick them. It's a way of describing the world around us, and where it succeeds, we keep it. Where it fails, we kick it.
So I also have a problem with this, right? Because now what you're saying is that logic is something that is descriptive. If logic is something that is descriptive, then you're going to have to tell me the observation of logical contradictions.
I didn't say it was descriptive. I said that logic.
Yes, you did. You said it
logic
described reality.
It does describe reality, but it's an explanation for how reality works.
So it's not descriptive. So it's prescriptive.
It's a mixture of both. The world around us.
It can't be descriptive.
The world around us behaves in a particular way, and that particular way is described through logic. Now, here's the thing, Dread. You can't demonstrate the alternative. You can't do it.
You have to presuppose it.
All you can do is claim that logic is transcendental, but you can't demonstrate it to be true. And I've had this debate with 100 people before you, and nobody ever has. The only thing you can ever say is it must be transcendental, but that's not an argument.
No, it's not. It's not that it must be, right. It's the simple fact that if you're gonna say that logic is something that is descriptive, then all you're saying right now is that science is also unreliable.
I didn't say that at all.
Yeah, that's what it presupposes.
So
I'll explain to you how.
So science itself is not. So science itself is not perfect. In fact, science itself is the process of observation, testing,
So
predicting.
you're never gonna let me finish?
I'm responding to the first claim that you made before you run away with a bunch of nonsense arguments.
Go ahead. I'll just debunk you. Go ahead.
You're welcome to. So the whole point of science is to observe the world around us. Science itself doesn't claim to be perfectly true or that it's never going to be wrong.
Yeah, so that's not you dodged the question. That's why you should let me finish.
You
right?
didn't ask a question. You made a statement.
Then you should let me finish that because that's not what I'm saying here. What's going on with this, right? The reason why we're saying that in order for you to even use science, you must presuppose logic in the first place is because. Can you let me finish?
I don't presuppose it. Every time you say it, I'm going to say no.
God. So then let me finish, and I'll explain to you how.
All right. You finish everything you're saying, and I'm going to give you the exact same answer I give you 5 times. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Now, the reason why this is the case is because science has something that it is basically determined on, which is what we call the uniformity of nature. Now, the uniformity of nature presupposes logic, because if the uniformity of nature does not presuppose logic, then what you're saying right now is that a tree can be a car, a tree can be a squirrel, or that science can contradict itself. That's what you'll be telling me.
Science does contradict itself. Do you actually know what science is?
Yes, you just said it. Science
is a method. It's not a thing.
Yes, a method.
Okay, so it's a method. Science itself contradicts itself all the time. There are scientific findings and theories, and they're constantly trying to debunk each other.
What's the contradiction?
That's the whole point of science.
What's the contradiction?
Well, it's not a philosophical contradiction. It's a scientific contradiction. Those are different things.
What's the contradiction?
The contradiction is when one scientific observation says one thing and another says the opposite of that. So, for example, there was a scientific theory that the ether existed, and then there were experiments that were done that demonstrated that the ether didn't exist. There was a contradiction. There was a contradiction in the science, which is
that's a contradiction in knowledge.
That's literally what I just said. I told you 5 seconds ago that it wasn't a philosophical contradiction; it was a scientific contradiction.
So you can't say science contradicts itself.
I just did. Science does contradict itself.
False.
I don't know why this is so hard for you. I need you to understand that not everybody uses words in a philosophical sense when they use words. Sometimes
nobody uses logical contradictions.
Sometimes when we're talking about science, we can use science words.
Okay, so my question here, right, is that so what you're saying right now is that you're not going to use any logical contradictions here?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Okay, so we're using logical contradictions. So what I'm speaking about is logical contradiction.
I wasn't talking about logical contradictions.
That's perfectly fine. I believe that everybody has a point in time where they contradict their knowledge. That's basic. That's nothing wrong with that. It's not even a true contradiction.
Well, science itself can't have a philosophical contradiction because it's not a thing; it's a process.
So it must presuppose it must presuppose logic. Then, if it can't have any logical contradictions,
it doesn't.
Okay, so it can't have logical contradictions.
Nothing presupposes logic.
Nothing presupposes logic.
Okay, so I'll just explain this from the top. I don't know why Phil Bros can't comprehend this. So you're using a preset grouping of words that you think serves your purpose, but they don't. When you say that something presupposes logic, you're saying that something is behaving in a way in which it presupposes that logic must exist in the real world.
Yes.
But that's not accurate.
What do you mean by real world?
When people use logic, we're not presupposing that it exists. Like we're not presupposing that the number 1 exists in
what
like
does exist mean?
I'm going to explain it to you if you stop yapping. Okay, so we're not saying that these things exist in the real world. We're saying that we presuppose that these are accurate descriptions of the way the universe works.
So what do you mean by real world here?
The real world.
How can something exist?
Do you exist?
Yes, I exist.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because I presuppose that I exist in order for me to have anything. In order for me to have any instance within reality.
Well, I know I exist because I'm experiencing existence.
Yeah. I could agree with that.
Great. I don't need to presuppose anything. I just presuppose. You presuppose. I don't. I'm having an experience.
So how do you know that you're having how do you know that you're having an accurate experience?
I don't know that that anyone's having an accurate experience, and neither do you.
Okay, so then that's a presupposition you're having then.
No, it's not. It's a logical deduction. If you're familiar with the problem of Harb's. If you're familiar with the problem of hard solipsism, you would know that nobody can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the experience that we're in is like we're accurately knowing what it is. Like we don't fully know beyond a shadow of a doubt that we're not brains in a vat.
So solipsism is solipsism is self-defeated.
Space
right?
Mike, thank you so much for the 1 month subscription. I appreciate that. Oh, Spike Mike, thank you. Do you have a solution for hard solipsism?
It's self-defeating.
What is it?
Yeah, because in order for you to say that you exist, you have to presuppose that you exist.
No, I don't.
Okay, so you know that you exist. How do you know?
I don't know that I exist. I believe I believe I exist. I believe I exist because I'm having an experience right now. Do you disagree?
Well, probably I can disagree.
I asked you, do
you
you disagree?
Well, I can.
I'm asking you, do you? Do you disagree that I exist?
I can disagree.
I'm asking you, do you?
I don't
Dread, don't be scared. Don't run from it. Don't run from it. Answer the question. Do you believe that you're having an experience and so am I?
Yes, I believe I am.
Fantastic. And why do you believe that?
Because I presuppose it in order for me to have any type of instance within reality.
That's wrong. You believe it because you're experiencing it.
That's not why.
I'll simplify it since you can't be truthful. Dread, what am I holding right now? Can you see what this is?
Is that a ring?
Yeah. How do you know it's a ring?
Well, yeah, because that's what we describe as a ring.
Right, yeah, but how do you know I'm holding a ring?
Well, because that's what we describe as a ring.
Yeah, but how do you know I'm holding it?
The laws of logic.
Yeah, but how do you know I'm holding it?
Because I don't know.
How are you receiving information into your brain that somebody is holding a ring?
Well, yeah, because that's what I'm experiencing. Yes.
Yeah, because you're experiencing it, and that's why I believe that I exist. Is because I'm having an experience.
You're not. This is the fundamental question that you're not answering, though. The fundamental question that you're not answering is how do you know that your experience is accurate?
I already answered that once. I'll answer it a second time. Nobody knows beyond a shadow of a doubt if what we're experiencing is accurate. It could be that we're in a simulation. It could be that we're in the Matrix. It could be that we're brains.
So are you presupposing that?
It could be. I have to keep muting you since you won't let me finish. So it could be that we are brains in a vat. We don't know anything beyond a shadow of a doubt. Every claim that we make about reality is a tentative claim. Same with science. Scientific claims are tentative claims until other data becomes available. Now, I asked you already, what evidence do you have that you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that you're experiencing reality?
I don't know that.
Okay, so
that's why I say I presuppose it.
Right, so neither one of us know beyond a shadow of a doubt if we're experiencing reality correctly, or that it's not subjective experience, or that we're not brains in a vat. So now we've got to the point where this is just a useless talking point because neither one of us actually have a problem or a solution for the problem of solipsism.
Host, I've already told you the problem with solipsism.
No, I want to know. I want to know the solution for it.
It's because it's self-defeating.
It's not self-defeating.
Okay, so how do you prove that you exist without presupposing that you exist? There's no way. There's no possible way to do that. I've already told you this.
Are you having an experience right now?
Well, yes.
Okay.
I have to
so I'm having an experience right now, but I'm not believing it because I presupposed it. I believe it because I'm experiencing it.
Okay, so how do you know that how do you know that what your experience is accurate? Again, you're going to say the same exact thing.
I don't know why you ask the same questions over and over again. It's because you don't actually understand any of the answers, and you don't have any solutions for any of the problems. And I have to keep muting you because you don't have any patience and won't let me finish a single thought. Also, thank you, Cameron, for the $1 over Venmo. Cameron says, this guest is falling apart. Yeah, I agree. This guest is falling apart because he's used to talking to people that don't push back on his silly claims.
Can I say something, Justin?
Sure.
This is coming, he wants to talk about logic. This is coming from someone who is a major supporter of Q-Top. Anyone who actually has logic knows that Q-Top is a piece of shit human being.
Yeah, he's definitely a pred.
What are you talking about?
We don't know if this Phil bro is a fan of Q-Tip. All right, so let's
So-
get
so-
so let's get back
Can
to
I
the
finish?
let's get back to the argument. I've been waiting for you to lay down a rational reason why transcendentals
Oh my
exist.
God. Oh my God. Okay, explain to me what a self-defeater is, and then I'll continue. Because you don't
Explain
even know what a self-defeater is.
a self-defeater is a statement that is false. It's self-defeating.
How is it false?
It's false logically.
How?
It's false logically. It contradicts itself.
Okay, so again, how do you say that the laws of logic do not exist without using the laws of logic?
I never said that I can't use the laws of logic. What I'm saying is that the laws of logic are a method for interacting with the world around us, and they just happen to be a good mapping for that reality. When I engage in math, when I engage in language, if it works, we keep it. Sometimes it doesn't work.
Dude, how are you coming to this conclusion if you don't even have a foundation of truth?
How do you know what's true?
Because God exists. That's how we have to do it.
That's
God is the-
circular.
God-
Okay, so
God- no,
so
listen,
God
let
is
me finish.
true.
He didn't
God
let me
is
finish. He didn't let
God
me
is
finish. This is what we
true.
all do.
So he's gonna cry. So God is true because logic exists, and logic is true because God
No.
exists. It's circular.
No. Can you let
Okay,
me
so
finish?
I'd like to hear the evidence for why your God is real.
Can you let me finish?
Are you gonna
Thank you.
cry, or are you gonna give me evidence for why your God is real?
I want to, but I'm letting you speak, but you just interrupt me every time I try to talk to you.
I can't wait. Give me the evidence.
So yeah, again, the reason why this is not circular is because what we're telling you is that God is the necessary precondition for truth. That's what God is, the necessary precondition for truth. There's no foundation of truth if God does not exist. If there's no foundation for truth, then everything that you're saying, you don't even know if what you're saying is true.
Carrie, thank you
That's
so
what we're
much
trying to
for
do.
You
the.
don't need God for a foundation
Yeah,
of truth,
I know.
so that's a fallacy.
Carrie, thank
Okay,
you.
so you
Thank
don't
you
need
for
God for foundation of
the.
truth?
Carrie, thank you for the PayPal. Carrie says
How do
this
you know
guest
that?
is insufferable. Okay, so your claim is that you need God for anything that is true. The necessary precondition for all things. How do you know that to be the case?
Because if there's no foundation for truth, then again, truth is all arbitrary. If truth is all arbitrary, then you cannot trust your own knowledge of what truth is.
Thank you, David, for the PayPal. That's not what I asked. How do you know that
I just told you.
How do you know that your God is the necessary precondition?
I've already told you. Because if there's no God, then there's no objective truth.
Yeah, that's a claim. I want to know the evidence for that claim.
Yeah, because again, if you deny it, the denial of it is illogical.
No, I just denied it. I don't believe in God.
Okay, so how do you know that? How do you know that to be true?
Because there's no evidence to
Without any
convince me
foundation of
otherwise. Because there's no evidence to convince me
So you don't
otherwise.
appeal to ignorance?
So what is the evidence
Appeal
for
to
your
ignorance?
God actually existing?
Appeal to ignorance?
Do you believe in the tooth fairy?
Appeal to ignorance?
Do you believe in the tooth fairy?
No, I do not believe in the tooth fairy.
Why? Do you have evidence that the tooth fairy is not real?
Well, I would just say that tooth fairy is something that's not necessary.
No, the tooth fairy is the necessary precondition for all
So
truths.
prove that.
Oh, so now all of a sudden you can't just presuppose it, you have to prove it. Oh,
You can't
wow.
presuppose, yes.
Oh,
You can't
wow. Oh, so
my
I
God.
can't presuppose that the tooth fairy is
That
real,
is ass.
but you can presuppose that your God is real. So we'll go back to the point that
Can I
I
finish?
raised. What
Can I
is
finish?
You didn't even
Can I
start.
finish?
You didn't even start yet. So before you turn
Yeah,
your
you should not
stove
let
on,
me-
you have to actually find where you hid the knobs. I know that your mother hid the knobs on the stove so that you couldn't touch it. So what is the evidence that your God is the necessary precondition?
Yeah, because again, right, when you're saying that the tooth fairy is a necessary precondition for God, then all you're saying is that the tooth fairy is God.
I didn't say that.
Which, okay, so the tooth
I
fairy is
said
not
the
God.
tooth fairy
So
is,
then
a,
the tooth
is
fairy
a
is not the
necessary precondition for
God.
all things intelligible.
Oh, it can't. That's God.
No.
That's what I define God to be.
No, tooth fairy is not God.
Incorrect.
Okay, so then you're breaking the law of identity.
Oh, I'm actually not. I didn't say that tooth
You're
fairy
saying-
was God.
you're
So
saying-
the law of
okay, so the
identity
tooth-
doesn't
no, you
say
said
that
the
the
tooth
tooth.
fairy-
The law of
Can you let me
identity
finish?
doesn't say that the tooth. You didn't start. You can't finish things that you don't start. So I'm going to explain to you how discussions work. You can't just talk over somebody and when they continue talking, cry and ask, "Can I finish?" Because you never started. Do you understand?
even let me-
Do you understand how dialogues work?
So
Thank you, Lizzie.
the reason why the tooth fairy is not the reason why the tooth fairy cannot be the necessary precondition for God is because necessary precondition for all truths is because I consider the necessary precondition for all truth as what I define God to be.
And
so what you're saying is that the tooth fairy is God, and what happens here? Can you let me?
I didn't say that.
Let me finish.
So
let me finish.
Every time you tell me that I said things that I didn't say, I'm just going to stop you. I never said that the tooth fairy was God. I said that the tooth fairy is the necessary precondition for intelligibility. That doesn't
That's
make
God.
That's God in your definition. It's not God in my definition.
So what is God in your definition if you're atheist?
I don't believe in a God.
Okay, so then there's no God. So don't say that.
I never said there was a God. I said that the tooth fairy is a necessary precondition for all intelligibility.
That's what I consider God to be.
I know, but that's not what that's not what I consider God to be. That's what you consider God to be. So I've been asking you, I don't know, a dozen times, what is the evidence that your specific God is the necessary precondition for intelligibility?
Yeah, because again, without God, without no foundation, you cannot know anything. You cannot know any truth.
Prove that to be true. That is a claim.
Yeah, I got you. I got you, right? Because what happens is that without a foundation of logic becomes something arbitrary.
I didn't
know what arbitrary means?
That says nothing about God. I'm asking about God. I
I'm
know
trying to explain to you.
I know what arbitrary
means, right?
works. I know what arbitrary is. I'm asking you, why does your God need to exist for logic to exist? Or for logic to map appropriately, which is the way I
just told you because it'd be arbitrary. You're not listening.
Okay, demonstrate that to be the case.
The only one not listening is you.
I've already told you because there's no necessary precondition for it.
That's what I'm asking you for. Demonstrate that your God is the necessary precondition for it. Just say.
Yeah, okay. Again.
Just saying.
Host.
Just saying over and over again that your God is the necessary precondition doesn't make him so. I want to know the evidence, even an argument would be fantastic, why your God is that necessary precondition.
Yes, again, right? Because what happens is that we have no choice but to presuppose that God exists. If we not presuppose, let me finish. Do not please. You have to let me finish.
I'll let you preach, but I'm going to give you the exact same answer that I just gave you now. I don't do that.
Don't you let women finish? But go ahead.
Oh my God. Now, we have to presuppose God exists the same exact way we have to presuppose everything else, such as the uniformity of nature, such as you existing. We have to presuppose all these things. Now, since we have to presuppose all these things, I would argue that we have to presuppose God in order to have a foundation for logic if we want to come up with logical truths. The reason why this is the case is because if we have no necessary precondition for logical truths, what happens is logic becomes something that is arbitrary. If logic becomes something that is arbitrary, then you cannot trust your own logic.
Let me know when you're done so I can give you the same exact response I already gave you.
I'm done.
Fantastic. I disagree with all of that. So I don't presuppose your God. We know that logic works because it continues to be true. When we apply it, just like we apply math, continues to be true.
Just went over your head.
So I'm not presupposing your deity. The only thing I'm doing is I'm saying, look, we have these observations, and these observations seem to keep telling us things that are true. We can make predictions using them, and those predictions come true, just like the observation that things fall to the ground. I don't need to presuppose God exists to know that if I drop something, it's going to fall to the ground.
Man, this is you flew over your head.
It actually didn't.
Let me explain. You have to let me.
So Dreadhead, I'm going to ask you for the last time, and I don't know why you guys run from this so hard. I want to know why your specific God is the necessary precondition. Just simply saying that he is not a response.
What do you mean by what do you mean by my specific God?
Because you have a specific God.
A God that is the necessary precondition for all transcendentals?
Yes, you have one.
That could be any religion.
Do you have a God?
I don't have a religion, no.
Okay,
I
so
just believe that I just believe
okay,
that some
so
type of God exists.
oh, well, I don't, and I have no reason to believe that
Yeah.
God
So
exists.
so
And the only
I'm going
reason
to.
that you've given so far is that you believe that he needs to exist for some metaphysical reason. But I disagree with that because you can't demonstrate that he needs to
I'm
exist.
trying
You
to.
can only demonstrate that you want him to exist.
I'm trying to. So again, you made a bold claim, right? You said that the reason why logic works is because it is consistently true. I've already asked you this. How do you know that logic is consistently true without using the laws of logic?
I never said that we are demonstrating the laws of logic to be consistent without
Never said
using
demonstrating.
the laws of logic. So we'll
I
just
never said that.
the laws of logic again are a description of the way that the world works. So for example, if I
You said
ask
it's
you,
not.
I don't know why you keep talking. So if I ask you,
You said it's not.
if I ask you if this is a ring, you and I both agree that this is a ring, and it's not, I don't know, say a unicorn. That's something that we came to just using the powers of observation because you and I both have eyeballs. I don't need to presuppose a creator to know that when you and I observe something, it seems to be likely true that we're observing something. Now, it becomes a stronger hypothesis when the 750 people in here all observe the same thing. Everyone put a 1 in the chat if you are observing me holding a ring right now.
Yeah, I'll reply to you. Now again, and you already earlier when we argued, you said
Do you
that
see all
logic
the
is
ones? Do you see all the ones in the
Oh my
chat?
God, I'm not worried about that. I don't care about the chat.
Did they have to presuppose a god to use their eyeballs?
Oh my God, can I argue with you? Are we having a discussion?
Are
or are we
you-
having a fight?
I think
Clearly,
I
you
think
are.
having a discussion
You
or a
cared
fight?
I
about
think
I'm
you're just
trying to have a
having a
discussion.
tantrum
You
is
know,
what I
it's
think is
funny
happening.
I'm not
because
having a
first
tantrum.
of
I'm
all,
just trying
he
to
likes
discuss.
his own voice.
Hold on.
That's why he's not letting you say anything. And for someone who's saying
What?
that he doesn't care about chat, it's kind of funny because wasn't he crying earlier about someone telling him to,
That's when I was
mind
in
his
chat. I'm
business?
not on chat anymore. I'm talking to the host now. I want to talk to the host,
Well,
not
we're
chat.
doing it's called an example.
What
I
example is he
understand that
giving?
you're
I
not
don't
you.
care.
Oh my fuck. I feel sorry for the woman in your life to have to listen to that voice of yours every day.
Pray to Zeus that he doesn't
When
have one.
praise him. Praise him on that. But you know what? It was an analogy. That's why we ask our counsel to drop certain numbers to prove a point. That is why we do it. See, you don't like it because it goes away from the script that you were taught.
I
No,
know.
it does not.
Yeah, the script
I
is
just don't care
unreal.
for it.
All right, so I'll give you one last attempt.
I didn't even
What
get to
is-
speak yet. Hold on.
What is your
We haven't even
evidence that the God you believe in, whatever you want to call him, is the necessary precondition?
I'm going to try to reply to you because what you're doing is meta right now, host. I didn't.
I asked you a question. All right, I'll do.
Past the first point.
All right,
first.
I'll give you. This is what I'm going to do for you. Okay, I'm going to give you a full minute to preach whatever philosophy gobbledygook you want to, and I won't interrupt you. Okay.
All right. So yeah. So now again, I'm going to explain to you.
All right, and now we're on to an actual adult.
You know what? Bring up unknown in here because it's so funny how he says that I make 18 plus content. Actually, I don't. And if I did, it would be way above your pay grade, darling. It would probably cost more than your house if you even have a house. You probably have 5 roommates at best. But try me if you want to, princess. Get in the box. Let's talk.
Who's giving you a hard time, Hanji?
Unknown, what does this girl that does 18 plus content doing up here? Oh, baby, you about to fuck around and
Well,
find out now.
I don't think Hanji does 18 plus content, but if she did, I don't give a
I
damn.
don't.
I think that's a woman's right. If a woman wants to use her talents to make money or to get clout for herself, she should be able to do it. Welcome in, Mr. Man.
Thank you, and I agree.
Are you a believer?
She should have, yes.
Fantastic. And what religion do you believe in?
It's well, my current religion is Seventh Day Adventist. Have you heard about it?
Actually, I'm quite familiar with it. Also, GH, thank you for the $2 super chat. GH said he's asking for 30 seconds to preach. In fact, I saw your super chat a minute ago, GH, and that's what gave me the idea. I appreciate that. He was ready for the 30 seconds, although I gave him a full minute. You saw how generous I was. I gave him a full minute. All right, Mr. Mann, what would be the evidence that your particular God is real?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is existence. Sorry.
Okay.
Like,
what does existence have to do with your God?
Well, like, when we talk about like Darwinism, the Big Bang Theory, and we go back to like Einstein's law of law of energy when he talk about the vacuum.
We're asking about your God,
like,
though. What about your God can you demonstrate to be true?
Yeah. So about the Einstein vacuum vacuum energy law, when he talking about how the universe got to be. So then I understand that we come from something, and someone has to prove that this this energy just exploded from nothing. Like
literally nobody believes
Big Bang
that.
Theory.
Nobody believes that something came from nothing. That's not what I believe. That's not what science teaches. So do you want to try again?
Okay. Yes. So you believe that we come from something? Yes.
Matter, space, and time are eternal. They've always existed. They always will exist.
Yes. Thank you. And then we have to conclude, or not necessarily, like we can conclude that there is something that created that.
I disagree.
We cannot call nothingness.
Things that are eternal don't get created. They've always existed.
They've always existed.
That's what the word eternal means. It's always existed. So if you've always existed, then you don't need to be created. You've always existed. Let me ask you a question. Do you know who founded your particular religious cult?
It's interesting you calling it a cult. I've thought about it actually. But yeah, there was a person called like
William Miller.
Yes, and the prophet.
How come William Miller couldn't predict the second coming appropriately? Was he not receiving revelation from God?
That's what's funny, brother. Like the answer for that is when I've got like is from when the explanation when in the Revelation when also John the disciple when he swallowed that scroll or something, and
listen, Mr. Mann,
sweet and sour.
Mr. Mann,
it was the same as Miller.
I'm pretty sweet and sour, Mr. Mann.
Mr. Mann, listen,
please.
With the love and compassion of Mother Teresa, I want you to know that I appreciate you coming up here, but it's we need you to get some coffee in your system and come back, because listening to you speak at 1/4 speed is very difficult, and the chat's struggling, and so am I. So get some coffee, wake up, coming back, and we'll try this again. All right.
Bring up unknown. Let me play with my food.
Listen, I actually was really excited about the prospect of talking about Seventh-day Adventists. In fact, I've got one in my family, one of my brothers, but I don't think he was prepared. BB, thank you so much for the trash panda. Yes, that was a burning pile of trash conversation happening.
How's it going, guys? What's happening?
Kiwi, welcome in. Kiwi, have we spoken?
Thank you.
Kiwi, can you get some Wi-Fi?
You can hear me good?
You're very, very delayed.
Yeah, he has like one red bar.
Yeah. Kiwi, my man, find some Wi-Fi and come on back. When you get back and you got a better connection, we'll put you to the front of the line. Also, for people in the guest box, a couple things that are helpful. If you have a profile picture, we're much more likely to put you into the guest box. If you're someone that we've talked to 5 times, you're not as likely to come up. We try to get new people as often as possible. So if your username is user 72458654321, you're also not likely to get up here. So if you can't fill out your profile appropriately, I don't know if you're ready to be debating the existence of God just yet. So I am prioritizing people who have actually filled out their profiles, just so you're aware.
So in the meantime, just go ahead and tap the screen. Shout out to my lovely council who is here constantly supporting us every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, because you guys are not fans. You guys are not lovely followers. No, you guys have become friends and families. You are our council. Praise the Kraken crew. Thank you all so much for the gifts, for the Venmos, for the Cash Apps, for the support. Constantly tuning in when you guys could be doing anything else. We love and appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Kelt. Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Cozy. Thank you for all the gifts, guys. We really love and appreciate it. Tyler, welcome in. Tyler, are you at least 18?
Hello, how are you?
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, well over that, yeah.
Awesome. Are you a believer in a God?
As a
He's breaking up already.
such of a lower G, yes.
Tyler, do you have access?
Lower G, yes.
Do you have access to Wi-Fi? Because you're breaking up and you're delayed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in England, and yes, you are on Wi-Fi right now.
All right, good. We'll try it out. Thank you, Meg, for the paint. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Joe, thank you for all the TGIFs. So what would be are you a deist or a theist or nothing? What are you?
So I believe in science, but I also believe in a lower G God. I believe in the first cause, which is why I wanted to come on and talk to you about that and how you speak about energy that can't be created or destroyed, and obviously you say about it always being there. How does that work?
How does what work?
Having energy and mass and always being there.
Why would it not be there?
Rather than the science theory of energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Are you aware that science teaches that you cannot make matter disappear? Like you can't make it not be matter. It only breaks down into fundamental particles, and that fundamental particles will reform into some other form of matter?
Yeah, exactly. So
okay, so why can't matter be destroyed?
Before those matters.
Why can't matter be destroyed?
Because the energy can only be transferred or moved on to another form rather than being created.
Because something that exists can't go into a state of non-existence. At the most fundamental level, it'll always exist, which means it always has existed. The logical syllogism for this is easy. Something can't come from nothing. We agree on that, right?
Yeah, correct. So that's why I'm asking.
Great,
what's
and
the
something
thing that created
does,
the thing?
and something does exist, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore there was never nothing. Easy. The most logical syllogism you've ever had.
Yeah, so what created the thing?
Nothing. Things that always existed don't need created. They always existed. Asking what created eternal space, matter, and time is like asking what created God.
That's what I mean. So where did it come from? That's always my theory. Where did it come from originally?
It didn't come from anything. It's eternal. Things that are eternal don't come from anywhere. They're eternal.
How did it get here?
Tyler, I need you to understand that every single question you're going to ask me about matter, space, and time, you are failing to ask about your God. Where did your God come from? Who created your God? How did it get here? Things that are eternal just exist eternally. The difference between you and me is I can point to the thing that I believe that is eternal, and there's scientific evidence to suggest that it is eternal, but you have no evidence for a God. You just want there to be a God.
No, I don't believe in God at all. No,
You just said you believe in a God. Okay, so then you're an
I
atheist.
believe in a lower G where.
Okay, so he's.
Oh no, we're not doing that big G lower G shit. No. I cannot stand that.
So now I've seen lukewarm. I've seen lukewarm Christians. I've never seen lukewarm agnostics before. That's a first for me. Is Jesus going to spit the lukewarm Gnostics out of their mouth, or just the lukewarm Christians?
Listen, I took that completely dirty of a route. I'm sorry.
Listen, if you ever wondered, if you ever had questions, Jesus does not swallow; he spits, and he says so in Revelation chapter 3.
Yep, that means he's weak already.
He is weak.
The holy haktu, despicable. Real gangsters don't spit, we swallow. Anyways, moving on.
All right, we're going to try to get Tony in here. Is it just like a philosophy night tonight? How come everyone wants to do philosophy arguments tonight? They always end the same way. Tony, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 33, but I'm just at work listening, and I don't know how I got up in the box.
Oh,
but
no worries. We'll take care of you. Tony, thanks for listening.
You're good, man.
Big W. Thank you so much, Tony.
Win Tony.
All right. Let's go. We're going to keep moving. We got an interesting name in the box, and I don't know how to take it. Welcome in. Welcome in, Camera.
We'll just use Camera. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, Camera, are you autistic or are you making a joke? Camera, are you even with us? He's not.
Thank you, Cameron, for the $1. Very inappropriate. Always, darling.
Yeah. Donut, thank you for the 2-month subscription. Donut, thank you so much. Yeah, that was making me feel away too, Melanie. I've got a son who is very high on the spectrum, and I don't think that making jokes about autism is funny.
Mezzo, is he really? But, I agree. Different name. Also, how do you test to see if your kids are autistic? Because I think my little one might be.
Well, there's a couple ways to do it. Typically what you do is you would take them to the family doctor, and the family doctor usually has like a simple questionnaire where you can get like a recommendation. Like if they answer so many questions a particular way, or you answer so many particular ways.
Like a recommendation. Like if they answer so many questions.
Why can't I mute him?
I don't know. I can't mute him either.
Or you answer so many particular ways.
Okay, there we go.
We'll just drop him.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe's going to talk to me.
I think it might have been your mic, actually, Hanji.
Oh, Dr. Joe is going to talk to me, so I'll talk to her.
Yeah. So there's like a questionnaire that the doctor will do with you that will give you like a preliminary recommendation. Like if it scores a particular level on the quiz, then they'll write you a recommendation to see like a pediatric doctor that specializes in ASD diagnoses, and they might even send you also to like a clinical psychologist or psychiatrist, I forget which one, and typically they can diagnose it as well. Although it's been my experience that typically it's done by ASD medical doctors when they're younger. And it seems like when people are diagnosed on the spectrum as adults, it happens to be more with like psychologists or like some sort of psychiatric unit. Neurologists. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. So the two different people that diagnosed my son were both neurologists. The data dude not coming in either. We got a lot of people in the guest box not coming in. Guys, if you're in the guest box, please make sure you're ready to come on up. I think Elroy is back. I think he or she is back among us. We're going to see if they can get connected. Although the connection's a little bit slow, it's having trouble getting connected. AP says that they've got ADHD too. ADHD is, thank goodness, something that I didn't have to deal with. But I do have a nephew that's truly ADHD, and I watched him growing up. And boy, is that a tough thing to deal with as a child, and a parent, because like the world that you're experiencing through ADHD is fundamentally different than the world that other children are experiencing. Welcome in, Elroy. Elroy, are you with us?
He was in chat. I think.
Yes.
There he is.
Yes.
There he is. Welcome in. Fantastic.
I'm here.
Elroy, are you at least 18?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Great. Are you a believer?
Yeah. I'm from Congo. I don't think you go a lot of people.
Believer?
Yes, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian from the Congo.
Great. What's your best evidence that the Christian God is real?
Bars, baby. He has bars.
Yeah, Elroy, we're going to need you to find some Wi-Fi and coming back.
Yeah. I'm having a little problem with
Your
my
connection's,
internet.
Your
Yes.
connection's really slow. Really slow. Bridget, thank you for the donation. Bridget says, can we have an hour for deconstruction tonight? Bridget, not this Sunday, but next Sunday in our Discord. We're going to spend multiple hours doing deconstruction in the voice chat. Anyone can come. We'll make sure everyone's notified of it. But we're going to be doing a deconstruction live. Any question you can have, any single thing, you come on in and ask it, and we'll be discussing it.
They want to know what time on Sunday.
So I was hoping to target about 10 o'clock. I wanted to check with one or two people that I think are going to be able to be there. But I'm hoping to start at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Diamond says, what are my thoughts on chakras? I think chakras are silly. I think Eastern mysticism in general is silly to me. Like the idea that like crystals can heal you and things like that. Brandon not
You know
connecting.
what? Just for that, I'm going to get my clear quartz and I'm going to smack it against your forehead.
Sorry.
And
Not
put
into that.
shades up your nose.
Not in that. Listen, I see there are Christians in the chat, but the guest queue is getting thin. I don't know if the Holy Spirit is starting to get weak. But if you think your God is real and you have a logical reason why your God is real, I'd love to hear it. Yeah, actually, honey, that is correct. Copper does have antibacterial properties. In fact, so does honey. Honey has antibacterial properties.
I at least have a spoonful of honey every day.
Matthew, atheists do have morals. If you disagree with that, you're welcome to get in the guest box and discuss it with us. We have morals, but our morals are subjective, and we know it. It turns out that your morals are subjective too, and you just don't know it. All right, guest box is getting really thin. I think we've lost the algorithm at this point. It's all atheists in here now. Bin Love, welcome in. Didn't we just talk to Bin Love?
Yo, you said what, host?
Bin Love, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm at least 18. Hey, I had a question. So, do you think like Mormons is like the exact opposite of like Hebrew Israelites, or like they kind of like the same, but like they got the same foundation, but completely like opposite?
I think Mormons are the other side of the same coin. I think Mormons are trying to find some sort of historical link to the biblical peoples, and same thing as Black Hebrew Israelites. But obviously, there is no link. It's a fiction.
Yeah, my neighbor is the Hebrew Israelite. I ain't gonna lie, he be cooking me. I need you to debate him. I'm gonna try to get him on.
Send him up.
Me, I ain't gonna lie.
Send him up.
I'm at work right now, but when I'll be watching you every day while I'm at work. So whenever I get a chance, I'll have that set up. So hopefully you'll bring me up.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for being here, love. We appreciate it.
All right, man.
All right, cheers.
Be safe, Hanji.
All right, we're going to try Elroy. Listen, if I knew he was going to shoot a shot towards Hanji, I would have let him stay. All right, we told him to get Wi-Fi and come back. I'm hoping maybe he has Wi-Fi now.
Wait, who was trying to shoot their shot at me? Wait, hold on. What
I
chapter did I miss?
I thought that last guest right before he dropped was about to shoot a shot with you.
No, I don't think so.
I couldn't quite hear what he said, but I mean,
Also, to the men, I'm not looking. Okay, you see this on my finger? I'm gonna steal your big screen again. You see this on my finger? I'm married to the creed. I'm married to the brotherhood.
Hello.
No.
Welcome in, Loop.
Hi. So, yeah, I've been worshiping a deity since probably age 5 or 6. You know, they gave me that picture book as the Bible picture book. So I'm here representing, I don't know which God you're talking about, because you say God is imaginary. So I do represent Christ. So what kind of proof do you require this evening?
I would accept any proof you have. I would accept a rational argument. I would accept archaeological evidence. I would accept like fulfilled prophecies. I mean, anything you think can move the needle. I'd love to hear it.
Interesting. You know, I do have a history of asking for things and then receiving them, and then over and over. We also have the circumstance of, hey, those kids who are really angry, take them to that Christian guy. You know, of course, dispelling their anger, then the angry kids are less angry, if no longer angry, for the rest of the school day. You know what I mean? So
no,
I don't know if these
actually don't know at all what you're talking about.
Oh, would you like to know more?
Can you prophesy for us?
Let me think. The last prophecy, of course, seeing into the futures could potentially be worthless, but yeah, I mean, when you say prophecy, do you mean future seeing? I guess more details are needed.
So prophecy
because
is,
I can do it all and more.
I believe you. So a prophecy is when you're revealing information that is from a divine source. So the information typically needs to be testable. It could be about something about the present. Like you might know something about the present that you shouldn't be able to know. We might call that prophetic knowledge, but it also might be true that you know information about the future, and that's information that we can test. Do you have divine knowledge about the present or the future that can be tested?
Well, if I got to know more about you specifically, you know, through this discussion, I could reveal to everyone something very specific to you that there could probably be no way that I would know.
Oh,
but I don't know if you want to go through that personally,
That's-
because it's all like a
that's
doxing
how-
thing. So we might want to go in another direction.
Well, see, that's how prophecy works. You don't need to know anything about me. You have to receive that revelation from your deity.
Right. And my deity would say to me, hey, this individual who you're exchanging energy with, let me show you all things about this person. You know, within maybe about 45 minutes of us being together, I would know every aspect of your very nature, maybe your family's nature. You know what I mean? It could be revealed to me how far back your lineage goes, but it could also be revealed to me how much further out into the future it should go or will go, or at the very least, how far you anticipate it to go.
Well, I mean, I would love to hear.
Justin's future is gonna go. I read his tarots all the time.
Right. Yes,
I
just recently,
would love to hear
recently,
a testable prophecy. Do you have a testable prophecy?
And what type of testing is going to be applied to this? Is it just basically you and this group analyzing it and then determining whether or not, based upon what you have as far as knowledge, whether it lines up or not?
Well,
That's where we,
It's
if we have a
me
design
or
test.
anybody in here. So the Bible. Do you know what the Bible says about prophecy?
I do.
Okay, so
I do.
it says that, in fact,
And don't, because it's like an ocean. You could point out something I don't know, but I do know a great deal about it. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall be unalived. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove to be true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So if you speak a prophecy from the Lord, it's something that we must be able to observe.
Okay.
To be
now,
true.
well, again, too, I would challenge this, because you have somebody during the time of Deuteronomy trying to go about things the way that Christ goes about things. Now, Christ wasn't there yet. So here's that Jamoke establishing something that he thinks aligns with God before God even showed up.
So God,
you know what I'm saying?
So God didn't speak to Moses.
No, not necessarily in the way that listen.
When
In
the
the way
Bible
that
says
Moses
that God spoke
thought,
to Moses on Mount Sinai, that didn't happen.
no, that's not when God spoke to Moses. Jesus came face to face with Moses and Elijah. Did he not? Out in when his two disciples couldn't stay.
All right, we're gonna need you to calm down, Loop. I know you really want to preach on Jesus. We're talking about whether or not God spoke to Moses in the Old Testament, because we just read a passage from the book of Deuteronomy. And I want to know, when Moses in the Old Testament says that God gave him information, can we know or can we assume that God spoke to him? It's just yes or no.
And you don't have to yell our ears off.
I don't know. Why was he yelling?
I have no idea.
Turn on. My microphone got shut off. Are you muting me? Do we have it on?
I muted you because you were literally shouting at the phone.
No, I'm so excited.
Because
you were literally shouting at
the phone. Now you have an echo.
You were literally shouting at the phone. Now you have an echo.
All right, you need to swipe out of the app and come back, because you got a bad echo. TikTok's making a fool of you.
Don't completely log out. Just like tap a different app and then come back.
Don't
completely log out. Just like tap a different app and then come back. Don't completely.
The echo's still there.
Yeah. No, I think it's him taking over this platform.
It's not. It's just TikTok. You have to swipe out of the app and come back. Now, I dropped you since you don't know how TikTok works. So if you want to come back, you can come on back. Although I don't suspect you actually have the boots for this hike. All right. There's a wonderful, wonderful name in the queue that they don't have a profile picture, but I kind of have to take them based on the excellent name. Yeah, it was the cursed echo. Definitely the cursed
Quirkenstein.
Hey, it's a pretty good name. I can't lie.
It's a good name. Unfortunately, there's so many good names out there, and I didn't think of them, and that's okay. So, Twerkenstein, are you a theist?
No, I honestly, it's kind of a stupid question. I just don't know how to work this right now. I keep on trying to subscribe to you. It says the subscribe thing. Do I pay the $6.66 for the subscription?
The subscription is just like $2.99 a month, and you get access to my cheat sheet. I've got an Excel cheat sheet that you'll get access to.
I wasn't trying to interfere with your live. I got you. I was just trying to figure that out. So I apologize for interfering with you guys' debate. I just I was just trying to figure that out real quick. So thank you.
Yeah, good to see you, Twerk. W for Twerk. What a good name.
Yep.
Hey, I twerk a lot. Also, if you guys want to sub, all you have to do is just hit the heart in the corner of Justin's name. You can actually subscribe that way. And there's also like a little symbol next to the comment box.
Oh, he got it.
Where you can click that as well.
Yeah, Dexter sent...
no, he got it from Dexter.
Yeah,
With
Dexter sent him a sub. W. Dexter, thank you for that. Now, also, if you sub, you get access to all the fun emotes. Which reminds me, it's time to update the emotes with a new one. I'm not even tired yet. I don't know why I'm yawning.
You better keep my side eye there.
Since we've had so many slow-moving philosophy discussions that all hinge around the same thing, I would love to hear one philosophy argument that doesn't hinge on transcendentals, which, of course, they can never prove to be in existence. I know, Backslider, it's too early for yawning.
One of those like, he's going off script.
I know, it's wild. Well, I think Joseph is back. I think he's a believer. Talladega's not connecting. I saw Christians in the chat. So Christians, if you're in the chat, come on up. I'd love to have a discussion with you. You can prove me wrong. If you think I'm stupid and I've never read the Bible, I'll read the Bible with you. Welcome in, Joseph.
Thank you. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Joseph, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome.
I'm
Satirical
18.
Satirical and Atheist, thank you so much for the subscriptions. Big W. Thank you. We're almost to the subby goal of 500. Joseph, do you believe in a God?
Yes, I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ.
Sure. What would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
Well, I think he's real because, well, first of all, in 2024, after Jesus Christ, so that shows that he did exist.
Cyber, thank you so much for the 10 subbies. W Cyber, W subbies. We are one subby away from the goal. Thank you so much, Cyber subby. I'm calling him Cyber subby now. All right, Joseph, I heard
husbands, yay!
I heard your answer, but your answer doesn't answer my question. So, what is the evidence that your God is real? You can't say that like he's real because you exist. Thank you, Bethers.
Well, I also think that the Bible is there for a reason.
W. Bethers, thank you so much. So is it, we hit the goal with Bethers on the love paint. Thank you so much, Bethers. Okay, so the Bible is the evidence that your God is real.
Yes, that's part of the evidence.
Great. So what about the Bible proves your God to be real?
Well, the Bible was written over 1,500 years, and
800 years.
I don't see any. I think it's actually 1,500 years.
Joyful, thank you for the 5 subbies. We just smashed the sub goal. We're 517. Thank you so much, guys.
And Cyber sent out another 10.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cyber. Also, Pink and Blue, I saw that. Thank you so much. I think Pink and Blue, we're following each other on YouTube now. Joseph, I'm really sorry. I heard your answer, but it was an answer that I've heard so many times that my brain already blocked it out. What were you saying?
Okay. I was saying that the Bible was written over 1,500 years. I haven't seen a book that was written
What's the
over
oldest manuscript?
1,500 years.
In fact, Joseph, I already know that you and I have had this conversation. I recognize your profile picture. And I recognize the argument that I'm about to use against you. So I'm just going to do the whole thing over again. So when was the oldest manuscript of the Bible written?
I'm not so sure, but I think...
What's the oldest documentation that we have?
I think it should be the Red Sea Scrolls.
Not even close. You're thinking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, and you would be wrong. The scrolls that you're looking for are the Ketef Hinnom scrolls. They are typically referred to as amulets. Brunette, thank you so much for the resubscription, by the way. And one of them looks a lot like this. It's written in Paleo Hebrew script, and this dates, this little guy here, this dates to the 6th century BCE. Moses, this is from the book of Numbers, by the way. This is a quotation from the book of Numbers. So the people who lived during the time period that the book of Numbers is recording was about 800 years prior. So there was 800 years between the desert wandering and these scrolls. Shai, thank you for the subby. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Shai, for the subby. Jinx.
You owe me a Dr. Pepper.
You know what? Fine. But it's not going to be 0 sugar. You're going to be a man and have the actual sugar one.
You can keep your
that's the ones
sugar.
I drink.
You can keep that devil juice.
No! Oh, it's so delicious. Okay, sorry. Continue, Joseph.
Oh, it was him speaking, actually.
Okay, so the oldest manuscript we have dates to the 6th century, which is 800 years after the events that they're recording. So I wouldn't find those to be trustworthy witnesses. And if it's true that even, let's imagine they were written earlier. Let's say they were written during the reign of Solomon, which they weren't. But even if they were, that still only puts you 1,000 years before Jesus. So at best, we've got a collection of texts that were written over a series of about 1,000 years, and that's not special. On my bookshelf behind me, I've got all kinds of texts that contain Babylonian and Akkadian literature that were written over a time period of 2,000 years. So what about a collection of texts being written over time makes it special.
But your texts are not from God, are they?
My texts claim to be part of God's corpus. So here in this book, I've got over 2,500 years of ancient Near Eastern literature. So I want to know the evidence that your special book is from God.
Yeah, because
You're nefarious for the subby.
Okay, so what it contains is actually true, and we've seen it unfold through
Also,
history.
like what?
Like Jesus coming, being born.
Okay, so the Bible
from a
predicts.
virgin.
So the Bible predicts Jesus. Matthew, thank you for sending out 5 subbies, guys. We crushed our sub goal of 500 bigly. We bigly crushed it. Thank you so much. Yeah.
You
so
did not.
where in the Bible is Jesus predicted?
There should be Isaiah 14. If I'm not mistaken, it's Isaiah 7 verse 14. Or,
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to read it. Do you know what's happening in Isaiah 7?
Yeah, it's talking about I think it's talking about the city of Jerusalem is going to be attacked and destroyed at some point in the future.
It's happening currently. It says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, the king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah of Remaliah of Israel went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. So King Rezin, the leader of the Arameans, has an alliance with the leader of the northern Israelites, and they attack Jerusalem, which is led by King Ahaz. And King Ahaz, of course, is terrified that his kingdom is going to fall, which is why it says in verse 2, when the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz shook, and the heart of his people shook, as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. Okay, so that's the setting. Then God sends the prophet Israel to go give him a word of encouragement by the fuller's field, which is where they wash the clothes. And then he sends him a second time. The second time, he says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So this prophecy is from Isaiah, and who is it to?
So thank you, Calypso, for the subscription and sending out the subscription. And thank you, Denise, for the $6.66 on Venmo. Yes, praise Zeus, win electricity.
Yeah, thank you, Calypso. And we got Cyber in the chat. Yeah, Cyber, I'm always torn as to whether or not this is supposed to be about Hezekiah or whether or not this is about the son that is born to the prophet and the prophetess in chapter 8. My particular view is that it's more likely to be the son, but we can get into that at another time. But Hezekiah, of course, is a very fair interpretation. It could be about Hezekiah because chapter 9 is undoubtedly about Hezekiah. Chapter 9 is absolutely about Hezekiah. All right, so Joseph, who is this prophecy to?
So this prophecy is to the children of Israel, Judah.
Wrong.
To say that
who did the prophecy say it was to?
The Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying,
"Thank you, Anna."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's
to
speaking. It's speaking to Ahaz, and by extension, the household of Ahaz. And God is going to give Ahaz a sign, according to the prophecy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that sign is that there is a young woman who's already pregnant and she's about to give birth, right?
No, I don't think she's already pregnant. I
It
think
says,
this is.
look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son.
Mhm.
That's the
Mhm.
present tense. She's already pregnant.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's about a
Yeah.
woman who's already pregnant. In fact, the prophet is telling King Ahaz to look, behold, whoever this young woman is somebody who the prophet knows, because the prophet and Ahaz would both know it. In fact, it could have been a member of his household.
Okay, let's just say that you're right. So how is this a sign then?
Easy, because look at what he says about the child. He says, before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the child is a sign to King Ahaz that before this child is old enough to know right from wrong, God is going to deal with these 2 kings that are attacking you. And then he tells you how he's going to do it. He's going to bring the king of Assyria down. And then in chapter 8, that's what happens. In chapter 8, as the king of Assyria is coming down to fulfill the prophecy, the prophet himself cries out with a loud voice twice, O Emmanuel. Because the prophecy is not about a Messiah. It's about God being with his people in their time of trial.
So who was it then? If that's where you're going, then
Well-
you should know who it is. Too.
Well, actually, you don't have to. So my particular interpretation is that it's the child born in chapter 8. That being said, you don't have to know who this child is to know that the child is not the Messiah. The child is a sign to King Ahaz. The only thing that matters is that King Ahaz knows who he is. It doesn't matter if I know who he is. All right. Now it says, the Lord said to me, go ahead.
Okay, I was saying that you mentioned that chapter 9 is about Hezekiah, but
It is.
That's not true, is it?
Do you want to finish the current discussion or do you want to go to chapter 9?
Oh yeah. I mean, this child that's being talked about is the same child that's being talked about in chapter 9.
I disagree.
That's what how do you disagree? Then?
Because you have no evidence.
Because it's still talking about a
Because
child.
you have no evidence that would suggest that. So there are 2 children. One of them is already conceived in chapter 7 and it's about to be born. Now, we don't know when exactly chapter 7 was written, other than it had to have been written before the Assyrian invasion. So we know that much. What we don't know is when chapter 9 was written. Chapter 9 could have been written after the invasion. It could have been written before the invasion. We don't know. I'm inclined to believe that it was written before the Assyrian invasion and that they believed it was about Hezekiah, because Hezekiah, at the time chapter 9 was written, was already born. And King Hezekiah was expected to defend the nation against any military onslaught. And King Hezekiah, actually, let's just read it. All right. Isaiah chapter 9 says, for a child has been born for us, a son given to us. Is that future tense?
No. This is past tense.
Okay, so this is not about the future then, is it?
It is, because...
it's not. We'll try this
it
again.
is, actually.
Okay, what kind of words do you have to use when talking about the future?
In Bible literature, it's different from just you don't have to take it literally. It always has a deeper meaning. It's not just what you're talking about right now. Like if you say that,
I disagree.
Yeah, I disagree too, because
So
if you go to Revelation,
if every prophecy has multiple meanings, then that means it's subjective. So if you can just apply a secondary meaning to any text, then I can make the text mean anything I want it to. So if the text doesn't mean what it actually means based on the context and the history and the narrative clues, then I'm certainly not inclined to believe that the book is from God. In fact, why would God write a prophecy in the present tense knowing that the way language works is that a prophecy about the future needs to use future tenses?
Well, if you talk to a regular Jewish person,
I have.
he would really understand what this is.
In fact, we've probably got 3 of them in the chat right now. There might even be a Jewish rabbi in the chat. So, Joseph,
Well,
the Jewish people agree with me that this is not a prophecy about the Messiah. It says a child has been born for us. The Hebrew word yulad in the PL verbal stem is in the past tense. It says a son given to us. The Hebrew word natan is in the past tense. This is not about a future person that is coming 1,000 years later. It says authority rests upon his shoulders, and he is named Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Now listen to this part, because this is where you guys stop reading. It says, great will be his authority, and there will be endless peace for the throne of David and for his kingdom. He will establish and uphold it with justice and righteousness. Did Jesus sit on the throne of King David?
Well, Jesus didn't sit on the throne of King David at that time, but he did mention that the prophets, all of the prophets were talking about him. He did mention it himself.
Well, I know what Jesus said, but that wasn't my question. My question, did he ever sit on the throne?
No, because
did he ever?
His time hasn't come yet.
Okay, so then he's not the fulfillment of this.
It hasn't come yet. Has anyone sat on the throne of David yet?
Fantastic. Well, when he comes and sits on the throne of David, I'll be glad to say he fulfilled this prophecy. So this obviously isn't a prophecy about Jesus if he didn't fulfill it yet.
So who else is the mighty God and the Prince of Peace?
Oh,
can you tell me who
that's
that
quite
is?
easy. Yeah. So there's a couple flaws in your argument. You're assuming that the word Elohim, which is the word that's used here, always means a god, but it doesn't. It's used elsewhere in the Bible to refer to anyone that has divine authority. For example, it talks in the book of Ezekiel about Gibberim Elohim, which refers to the mighty warriors, referring to warriors of God. And also it talks about King David and Moses being Elohims. So to be an Elohim doesn't mean that you are God. It just means that you have some sort of a recognized divine status. In fact, the word Elohim in Hebrew isn't the name of God. The word Elohim is a concrete abstraction in the Semitic language that just means divinity. Just like the word virginity. The word virginity is a concrete abstraction from the word virgin. So the way you would say virginity in Hebrew would be Bethulot, which is identical to the plural of virgins. The way you would make a concrete abstraction of El would be Elohim. Actually, it would be the concrete abstraction of LA, but that's a grammatical nuance. We don't need to go there. So when we read the word Elohim, it doesn't just mean they're speaking of a specific deity. It has a wide semantic range.
Okay, so is David and all the other persons that had the title Elohim, are they the everlasting Father too?
No, they would be if they were a king, though. So if they were a king, they could be referred to the father of the people. And we see elsewhere in the Bible where kings are recognized as fathers of the people, just like Yahweh is the father of the Israelites, even though he didn't actually father them. Now, I'm going to ask you a very interesting question, Joseph, because we've already recognized that Jesus didn't sit on the throne, so he couldn't have fulfilled this prophecy. Now, you're claiming that this is about an actual God, which I don't think it is. If that were the case, then why are there multiple gods in the book of Ezekiel when it refers to the Giverim Elohim?
Okay, so I'll start with your explanation of everlasting Father.
Well,
and,
that's not
you
an
can
answer
say
to
that
my question.
David is a
So,
father, but everlasting is not part of his. He's not everlasting, but Jesus is everlasting.
well, he's not. He's dead.
Well, what do you mean he's dead?
He's dead. So before
why
you
did he
can
rise up?
before you can say something silly like Jesus is the everlasting Father, you would have to first demonstrate that he's actually alive, and you can't do that. So let's not go to the New
What do you
Testament
mean I
nonsense
can't
yet.
do that?
I'll gladly debunk you on the resurrection after we handle this. So the fact of the matter is, the throne of King David is forever. God said in the Old Testament many times that the throne of King David is eternal. That's why in Jeremiah 33 and elsewhere, it says that there will always be a king on the throne. Now, it just so happens that these prophecies were all wrong. They weren't right. They're not from God. If I believed that these prophecies were from God, I would be Jewish, but I'm not. So these prophecies have failed, and you're trying to say, well, they can't be about a mortal because the prophecy failed. There's nobody on the throne right now. So it must be about Jesus. But I don't have to engage in those types of somersaults because I'm an atheist, and I can just look at it and admit, oh yeah, prophecy failed.
Okay. Well, if you look at it in your limited knowledge, then yes, it's failed. But if you look at it in the
Limited
context
knowledge, he says.
that yes, if you look at it in the context that this throne was going to have someone on the throne as long as they kept the covenant, but they didn't keep the covenant.
I'm gonna read you something. Also, thank you, Cameron, for the donation over Venmo. Cameron says that they like the guest, but not his arguments. Yeah, I agree. The guest is kind, but his arguments are not good. Also, we've already heard all of these arguments from him. He doesn't realize it, but Joseph, you've given all the same arguments you gave last time you were up here, and it's not going to go any better the second time. So I want to read you, though, something really quick. Let me ask you a question. How come Isaiah 9, if it's so clearly about Jesus, is not in the New Testament?
Why should it be in the New Testament?
Well, if it was such a smoking gun prophecy about Jesus, how come not a single New Testament writer knew about it?
I don't think no New Testament person knew about it, or writer knew about it.
Well, they didn't.
They had
They didn't, and I'm going to demonstrate to you why. So this is Isaiah 9:6, as the New Testament authors would have been reading it. And it says something that I don't think you're going to enjoy. It says in verse 6, because a child was born for us, a son also given to us, whose sovereignty was upon his shoulder, and he is named Messenger of Great Counsel. For I will bring peace upon the rulers, peace and health to him. His sovereignty is great, and his peace has no boundary upon the throne of David and his kingdom, to make it prosper and to uphold it with righteousness. Now, the New Testament authors, this is why I know that they weren't inspired by God, because they couldn't read Hebrew. Every time they quoted from the Old Testament, they quoted from the Greek. And I know that to be the case because I had to learn Greek and Hebrew. So the fact of the matter is, this is the edition of Isaiah 9:6 that the New Testament authors were actually reading, which is obviously why they didn't quote from it, because it doesn't say anything close to what the other one says, and certainly wouldn't point towards any sort of messianic man god. So why didn't they know? If this is not the appropriate text, why didn't the New Testament authors know about it?
Do you mean that they actually coded this verse?
No, verses aren't coded.
Okay, do you mean that they actually read this verse?
Did you say quoted?
Mm-hmm.
No, the New Testament never anywhere quotes Isaiah 9:6, and the reason is because the New Testament authors could only read Greek. They weren't actually Jewish people who could read Hebrew. If you read the Greek Old Testament, the prophecy that you think is so clearly about Jesus is so clearly not about Jesus. Now, according to the New Testament authors, the Greek Septuagint was the authoritative text, which is why they quoted from it as though it was the authoritative text. Why do we have two texts claiming to be authoritative, but they can't get something as simple as this prophecy right?
What I'm not getting is, are you saying that they should mention this in their Gospels, or mentioning that Jesus Christ is God?
I'm
not getting.
I know you're not getting
I'm
it.
not getting your argument.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
The prophecy that you and I read first is from the Hebrew Bible, and it doesn't need to be interpreted as a God-man. Now, when we have the translation into Greek, it reads differently. It's not about a God-man, because whoever was doing the Greek Septuagint translation knew that it wasn't about a God-man, or they just had a different manuscript that they were translating from. Either way,
Definitely different manuscript.
that's actually my personal opinion. I think they had a different manuscript. I think there were multiple manuscripts floating around. But that being, especially Isaiah has a ton of different manuscript
1,000%
recensions.
Isaiah.
So anyways, the long and short of it is, if the Greek Septuagint is the authoritative document that the New Testament authors are quoting from, then that means you're tied in to believing that this is the authoritative reading of Isaiah 9:6.
I don't think so, because
All right,
show me
one quotation in the Gospels where they quoted from the Hebrew.
In Hebrews 1 verse 8.
I said, well, first of all, the book of Hebrews doesn't quote from the Hebrew text. I said, show me one spot in the Gospels where they quote from the Hebrew text and not from the Greek text.
Oh yeah, when Jesus read, I don't know which chapter in Isaiah, which says that
This is gonna be fun.
which says that
No, baby, this is your favorite.
I have been
I love it.
anointed.
I love it. Yes, that's Luke chapter 4.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know what he's quoting from?
I think it's in Isaiah, but I don't know what chapter it is.
Listen, guys, nobody leave. This is one of my favorite subjects. I cannot wait. I am so tickled that I get to do this with this guest right now. I want to pull open a document, and I'm going to demonstrate something to you that I don't think you've ever seen before.
All right. And then also in John 1.
Well,
I think
we're
it's
only
John
doing
1.
one at a time, so you can't just
All
jump
right,
around
no,
from verse to verse.
that's okay.
That's
okay.
Until you and I have split consciousnesses that allow us to talk two different conversations at once, we can only do one thing at a time. All right.
It's really funny, but yeah, that's all right.
All right, so this is the quotation that we get from the Gospel of John. Can you read it? Is it visible on the screen, or do I need to make it bigger?
Is this the Greek?
I'll blow
what
it up.
you call it? What's the name of that site? The Greek NT? No, not that thing.
The site.
You know what I'm talking
The
about.
site that you want to get most likely is intertextuality dot Bible, I think is the name of it.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, guys, check out intertextual.bible, and they've got a whole list. Yeah, you're going to want to chug that water. All right, so this is a quotation. Now, the New Testament says this. It says, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim freedom to the prisoners and recovery of sight to the blind, and to set the oppressed free." Now, as it turns out, that doesn't appear in any Old Testament manuscript. So I want to know what he was quoting from, because if you read it from the Greek Septuagint, which is this manuscript tradition here, it doesn't say the same thing. It literally ends with sight to the blind, which is in the wrong order. It says to proclaim liberty to the captives and sight to the blind. So they get these two verses swapped. And then this section here, they just improvise. It says here to proclaim freedom to the prisoners, but in the Greek it says to heal the brokenhearted, which is not actually quoted in the New Testament, which is weird. And if you compare it to the Masoretic text, the Hebrew text here, it doesn't match that either. In the Masoretic text, it doesn't say anything about recovery of sight to the blind at all. That's just not even there. It does include the brokenhearted, but again, the brokenhearted doesn't appear in the New Testament quotation. So we have literally no idea what Jesus was, or actually Luke was quoting from in Luke chapter 4.
Okay, so if you have no idea, why do you say it's not from the Hebrew then?
Because he makes a quotation, and it doesn't appear in our Greek manuscripts, and it doesn't appear in our Hebrew manuscripts. It doesn't appear in any of our manuscripts.
So he must have used another manuscript then.
Yes, and based on all the evidence we have from the New Testament, it would have been an alternative Greek manuscript because we have no quotations from the Hebrew text in the New Testament.
Are these the only what you call it?
In fact,
is the Masoretic text the only what you call it? Is it the only Hebrew manuscript?
No, the Masoretic text is like the starting point for most of the Hebrew Old Testament. But like when you read an NRSV, they usually have what is called a critical edition of the Hebrew text, where they look at the Masoretic text, they compare it to the Dead Sea Scrolls, they compare it to the Septuagint, they compare it to everything else that we have extant from the Church Fathers and from the Talmud quotations, and then they put together what they think is the most likely original reading, even though we don't have any originals.
All right, but let me ask you this: from this, from what Jesus said, do you think that this writing is a false writing, or it's actually there but it has variants?
No, what I'm saying is we've got problematic readings of the New Testament. There's no situations in which the authors of the Gospels actually quote word for word anything from a Hebrew manuscript. They only quote from the Greek manuscripts. And some of those quotes we can't even find in the Greek manuscripts. Like they don't seem to exist anywhere. For example, here's another one. Have you read Psalm 8:2? What is that?
Could you refresh my memory on it?
Baby.
Is that a dog?
That's a baby, baby.
Well, that's a baby?
Yes.
All right, I don't know who's got a baby in the background, but we gotta.
Oh, okay.
We gotta quiet that
Sorry.
thing.
Let me.
I mean, we love babies, but they can't be on the live. It'll get taken down.
Yeah, let me just move the room. Okay.
All right. When Jesus was healing in the temple and the Pharisees came to chastise him, he said, "Do you not hear what these are saying?" And Jesus said to them, "Yes, have you never read, out of the mouths of infants and nursing babies you have prepared praise for yourself?" Now I'm going to ask you a question. Can you go to your Old Testament and tell me where that quotation is from?
That should be it's not Psalm 8, right?
It's Psalm 8.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, can you show me in Psalm 8 where it says you have prepared praise for yourself?
I don't have my Bible here.
I've got it.
Go and get it.
Don't worry.
Okay.
It says, out of the mouths of babes and infants, you have founded a bulwark because of your foes to silence the enemy and the avenger. A little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
So what did Jesus actually say?
Out of, okay, let me see. You read from Psalm 8, verse 2, right? Then,
because the New Testament has him quoting the Old Testament saying, out of the mouths of infants and nursing babes, you have prepared praise for yourself. But when we go to that Psalm, it says, out of the mouths of babes and infants, you have founded a bulwark because of your foes to silence the enemy and the avenger.
So what does that actually mean?
Not even close to the same thing. This is about war. Founding a bulwark. Do you know what a bulwark is?
No.
A bulwark is like a reinforcement for the city wall, or a siege engine that you could put against the wall of a city. It's like a point of a physical point of opposition in war.
Okay. Well, you're saying something?
Well, my point is the New Testament can't even quote the Old Testament. And when it does quote the Old Testament, it almost invariably quotes from the Greek Old Testament. According to the New Testament authors, it is the Greek Old Testament that they are saying is authoritative.
All right. Can you hold on a bit? I need to get my own Bible. I need to look up another verse here. Just a moment.
That's right, Kendall. The Gospels were written in Greek, not in Hebrew. Mike, thank you for the 5 subbies. W. Mike Thorne, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Guys, we crushed our sub goal. We smashed it.
Yes, we did.
Could you show me the verse again?
Yeah.
Where you at?
It's in the book of Matthew, and you're going to look at 21. In fact, there's another prophecy in the book of Matthew, chapter 21, that I would love to read if you want to.
All right. Could you scroll down to Psalms? Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll say that this is a variation in the scriptures.
Yeah, and there's so many of them. In fact, almost every quotation that the New Testament makes of the Old Testament, it's not a good quotation, but it almost always comes from the Greek. Thank you, Mike, for the dog. So I say that to say the reason why Isaiah 9 never appeared in the New Testament is because they couldn't read Hebrew. They were only reading from the Greek, which means they held that the Greek Old Testament is authoritative enough.
Yay, corgi butts! I love the
Okay.
corgi butts.
Can I mention something on?
Yeah,
on
1 second. Snoopa, you're in my live, like crying and making false claims about me every time I go live. I would love for you to get the Holy Spirit and get in my guest box, and then you can demonstrate that the Holy Spirit is revealing truth to you. Joseph, go for it.
All right. So in context, when Jesus says praise, and in Psalm it says you've established strength or bulwark because of your force to steal the enemy and the avenger.
Why?
I'm understanding it.
So you're going to do the
I'm understanding
gymnastics
it in-
and say that going to war is the same thing as praising?
No, that I was going to give an example of how they did that. They actually went to war by praising God.
That's irrelevant. So it says, out of the
What
mouth,
do you mean it's irrelevant?
out of the mouth of infants and nursing babes, you have prepared praise for yourself. Do infants and nursing babes go to war?
Out of the mouths of infants and nursing babes, you have prepared praise for yourself. No, they don't go to war. But,
Okay.
so
Jesus is suggesting in the book of Matthew that the children are praising him in the temple because the Old Testament has some sort of sideways prophecy about it. Have you never read, out of the mouth of infants and nursing babes, you have prepared praise for yourself? This is about children praising somebody. Children. And that Jesus is getting this from something. You know what he's not getting it from?
From what?
He's not getting it from the Hebrew Old Testament. Do you know where he's getting it from?
Where is he getting it from?
He's getting it from the Greek Septuagint. Because if you read the Greek Septuagint, it says something different than this. It doesn't say this in the Greek Septuagint. Because the Greek Septuagint and the Hebrew Masoretic text disagree in thousands of locations. Some of them small disagreements, some of them very large disagreements. Sometimes entire chapters are just missing from the book.
All right, so my question is, if this was wrong, then why didn't the elders just tell him, no, you're lying? It doesn't say that.
Well, first of all,
Because
let's get one thing clear. It doesn't say anything about what the elders responded. Second thing is that this is a mythological story told by somebody who was a Christian many years after Jesus died. The fact that they just happened to not make up what they thought the elders said afterwards is irrelevant to me.
To you. Okay. So if it's irrelevant to you, then it means that you are ignoring what it really meant, or
Oh, no,
what
not at
would
all.
actually
You're
happen.
you're suggesting that when Jesus responded to the elders, that the elders agreed with him, which is logically absurd because the same elders executed him.
Well, they didn't execute him for getting this verse wrong, did they?
So, well, they execute him for committing blasphemy. So it says here that Jesus said the thing and then he left. It doesn't say that he said anything. It doesn't say that the elders agreed with anybody. It's just a poorly written narrative. So what you're suggesting is that you're going to insert something into the narrative that's not there and then claim that it justifies your belief about what this passage means.
No, but what I'm failing to understand is that does it make the story false, or it's a variation of what actually happened?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The two different texts don't agree with each other. One says one thing, one says another thing. Now, it just so happens the one that the New Testament quotes from is the Greek Septuagint. However, almost all modern Bibles are resting upon the Hebrew Old Testament texts. Now, that is a problem because they do not agree. How do we know which manuscript tradition is the authoritative manuscript tradition?
Like I'm saying that we can have variations in the story, but being able to say that this is wrong or right is what's really important, because this is a very old document anyway. And if you're able to say that, okay, this didn't happen, but it says it happened, then we have a problem there. But if we have one story with two variations or three variations, then we can't say that this story didn't happen. We're saying that we just have variations in what was said about it, but not really that it's not true. It's false.
You didn't listen to anything I said, so we'll just try this from the top. This is Isaiah 9:6. This is where we started. This is the Greek text. And it says, because a child was born for us, a son also given to us, whose sovereignty was upon his shoulder, and he is named Messenger of Great Counsel. For I will bring peace upon the rulers, and peace and health to him. This is altogether different from the reading that we get in the Bible in Isaiah 9:6, verse 7. It says, wonderful counselor, mighty God, everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. And the point that I've been making, Joseph, that you haven't been grasping is that the Old Testament as we have it is a variable text. And some of those variances are incredible. And one of the most incredible variances is right here, because in the Hebrew text, it would lead you to believe that whoever this is, they have some sort of a divine kingly status. But if you read it in the Greek text, the text that your Messiah quoted, it's something completely different. It's just about a king. No divinity, no God, no nothing. It's just a regular old king.
Well, if that was the only text, then I would go with what you're saying, right? But if it's not, and the other verses, other passages that actually says that actually emphasize on the divinity of Jesus, then I'll go back to the divinity of Jesus.
Ethan, thank you for the $6.66 over Venmo. W666 Ethan, and Hail Satan. All right, so what you're saying is that the New Testament validates the Old Testament reading. I would love for you to do that. Demonstrate to me that I should care what the New Testament has to say about anything in the Old Testament.
Well, Jesus came as it is said in Isaiah 53, right?
Wrong again.
And he did.
Nope.
What do you mean by wrong?
Show me in Isaiah 53. All right, so we're gonna go over Isaiah 53. It was kind of due time. We cover it every single time we go live because it's the only prophecy typically that you guys have actually read. I know you haven't read the other ones.
I've read the whole Bible.
No, you haven't. Which is why the only prophecies you could find were the two most common prophecies anyone has ever brought up. Can you
Well,
can you name me 5 prophecies? In fact, there was one in Matthew 21 that I wanted to go to next, and we've somehow forgot about it. Can you name me even 5 prophecies in the Bible?
Okay. One that Jesus was going to die on the cross, and he was going to say that.
That's not a prophecy. Show it to me.
Okay, that he was going to die. It says that it pleased him to crush him, right?
That's Isaiah 53, and that's not about the Messiah. It is about the nation of Israel, but we're going to give you at least one. You know one prophecy. What's the other one?
Okay, in Psalm 22.
Psalm
it
22.
says, when Jesus actually.
Psalm 22 is not a prophecy, but the New Testament does call it a prophecy. There's 2. What's next?
The one I quoted in Isaiah 7.
Fair enough, Isaiah 7.
And in Micah 5 verse 2.
Micah 5 doesn't say anything about the Messiah.
It does. It says that out of Bethlehem, is it?
Oh, Micah 5:2.
Let me open it.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about a Messiah. It talks about a king, but I'm glad you know that particular prophecy. Micah
Right.
Micah
Also in
5:2 talks
Zephaniah.
about a king, not a Messiah. But we're gonna give it to you. So there's 4. You're doing better than I thought you would. What's the 5th one?
Thank you. Zephaniah, I think it's 10. If it's not 12.
Zechariah
But there's
9:9.
10 and 12. So, is it Zechariah or is it Zephaniah? Zechariah. Yeah.
Well, Zechariah doesn't.
I think it's 10 when it's.
Zechariah 10 doesn't.
When he talks about. Okay, when he talks about the ones that when they pierce my side.
Oh yes, they will look
know that
upon the
verse?
one whom they would pierce. That's Zechariah 12.
Yeah, that's 12. And then in 10, he talks about the 23 pieces of silver.
30 pieces of silver, which isn't a prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
Have you actually read
what is
that
it?
whole chapter? Because what's happening in that particular chapter is a performance where the prophet is behaving as a wicked shepherd, and he's throwing away the price of a wicked shepherd. It's not even a prophecy. It's him acting something out. But fair enough.
I think it's a parallel to that.
You knew 5. It's not a parallel. You knew 5 prophecies that the New Testament listed, and I'm proud of you for doing it. Now, here's what I'm gonna tell you. It's 10:14 now. It will take, I guarantee, based on your personality, the remainder of this live to cover all of Isaiah 53. Because I'm going to read it in context, and I'm going to explain to you why it's not about the Messiah, why it's about the nation of Israel, and you're going to say, nuh-uh, 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 and we're going to spend a whole 45 minutes, and you're just going to say, nuh-uh, and we're going to agree to disagree. Would you rather do that for the next 45 minutes, or would you rather go over a whole cluster of prophecies like the ones that you just mentioned? Because we can deal with all 5 of those prophecies, actually 4 of them, because one was we can deal with all 4 of those prophecies, probably 15 minutes.
All right, let's do the 15-minute one.
All right, so let's go to Micah 5 first.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put up on the screen.
All right, thank you.
But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origins are, whose origin is from old, from ancient days. So it says he's going to be a ruler in Israel. Was Jesus a ruler in Israel?
He said his kingdom is not of this world. So
yeah, but was he a ruler in
time
Israel?
to rule is not. Well, they named him the king of the Jews for a reason.
Who named him the king of the Jews?
We could say that.
Who
The
did?
Romans did.
No, they didn't. They mocked him. They put a sign above his head saying King of the Jews to mock him. They weren't calling him the King of the Jews. If they actually
But why
believed
would they
he
mock
was
him
the
with
king,
that?
because he claimed to be a king. That's the whole point. Like if I claimed to be the best magician on the earth, but I was actually a dog shit magician, then somebody would mock me as being a magician. That's just how these claims work. When someone claims to be a king, but they aren't actually a king, then it's well within their right to mock you for never being a king. So if Jesus is a king, I need some evidence that he ever actually sat on the throne, because this says that he's going to rule within Israel.
Okay, so if we look at the other parts of this verse, like whose origins is from old, and again it's saying, but O you Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are little ones, from you shall come forth. He is from the olden days, and yet he shall come forth.
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
I'm so glad you asked. Do you know who Ephrathah is?
Ephrathah is there are two Bethlehems, and Ephrathah is actually where Jesus was born.
So Ephrathah is the ancient matriarch that gave birth to the line of David. And Bethlehem is one of the forefathers in the lineage of David. Obviously, you recognize Bethlehem as the home of King David where he was born. So they're mentioning the ancestry of the king. And these are the oldest ancestors of King David, which is why it's saying that this ruler who's going to rule in Israel, his ancestry is from ancient days. He's going to be from the line of David.
Okay. But from Ephrathah, after that, who actually came from Ephrathah?
Bethlehem.
You're right, then.
Bethlehem. Well, Ephrathah is the name of the location, but the matriarch was Ephratah, and she gave birth to, I think, 2 different sons, and she was married twice. And one of the people in her lineage was Bethlehem.
But you do know that there are 2 physical Bethlehems.
Yes, but only one of them is the city referred to as the city of David.
Yeah, exactly. So
yes.
Ephrathah is the one. That's what it's actually referring to.
Yes.
It's not referring to a person.
It is. It's referring to the lineage of King David, and both of these 2 individuals are in the lineage of King David, and this is the location where King David came from. This is a callback saying that whoever is going to rule in Israel is from the line of David. Their origin is from old.
So if it's from old, the line of David wasn't an old line at this point of time.
Yeah, it was. It was 1,000 years old.
1,000?
He was the second king in Israel. How can you have? Not only was he the second king in Israel, but his lineage was one of the oldest lineages in the Book of Chronicles. His lineage began right after the Exodus from Egypt. Like, how can you get older?
Okay, so I guess everybody's lineage is old here.
Well, we're talking about a kingly lineage. It's going to rule in Israel. And look what it says.
Yeah.
It says about this king, he shall stand and feed his flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of Yahweh his God. So it literally says that Yahweh is his God, so it can't be a trinity. And it says they will live secure, for now he will be great to the ends of the earth, and he shall be the one of peace. Have you read all of Micah, or have you only read this small snippet from chapter 5?
No, I've read it all.
Okay,
and,
so what is the era of peace in the book of Micah?
Well, in the era of peace is when Jesus comes and rules for 1,000 years.
Yeah, so whoever this king is, he's saying that this king is going to be the one of peace.
About my favorites,
which is it is, which is chapter 4. He tells you about the era of peace in chapter 4.
Chapter 4. Can you open chapter 4 then?
Yeah. It says, in the days to come, the mountain of the Lord's temple shall be established as the highest of the mountains, and shall be raised above the hills. People shall stream to it, and many nations shall come and say, Come, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, and that we may walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth instruction, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. He shall judge between many people, and shall arbitrate between strong nations far away. They shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more, but they will sit under their own vines and under their own fig trees, and no one shall make them afraid, for the mouth of the Lord of hosts has spoken. This is the peace that Micah is referring to in chapter 5, when he says this king is coming, he's going to rule in Israel, his origin is from old, and he's going to be the one of peace. That's what they're expecting.
But this hasn't happened, right?
Yes, which is why
It's yet to happen.
Which is why Jesus couldn't have fulfilled Micah chapter 5, because it didn't happen.
Like I'm saying that he will fulfill it.
I know.
That's why
I know you will. I know you believe he will, Joseph. But the way prophecy works is you can't say Jesus fulfilled it if you're going to turn around and tell me that he will fulfill it. Anything that he's going to fulfill in the future is by definition an unfulfilled prophecy.
So if he fulfills part of the prophecy and the rest of the prophecies to come, does that make it wrong?
Not only does that make it wrong, but he didn't even fulfill part of it. Unless he is actually a ruler in Israel, he didn't fulfill any of it.
So when the wise men were coming to bow down to him, what did that represent then?
Didn't represent
Why did
anything.
These wise men actually go.
It's a fun story that somebody made up about Jesus. So
well, now it's
three-ish, we don't really know how many, three-ish magi, according to the book of Matthew, go and visit Jesus, and they offer him gifts, and they do so because, according to the book of Matthew, Jesus is going to be the next king, which is why King Herod has sent his people to go and unalive Jesus, because he doesn't want a threat to his throne. But as it turns out, Jesus wasn't a threat to anybody's throne because he was never a king. And Micah 5 is actually about a king.
So are you saying that these wise men didn't actually know better than what you're saying right now?
First of all,
and they actually went with gifts?
Well, first of all,
and
they didn't exist, number one. Second of all, they weren't Jewish. They have nothing to do with the Jewish text. They were from the East. So they're invoking Eastern mysticism now. So I don't believe that these wise men existed. And even if they did exist, it's irrelevant. Three people that came from the East don't get to decide who is sitting on the throne of King David. Until Jesus sits on the throne of King David, it does not matter if people think he will be the king. What matters is if he actually is the king. I could say that I'm the president all day long, but until I'm in that Oval Office, I'm not the president.
So you mean to say that Herod just killed all these children from just a myth?
Well,
is that what you're saying?
Well, first of all, that didn't happen either. There is absolutely zero record of the mass unalivement of children in and around the area of Bethlehem. That is, again, fiction by the gospel author of Matthew. If that actually happened, there would undoubtedly be some sort of written documentation for it. People who get genocided tend to leave, there's like written records of it. Like when Alexander went through the known world and just went on a spree conquering every nation.
He was beating everybody's ass. Everyone has like a record of that.
That's right. All the nations that he conquered wrote about it. In fact, nations that weren't even conquered by him wrote about it. Like, we're going to get the fuck out of this guy's way. He's crushing everybody. Okay, so when these types of very large scale events happen, somebody writes about it, but nobody wrote about this. I have no reason to believe that the king of Judea issued an edict to execute all the babies 2 and under.
Well, in that case, then this book would have been a mythical book, and it wouldn't have made it as a religious book, because people who were alive at that time people who were alive at that time actually read this book and they affirmed this book. So
No, they didn't.
I really don't buy what you're saying right now.
That
I
didn't
don't
happen
buy
at
it.
all. No, the people
Yeah,
who
it's you
the people
saying
who the people who lived in Judea rejected this book. This book was only accepted by Christians living outside of Judea, not by the Jews. The Jews rejected Jesus and all of this gospel nonsense. So, but I want to address your first point. Your first point was that this book wouldn't have survived literarily unless it was saying things that were true. But that's not true at all, because we've got the writings of Joseph Smith, which clearly weren't true, that people think is true. We've got the Quran that clearly says things that are untrue, that people think is true. So just because a book claims to be true, and just because some people believe it, doesn't mean that the book itself is actually true.
Yeah, but the Quran doesn't write history that people actually saw.
Yeah, it does.
And no, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Like what?
Have you read the
It
Hadith?
actually does.
It quite literally says that the Prophet Muhammad split the moon. And if you read the Hadith, there are people in the Hadith writing from the time of Muhammad that claim to have witnessed it.
No, but the Hadith were written 200 years after Muhammad, and
the
where it says that he
Gospel
split
of
the
Matthew was written 100 years after Jesus.
No, it wasn't. It was actually.
It actually
written,
was.
What?
It was written in the first century.
That's not true.
No, it was written in the second century.
Why don't we
actually
have?
have dating on that.
Why don't we have a single manuscript of the Gospels from the first century?
Well, why don't we have a single document from
why are-
Alexander the Great's life?
We
should
do.
take that story.
We've got a bunch.
We don't.
We got a bunch of documents from Alexander's life.
They're all written 400 years after Alexander the Great.
Oh, that's
We
not
don't have
true.
anything
No, they
about
weren't.
Julius
They were
Caesar.
written during, sir. They were written during his time, during
So
his
where are those?
conquests.
You can even
They're
Where are those?
literally everywhere.
You can even-
You can literally
I've
go
never
to these
seen them.
places. Well, that's because you're using your Christian eyes.
You-
Okay, we actually have evidence. Sorry, Justin. You know I don't play about Alexander.
I know. You can even read in the Greek writings of the Jews. Have you read the book of Maccabees?
I haven't really read it.
The book
Let me
of
see that.
Maccabees was written in Greek during the time of the Greek rule, shortly after the empire split between the Seleucids and the Ptolemies and the other two. So you can read in real time, even in your own Bible, if you buy the right one, about Alexander and the Greeks.
And there's a reason why. There's a certain place in Upper Egypt called Alexandria because it's based off of Alexander after he conquered it.
Yeah. So
I didn't
so
say
this is not
Alexander was a mythical character.
So
but-
this is not a great
but-
argument, because we've got lots of evidence from Alexander's lifetime that he did the things
can
that
you
he
present
did.
the documents?
But I mean, I'm sure I could, but typically we don't have a debate about whether or not I can prove Alexander existed. I would love, if you think that's important to you, I would love to take some time over the next couple of days, and I'll compile all the resources that demonstrate that Alexander existed and that he conquered all the people.
No, I didn't say he didn't exist, but the
Okay.
earliest records are 400 years after Alexander. So
That's not
what I'm
true.
saying.
We quite literally have records of him from the people he conquered at the time they were being conquered. One of those people groups being the Jewish people. The Jewish people wrote about him shortly after he passed away, like within a decade or two.
Yeah, but I'm talking about what he did from when he grew up, when he became a general, when he united all of Greece and went on his expeditions and conquered Persia and all that. You only find it in those chronicles that are
No, you
that
don't.
You only find 400 years.
No,
afterwards.
wrong. You're wrong again. All of those cultures wrote about him. Every single one of them. Every Mesopotamian culture that was conquered by Alexander the Great wrote about Alexander coming in and conquering them. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So what you're
Some
suggesting...
of them have signed peace treaties so that way they didn't get their ass mollywopped more than what they already were. And he was 30 by the time he conquered all of the area of Asia Minor. He was a badass. Fucking
Yeah.
love that Macedonian.
So, but that's all of this is a nonsense talking point. You're just saying that the New Testament is true because it's true. So I don't
That
I
doesn't say
don't
that.
I don't believe it's true, and you haven't given me a reason to believe that it's true. Now, we're talking about the prophecies because you think the prophecy somehow can demonstrate that it's true, but the prophecy that we just looked at, you've already admitted wasn't fulfilled yet. So if you're going to say
No,
that the prophecies demonstrate that Jesus is the Messiah, then I need to see a prophecy that he actually fulfilled.
So why was he born in Bethlehem, Ephrata? Then, is this just a coincidence? Then
I don't think it is a coincidence. I think it's a narrative.
So
I think it is a narrative ploy. I don't actually think he was born there, but let's assume that he was born there. How many people were born in Bethlehem in the first century?
there are many people that are born in Bethlehem that fit this narrative.
Well, he
That's
doesn't.
what we're
He
asking
doesn't
for.
fit the narrative. The narrative is that he's going to be a king. So, how many people were born in Bethlehem that weren't kings?
There are so many.
That's right. There's many. Yes, being born in Bethlehem doesn't make you a king. It doesn't make you the fulfillment of this prophecy. This prophecy isn't about a normal Joe who gets born in Bethlehem. It's about an actual ruler in Israel. And until he is a ruler in Israel, he didn't fulfill the prophecy.
So when he becomes a ruler in Israel, that's when you'll believe it?
When he becomes a ruler in Israel, I'll be glad to say he fulfilled Micah 5:2.
So you're just waiting for that.
If it happens, I will tell you that he fulfilled Micah 5:2. When Jesus comes back and he's on the throne in Israel, I'll be more than happy to say he fulfilled it.
Yeah, well, he will come back and he will.
I know you
fulfill
believe
this,
it. I know
in-
you
in-
believe
in
it. Can you show me one that he did fulfill, though?
In Psalm 22.
Psalm 22 is not even a prophecy. Do you really want to do this?
How is it not a prophecy yet he did exactly what it said?
He didn't, actually. So we'll start easy. We're going to read Deuteronomy 18, the test of a prophet. It's wild to me that people will accept any words on a page as a prophecy. I'm going to prove to you why you don't actually think that this is a prophecy, that you're just lying to yourself. But Deuteronomy 18 says, any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall be unalived. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So a prophecy is something that is testable, and it's obviously something that is discernible, meaning the prophet has to make a claim, and then that claim is observed to either be true or to come true. So a prophecy isn't just some words are on a page that sound similar to something else. And I'm going to prove to you that you don't actually believe that. And I know you don't believe that because I'm going to read to you something. Before we read Psalm 22, I'm going to read to you something. This is Isaiah 65:9. Isaiah 65:9 says, I will bring forth descendants. Did I fulfill that prophecy because I have descendants?
What does it say? I will bring descendants.
It doesn't matter. You've already conceded that context doesn't matter. Did I fulfill the prophecy of Isaiah 65:9? Thank you, Selt, for the galaxy. W Selt, I really appreciate that galaxy.
Oh, I missed it.
Okay,
Where's
so
Salt?
are you suggesting that I did not fulfill Isaiah 65:9 because there's clear context there?
No, you are the one who's not taking context, really. 'Cause
Joseph, I
I've
asked
already
you an
explained-
easy yes or no question. Did I fulfill Isaiah
No, you
65:9?
haven't fulfilled. It's not talking about you. You haven't told me
Okay,
anything about
and
it.
how do you
It's not a
know
prophecy.
that I didn't fulfill Isaiah 65:9?
Because it's not a prophecy. You haven't told me anything. You just said I will.
It
do
is
this."
it is a statement about the future. It says, I will bring forth descendants, and I brought forth descendants. How do you know that this is not a prophecy about me?
Is it talking about you?
I'm asking you, how do you know that it's not a prophecy about me?
Yes, because I wouldn't know if it's talking about you.
I'm asking
since
you
just
how.
told me that those words.
I'm asking you, how do
There's
you
no way I
know?
know.
How do you know that it's not about me?
How would I know if it's about you? I don't know because he just told me two words. I will bring descendants on the earth.
That's all you
Right.
need to know. It's clearly about me. Guys, I told you, I'll tell you again, I am the Messiah. This is Jeremiah 4:31 has more words. It says, I heard the cry of a woman in labor, in anguish, as if one bringing forth her first child. I've done that twice. Did I fulfill a prophecy in Jeremiah 4:31?
What did you say again?
Jeremiah 4:31, I heard the cry of a woman in labor, in anguish, as if one bringing forth her first child. I've done that twice. Did I fulfill Jeremiah 4:31?
Again, why would you say it's talking about you? You'll
I'm
have to
asking
bring
you,
more claims
why
first.
why is that not about me?
Because you're not, you don't believe in God anyway.
No, I'm asking you from a standpoint of just reading the text. How am I not the fulfillment? Thank you, Mama, for the pumpkin.
Because it's not talking about you.
How do you know?
Because if you read prior to that, we don't see your name mentioned. We don't see deconstruction there.
Oh, is Jesus' name mentioned in any of these prophecies?
No, we see his nature in
But
those
is his
prophecies.
name mentioned?
No, his name is not mentioned.
Okay, so
but we
you
see
can't
his
say that
nature.
this prophecy isn't about me just because my name's not in it. So try again.
You see your nature in it? What is it?
My
about
nature
that's in it, then?
my nature is in it. It says, I heard the cry of a woman in labor, in anguish, as if one bringing forth her first child. It didn't say anything about anybody's nature. It's just a blank statement. So did I fulfill a prophecy in Jeremiah 4:31? And if not,
Like I'm
how do
saying.
you know? Oh, we got
Like I'm saying.
we got JCM in here rebuking us in the name of Jesus again. Good to see you, JCM. Welcome in. Also, someone come get your drunk mom.
Like I'm saying, if we don't see anything about you in the scripture, then why should we believe it's you? What do you have? in the
Thank
scripture?
you.
need to prove
Exactly. So here's what you're proving to me, which I knew you would. When you look at an actual prophecy, it has to be read in context, and it has to actually be making a claim that is testable. Right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And so the reason why Jeremiah 4:31 isn't about me, and the reason why Isaiah 65:9 isn't about me, is because the context is clearly about something else. Now, let's read Psalm 22, keeping in mind that context and language determines how prophecy works. So Psalm 22
So we confirmed
says,
you're the Messiah.
I am the
Did
Messiah.
you read the whole list?
I didn't.
just-
I can read them more. Do you think I should?
You should. Also, get ready because I'm about to wash your feet.
In fact, JCM and Snoopa have already caused Jeremiah 20 verse 10 to be true, which says, I hear whispering, terror is all around. Denounce him. Let us denounce him. There have been people denouncing me all night tonight, fulfilling Jeremiah 20 verse 10, thereby indicating I am the Messiah. I fulfilled 3 prophecies tonight.
Praise you.
Okay, the problem is with you. You just say it's not, but you don't give us what does it mean?
Oh, so again, yes, context matters. All right. I'm glad you can come to the table and admit that context matters. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Nefarious. Okay,
Really now? You've only seen it now?
So Psalm 22, the context is very clear. It's a psalm of David. Le David Mizmor, my God, why have you forsaken me? This is David speaking. Is David saying anything about the future?
Like I said, the Bible
Is
written in
David saying
parables.
anything about the future?
Yes, he's prophesying in the future.
Oh, so which word in this first sentence is about the future?
My God, why have you forsaken me?
Okay, is have a future?
There's so much here.
Is have a future verb or a present or a past tense verb?
He was speaking in the spirit.
Oh, so the context doesn't matter. The language and context don't matter. Okay,
What do you
all
mean?
right. Then I fulfilled.
this is
Then
not
I
involved,
fulfilled Jeremiah 4:31. I
I'm
heard
gonna
the
read
cry of a
this.
woman in labor, in anguish, as if one
Well,
bringing forth
if
her
this
first
is your
child.
book,
He
then
just
I'm
said
gonna
it.
agree with
He
you.
just said it. It doesn't matter if it's in the
Hey,
future
women.
tense. Praise
Hey,
me.
women.
Praise
Yeah,
me.
praise
Our God is an awesome God. I reign from heaven on earth over people who don't read prophecies properly. All right, so Joseph. So Joseph,
No,
does
you're
does
just
the
pretending to be
does
dumb.
the grammatical language of the prophecy matter in how it's read?
Okay, I'll answer you with this. Why did Jesus ask?
That's not an answer to my question, Joseph.
No, I'm answering your question.
Does
Let me answer your question.
does grammar matter in how a text is read and interpreted?
In prophecy, it does not matter.
Oh, so anything can be a prophecy, even if it's in the past tense.
Well, we see if it's a prophecy if it's fulfilled. That's
No.
how you said it yourself.
Okay,
No, you
all
read
right.
Deuteronomy 18.
All right, so we're going to show
You read Deuteronomy 18.
we're going to show another prophecy that was fulfilled, and I guarantee he's going to say it's not a prophecy that was fulfilled. This is
Right.
Deuteronomy 20. When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. If it accepts your terms of, but if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you will besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, livestock, and everything else in the town, all of its spoil. This has happened all the time. In fact, it happened quite recently during the war between Israel and Gaza. Did they fulfill a prophecy in Deuteronomy?
Where did it happen? Where did it happen like that?
Did you not see where the women were captured in war on both sides?
No, Israel didn't capture any.
They
women.
kidnapped war, yes. But both sides took hostages.
No, Israel didn't take any
Yeah,
hostages.
both sides took hostages.
Can you show me the hostages that Israel took?
Yeah, we just.
Holy fuck. Not only that, like there was, wait, are we talking about back then or now?
No, we're talking
Oh,
about
now. Yeah, there's actually visual evidence of them raping the women that they captured and thrown in prisons, saying that it was justified because there is no innocence in Gaza. So, try the fuck again.
I know they actually get arrested for that. So
They didn't, by the way.
They actually arrested an Israeli soldier for stealing figs, for stealing olives in Palestine. So I don't know what you're talking about.
What the fuck does that have to do with innocent people getting raped, taken out of their homes because
Which
they think
ones?
that that's their promised land? The Gazan women and children, you sick malakish.
Ah, all right. Well, I won't argue with you.
Yeah, don't, because you will lose that fucking
Yeah,
fight.
your language just speaks a lot about you. So yeah.
Okay, so don't talk about Hanji here. Just not listen. I know that like hearing a woman talk makes your pee-pee shrivel, but you can't disrespect her here.
Why do you like talking about peepees?
Because I know that you're insecure when women talk, because almost all the Christians that come up here really are.
Are you a prophet?
I am a prophet. I'm the Messiah. I already showed you.
Right.
All right. So according to the narrative, at the start of the war, Hamas offered to release all hostages in exchange for Israel releasing all Palestinian prisoners. This was one of the beginning stages of the war. That there was a hostage exchange that took place, and there have been multiple hostage exchanges that have been offered and constructed since then. And the actual source for this, the actual source for this comes from a gazillion different news sites and people actually on the ground. So,
did you read the part where it says prisoners for hostages?
Yeah. When you take somebody else from another location that's not your location, that's called a hostage.
Right.
So, but even
hostage.
let's imagine for a second that only Hamas took hostages. Well, that just means that only Hamas fulfilled the prophecy. Did Hamas fulfill this prophecy when they went to war and took hostages?
This is so silly.
I know it's so silly getting like intellectually dog walked on every point. So, is it true that this is a prophecy because people took hostages in war?
This is not a prophecy. This is a command.
Oh, okay. So, but you just told me that any text can be a prophecy.
Where did I say that?
You just said it 5 minutes ago that any text can be a prophecy as long as it comes true in the future. So by the
You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, so we'll try again. So not any text in the Old Testament can be a prophecy.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Okay, how do we know then what is a prophecy in the Old Testament?
Well, when it actually gets fulfilled.
Okay, well this got fulfilled
In the New Testament.
People took no. You can't say that it only gets fulfilled in the New Testament. That is circular reasoning. You're saying the New Testament is true because the New Testament is true. So if this prophecy gets fulfilled, it doesn't matter where or how it gets fulfilled. It is fulfilled. So this was fulfilled by Israel and by Gaza and by a bunch of other countries. So
Have you read all
is
of
this a
Psalms 22?
I have. So is this a prophecy?
No, you haven't.
So I have, Joseph, and I promise we're going to get to it. If you can
That's
give
not a
me,
prophecy. I just told you.
I promise we're going to get to it if you can focus. Okay. So what is the difference
told you it's a decree
between?
already.
So what is the difference between a decree and a prophecy?
So if the Lord says that if you don't pay your taxes, you're going to jail, is that a prophecy?
I'm asking you, what is the difference between a decree and a prophecy?
That's just the same thing. I'm saying this is a law. If you put a law and
Yes.
there.
And functionally, what is the difference between a decree and a prophecy? What is it? What's the difference?
Well, the difference is that you can't control the outcome of a prophecy, but the outcome of a decree you can.
That's not the difference. The difference is that they're different genres of speaking. A prophecy is divine information about the future, about events that are going to happen. And a decree is not that. A decree is an edict or some sort of command as to what to do. Just like a psalm is not a prophecy. A psalm is something poetic that is written. You can't just say that anything is that anything is a prophecy because it sounds similar to something that somebody wrote later, because we've just demonstrated when people do things that are similar to Deuteronomy 20, you don't want that to be a prophecy.
Okay, so did David have control over the outcome of what would happen if he was writing in the Spirit? How would David have an outcome of saying, when my Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right side?
Well, that's a different prophecy, and David didn't write that. So that's written about King David. That's written about King David. So hold on. I know you want to pivot so hard from this point. How do you know that Moses wasn't writing a prophecy in the Spirit here?
Because you can control this outcome, like
no,
I said.
Wrong
you can
again.
This outcome.
No, Moses couldn't.
wrong?
Moses couldn't control this outcome.
What do you mean by that?
Moses couldn't control this outcome.
It was enforceable. It was enforceable. He wasn't the one enforcing it.
The law is enforceable, but the situation cannot be dictated.
This is enforceable. This is enforceable.
I said the law is enforceable, but the scenario that is happening here still comes from God. That's why it says, Joseph, listen. That's why it says, when the Lord your God gives it into your hands. It's still something God is doing. In fact, this is even in the future tense. When the Lord your God gives it into your hands. So again, you haven't given me a compelling reason why a psalm can just be a prophecy by the mere fact that it said something, but why this can't be a mere prophecy by the same fact that it just said something.
Well, is this psalm a thing that David is just thinking of, like, oh, okay, Lord, why are you forsaking me? And then it gets added into the Bible. Are these just his words, or the Bible is actually inspired from the Spirit? So this is you saying it. That's
you would have to demonstrate, Joseph. I don't know if you know this, but when you talk while I'm talking, nobody can hear you. This whole conversation is being recorded on YouTube Live. It's going to be saved for eternity. And nobody is going to hear anything you've ever said. Every word you've ever said, our entire conversation in which you're talking while I'm talking, no one's ever going to hear it. They'll never hear you. So if you want people to hear your words, don't talk while I'm talking. My mic is louder than yours.
All right.
Fantastic.
So you can read.
Okay, so Psalm 22 says, my God, why have you forsaken me? Does it say anything about the future?
No, but this was written
Okay,
in the
and
Spirit,
who
because
is
Jesus
me?
actually says the same.
How do you know that this is written in the Spirit?
Because Jesus actually said the same words.
But why do I care? See, you're starting with the presupposition that Jesus is the Messiah and that Jesus is God. And because Jesus said something about this being prophetic, which he didn't actually say it, by the way. Jesus never said that this was a prophecy. But even if he did, you're still giving a circular argument. You're saying because Jesus said it's a prophecy, it is a prophecy. But I could do the same thing myself. I could read the prophecies and I can tell you, this is something that I did, it's fulfilled, and the proof that it's fulfilled is that I told you. And I told you it's true because I'm the Messiah.
Okay, you know what? I'll actually believe you if Jesus only said these words at the top, and there's nothing else in the chapter that actually talks about Jesus. So you can read the whole chapter, and then we see.
We can. Okay, so first of all, who's talking here?
That's David. David.
It's David, yeah. Does it say anything about the future?
He's not saying anything about the future.
Okay.
But as I was saying...
Are prophecies about the future typically?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how do we know when somebody is talking about the future?
Well, in Bible literature, like I'm saying, it can take the present tense.
No,
but
I
still
disagree.
It's referring to the future.
Nope, that's cope. That's coping. That's not how language works. That's excuses that you guys make because you can't point to an actual prophecy that he fulfilled. So you have to turn to non-prophecies and say, oh my gosh, it sounds so similar to something somebody else said, so it must be a prophecy. But again, that doesn't work. I can do the same thing with...
Okay,
I can do the...
I can give you an example.
No one can hear you, Joseph. They cannot hear you when you're talking while I'm talking. I can do the same thing with all the prophecies and just say that I fulfilled them. In fact, that's what the Muslims do. The Muslims take Jewish and Christian texts that sound familiar to their faith, and then they just say it was a prophecy. You can't just say things sound familiar and therefore they are a prophecy. Prophecy is a specific genre, which is why when I do the same thing you're doing, but I apply it to me, you don't like it.
Okay, like I was saying, I can give you an example of this. If you want to hear it, it's fine. If you don't want, it's also fine. You can read the rest of the
example of what?
Of the chapter. Of when a prophecy can speak in present terms, yet it's speaking about future terms. It all speaks in parallel.
There's, I think, 2 occasions in the entire Old Testament where it talks about the past, or talks about the future in the past, and it tells you that it's talking about something from the future about the past. Like it tells you that's what's happening. But what you don't find is a single passage in the Bible where it just randomly talks about things in the future using a bunch of past tense language.
Okay, so when Jesus said, what did David mean when he spoke in the Spirit saying,
so Psalm 110?
My right hand side. Yes. Sit on my right hand side.
So you're going to validate that Jesus is the Messiah by claiming that Jesus said something.
No.
Okay, so
I'm saying that
Joseph,
that was a
I need you to
that was spoken in the
Joseph,
present tense.
I need you to understand that it's not a prophecy, and you're not going to like this one either. Okay, so Psalm. This guy's just a mess of bad talking points. Psalm 110 is not a prophecy. It is, in fact, a psalm. It's written about King David, and it's even listed assurance of victory for God's priest king. Who's known as the priest king in the Old Testament?
Me.
It's Jesus.
It's not Jesus. It's King David. It's almost like whoever edited the NRSV knew what this one was about. So it says it's a just listen. It's a Psalm of David. The Lord says to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. What is this word right here in Hebrew?
Yahweh.
Yeah. And what's this word?
Adonai.
Adonai, which means what?
Mm-hmm. Which means Lord.
It means my Lord, my King, my master.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it says Yahweh says to my master, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. Where do we find that elsewhere in the Bible? Do you know where?
No, I don't know that at the top of my head.
It's in 1 Kings chapter 5, and I think it's in verse 3. You know that my father David could not build a house for the name of the Lord his God because of the warfare with which his enemies surrounded him until he put them under the soles of his feet. Interesting that the psalm about King David is about his enemies being placed under his feet, a promise that God made, which the book of Kings said would happen. So there's no reason, there's not a single reason to read Jesus into this, especially because the rest of the psalm is using Davidic language about the king, which you would recognize if you bothered to read it. The Lord sends out from Zion your mighty scepter. Does King David have a scepter?
I guess he does since he's a king.
Yeah, who gets scepters in the ancient world? Were they all kings?
The kings.
Now, okay, so it's clearly about a king here. It says, rule in the midst of your foes. Who gets to rule in the midst of their foes? It's kings. It's a king. Okay, thank you. So Psalm 110 is clearly about King David.
Okay, so why does Jesus say that he was talking about him?
Well, I don't think Jesus said that, but if he did say, he's an ignorant fool. And the reason, and you're gonna love this. Actually, you're gonna hate this. I'm gonna tell you exactly why the New Testament authors couldn't read Hebrew, because if you actually go to Psalm 110 in the Greek Septuagint, Psalm 110 doesn't translate the passage appropriately, and they introduce a variant into the text. Surprise, surprise, the Septuagint is the problem. I can't make this bigger. Hold on, I don't know how to make it bigger. Can you read that Greek text? Okay, there we go. It's bigger now.
Yes.
Okay, so this word here, right here, is Kyrios. This is ha Kyrios, the Lord, and this is this the genitive form of Kyrios? Ta Kyrio, I think, is the genitive form of the same word, the Lord. So it literally,
Kyrios, yes.
Yeah. So it's referring to the same thing in the Greek. They didn't differentiate between Yahweh and the king. Whoever translated this was a dullard. And this is how I know that the authors of the Gospels couldn't read the Hebrew Old Testament. They could only read the Greek Old Testament. And when they got to this part in the Greek Old Testament, they couldn't figure out what the hell was happening because it literally says two different lords. How are there two different lords? It doesn't make any sense. But if they were reading it from the actual Hebrew text, they would have understood that it is in fact Yahweh talking to the king.
So Jesus didn't understand it? Why did he put himself in the verse then?
I already told you, I don't think Jesus even mentioned those words. Those are words that somebody put on his lips. Jesus, as far as we can tell, probably could read Hebrew and Aramaic, which is why I know he didn't get this wrong. He would have got this right. He would have at least known what was in the Greek and in the Hebrew, and he wouldn't have misunderstood it. So again, Joseph, just hold on. Again, Joseph, hold on. Your logic rests on if Jesus said it, it must be true. But you can't demonstrate a single reason why I would care anything Jesus says.
Yeah, because it'll get you wrong immediately.
Oh, it's not wrong. So if you can't demonstrate from the actual text why it means what Jesus said, then I don't care. See, all you're saying is that Jesus said it, therefore it must be true. But obviously, if I believed that, then I would be a Christian, but I don't believe that. If the Jewish people believed that when Jesus said something, that it was true, they would be Christians, but they're not. So in order for us to care what Jesus says, we need a reason to care what he says. And the reason why we don't care what he says is because every messianic prophecy in the Old Testament is about an actual king, which Jesus wasn't. And the prophecies that are mentioned in the New Testament aren't even prophecies. And sweater God, I don't know why you're always in my comments crying and calling me a liar and calling me names, but you don't have the balls to be a guest. Joseph has been here for 45 minutes, and he hasn't cried at all or called me any names, even though I've given him all kinds of smoke. He's been perfectly kind. I don't know why your balls shrink up into your abdomen the minute you walk into my live. If you have something to say, if you want to call me a name, you can get in here and you can do it to my face. Otherwise, don't come in here every time I'm live and just call me a liar and say I'm lying to you. It doesn't make you look good. All right, so Joseph, I don't care that Jesus said that this is about him. You cannot demonstrate from the actual text that this is a messianic text, much less that it's prophetic.
Well, you can't demonstrate that that's about David either, because David never built the temple. And then
It doesn't say.
two,
It's not a prediction about David building the temple.
so what is it about?
It's
That's the thing.
It's about
If I ask
King
you what it's
David.
about, you don't give him an answer.
It's about King David conquering his enemies. It says, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. And then if you bother to read the historical books, it says that Yahweh did make David's enemies hit under his footstool. And it says the Lord sends out from Zion a mighty scepter, rule in the midst of your foes. That's the promise that was made to David. Your people will offer themselves willingly on the day that you lead your forces on the holy mountains. That's something that David did. Did Jesus ever lead an army?
No.
Okay,
And
so
then,
clearly the
as I
language
said-
and the context of the actual text is indicating that it's about David. Again, it's the context and the grammar that will tell you what it means. You can't just say it means something because I want it to mean something. Then it says, from the womb of the morning, like dew, your youth will come to you. You're going to be invigorated. The Lord has sworn and will not change his mind. You are a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. If you want to explain that, we can go into that. It says, the Lord is at your right hand. He will shatter kings on the day of his wrath, which is, again, still military language. This is a promises being made to King David. So,
Okay. So the
where
day
is
of
this?
his wrath hasn't come.
Oh no, the day of
We
wrath.
know that.
The day of wrath against the enemies of God is always oncoming. When he unloaded against the Amalekites, that was a day of wrath. That was a day of revenge. When he unloaded against the Midianites, that was a day of wrath and revenge. And he does so even against his own people. He calls, when he strikes down his own people, he calls it a day of wrath. And in fact, he calls it a cup of wrath in which he made them drink.
Yeah, but this is a days, not saying days. And David is not a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek.
I knew you would get hung up on that. Okay, so do you know who Melchizedek is?
Yep, I know him.
Fantastic.
He is,
Do you know what the ancient Israelites believed about Melchizedek?
No, I don't think I've studied that.
Fantastic. So the Israelites believed, and this is very clear in the book of Hebrews, if you go to chapter 7 of the book of Hebrews, that Melchizedek is an eternal or at least semi-eternal entity, because it says in the book of Hebrews that he didn't have any lineage. He basically just appeared. And if you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's one called the Melchizedek Scroll. And he's basically like this semi-divine figure that manifests himself on earth at different time periods. So, for example, in the book of Genesis chapter 14, when Melchizedek shows up, that was a manifestation of Melchizedek, the spiritual divine entity. And then when King David is on the earth, that is a manifestation of the Melchizedek divinity. When Jesus comes, he is a manifestation of Melchizedek. So Melchizedek, according to the Bible and according to extra biblical literature, is like this semi-divine figure that manifests himself on the earth at particular times. So when it says that you are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek, he's just saying that King David is a manifestation of this divine priest king that we call Melchizedek.
Yeah, I agree with you that he's a manifestation of Jesus Christ. The same when God came to see Abraham. That's what I believe. And I don't really believe that he's a divine creature, but
Have you
I
read
do
the Dead
believe
Sea
that he's a
Scrolls?
manifestation. No, I don't consider anything that's out of the Bible as authoritative, but
But you have to read the Dead Sea Scrolls to know what the New Testament authors are doing in the book of Hebrews when they talk about Melchizedek. So this is the part that people don't understand, is the Bible wasn't written in a vacuum. These people had beliefs, and their beliefs were formed in culture, in texts, and in writings. So in the book of Hebrews, it says, "This Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, met Abraham as he was returning from defeating the kings and blessed him. And to him Abraham apportioned 1/10 of everything. His name in the first place means king of righteousness. Next, he is also the king of Salem. That is king of peace." Although this does bring up a good point, because in the Psalm 110, it doesn't actually have to read Melchizedek. If you just look at the Hebrew wording, it literally just means king of righteousness or righteous king. So if you talk to like a Hebrew Jewish rabbi, their typical interpretation of this is that the reference to Melchizedek in Psalm 110 is not actually about the mythological figure that we're talking about. Thank you, Denise.
Denise.
Denise, thank you for the subbies. So that's a problematic translation to begin with. Whoever translated the NRSV is being interpretive, and they're suggesting that King David is alluding to this mythological figure. But you don't have to carry that interpretation. I just leave it in because I can actually tell you about this mythological figure by reading, because the New Testament mentions. So it says, without father, without mother. So did Melchizedek have a father or mother?
No, he didn't.
Okay, so that's why I say he's a semi-divine being. Now, where would the author of Hebrews get this idea that Melchizedek didn't have a father or a mother?
He gets it in Genesis.
No. Genesis doesn't say Genesis doesn't say that Melchizedek was without father or mother. So where you get this from is in the book of Enoch, and also from the Melchizedek scroll. And in the book of Enoch, it explains that Melchizedek had a divine birth, much like Jesus. A spiritual, or the Spirit of God, placed Melchizedek in the stomach of his mother. And in fact, it alarmed her husband, because her husband was a priest, and the priest was away on duties, so he wasn't having intercourse. While you're on duties, doing your rites at the temple, you're not allowed to engage in intercourse because you would become unclean. So he hadn't slept with his wife for the duration of his services, and she became pregnant. And in fact, he was so alarmed that he thought it was one of the fallen angels, one of the watchers. He's like, "Oh my God, one of the watchers got my wife pregnant." But it wasn't. And it says that Melchizedek had this miraculous birth, just like Jesus. God placed Melchizedek in the womb of this woman. She was one of the cousins of Noah. And then Melchizedek then was born for the first time during the days of Noah. His first birth was during the days of Noah. His second birth actually is in Genesis 14. And that he actually came out of the womb. The mother died in labor, and then Melchizedek birthed himself. And he came out of the womb, and he was already talking. So that's the narrative of Melchizedek, who didn't have an earthly mother or an earthly father, which is what the book of Hebrews is leading to. Because as it turns out, the stuff in the New Testament came from somewhere, and I know where it came from because I've read the scrolls.
Okay. I wouldn't know where he got it from, but since most of the stuff that he's talking about in this chapter are not really mainline, I'll also say that
it's in the book of
revealed
Hebrews.
By the Spirit.
Is the book of Hebrews mainline?
Yeah, I'm talking. No, I'm talking about the way Hebrews 1 was written. Like most of the stuff that are there are not how people understood the verses in the first place. So
Hebrews 7.
That's what I'm saying. That We were reading Hebrews 7 right now.
Hebrews chapter 7 says that Melchizedek didn't have a mother or a father, which coincides with the narrative written about him from the book of Enoch. Are you aware that the book of Enoch is also quoted in 2 Peter and also in the book of Jude?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, so they believed things that were in the book of Enoch, which is why it says elsewhere that the angels are chained in, darkness, in, hell waiting for judgment. That's all from the book of Enoch. So when we get to the book of Hebrews and it mentions this mythology around this person called Melchizedek, it's talking about the book of Enoch. Now, as to Psalm 110, we don't know how early this tradition developed about Melchizedek. We don't know if at the time this psalm was written, they had this mythology, or if the author of this psalm is just saying that he is a priest king similar to Melchizedek, because Melchizedek was a priest and a king, and David likened himself to being a priest and a king.
Yep, and Melchizedek didn't have a beginning or an end, right?
Well, according to the book of Hebrews, but I would suggest that is a fanciful reading of the book of Genesis that developed in the intertestamental period, and I don't think that the author of Genesis intended people to believe that Melchizedek literally was otherworldly and he didn't have parents. I think that is a fantasy. But that being said, I want to stay on point because you brought up Psalm 110. And so far, we've read Psalm 110, and literally everything in here is easily applied to King David, and none of it's prophetic. Not a single word of this is prophetic other than the promise that was made to David where it says, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool, which seems to have come true in 1 Kings chapter 5.
So what are you saying about in when Jesus actually says it? Because that's what I believe.
I know what you believe, but
Jesus actually says it?
You would have to give me a good reason to believe that Jesus' contorting of the scripture should be the correct reading of it. So this is where we keep going to. You think that Jesus fulfilled prophecies because the New Testament said he fulfilled the prophecies. But when we go back and we read them, it's clear that half of them aren't even prophecies. This is not a prophecy. This is a psalm. We have half of the Old Testament are literal prophets, like half of it. We should be able to open up any messianic prophecy and point to it and say, oh my God, Jesus did that. The prophet said it was going to happen, and then Jesus did it. But that's not what we find. We find a host of prophecies, and then when we actually read them, you're like, no, Jesus will do it. Oh, he did part of it. But that's not how prophecies work. Let me give you a strong prophecy about the Messiah. This is Jeremiah chapter 33, talking about the Messianic age, the new covenant age. It says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, in this place, we want 14. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. So God is alluding, I've made promises, and I'm going to keep those promises true. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus says the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. This is the Messianic age, and Bitch Lizard, thank you so much for the boxing glove, Bitch Lizard. This is a strong Messianic prophecy about one coming from the line of David and what he is going to do. This is not a guess.
So who did that?
Nobody did it because Jesus isn't the Messiah. There's no Messiah coming. There's no such thing as prophets. God isn't real. The prophecies in the Old Testament are wishful thinking.
Again, you're giving me your thinking, your wishful thinking.
Okay,
but
did God give this prophecy?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and what does he say is going to happen in this prophecy?
So, on the let me see, I will cause a I'll cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. And then in those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called: the Lord is our righteousness. So when Jesus came, he did away with the sacrifices, right?
Well, that's the problem.
then,
Did you read the rest of it? This is why I quoted this passage, because it says,
Yep.
David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. This is quite literally the sacrificial law being enacted. Have you read Ezekiel during the Messianic age, where he says that the actual Prince of Israel is going to offer sacrifices in the physical temple with the physical people of Israel?
But sacrifices happen every year, and this is for all time.
Yeah,
It's
listen, what is a burnt offering?
Burnt offering is when they'll come with an ox or a lamb.
Yeah,
and
what's
burn
a grain offering?
It's when they'll also come with grain, and I think they'll burn it, right?
Yeah, are these actual offerings according to the laws of Moses?
Yep, those are actual offerings.
Right. Are these spiritual offerings, or are they real offerings?
For this, I think they're metaphorical for what Jesus would actually do.
Oh, so Jesus it didn't literally fulfill this prophecy; he spiritually fulfilled it.
Yes.
And how did he?
That's why he died.
How did he? Okay, so then Simon Bar Kokhba spiritually fulfilled it, because Simon Bar Kokhba was an actual prince leader in Israel. He was a Messiah that was accepted by the Jewish people, and he died. So how do you know? So how do again? I don't care what the Bible says. You have to demonstrate first that Jesus is the Messiah before I care what the New Testament says about him. So Simon Bar Kokhba was an accepted Messiah by the Jewish people. He actually ruled in Israel. He actually had the scepter for a period of 4 years, and then he was executed by the Roman government. How is he not the spiritual fulfillment of this?
Because it says that David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne, right?
Oh, did Jesus sit on the throne?
Well, he's on the throne today
How?
in heaven.
No, that's Simon Bar Kokhba.
Joseph,
how do you know? No, Jesus is dead.
No, he's alive.
Well, where is he?
Well, why do you think
Show
I
him to
believe
me.
in him?
Show him to me, Joseph.
He don't believe in you. He would call you a dog.
Okay, if
Muhammad's
you wanna
alive.
see him-
Joseph Smith is alive. Gandhi's alive. Just claiming that dead people are alive doesn't make them alive.
That's not.
If you're going to
that's not what the
claim that a
book
dead
says.
person
Nero's
is
alive.
praise Nero, hail Nero.
Nero Caesar.
Yeah, if you're going to claim that a dead person is alive, you have to back that thing up with evidence.
So, having the books written after Jesus and Saul seeing Jesus after he died, how did he see him then?
They didn't. In fact, did you know that Nero resurrected and 20,000 Parthians went to war on his behalf? Are you saying that all 20,000 of those Parthian army warriors were martyrs for a lie?
Yes.
Oh, good. Then your martyrs died for a lie too. So this is already a bad argument.
We don't see Nero's story being told everywhere.
Yeah, we do.
and,
I just told it to you right
it's
now.
clearly a myth.
Yes, we
It's
do. We
clearly
actually have a
myth
book
'cause we don't
about
know
it.
about it.
Well,
Yes,
I'm
we
sorry that
do.
you don't read, but I actually read, which is why I know about it. In fact, if you bothered to read the Jewish writings, they wrote about it too. And if you bothered to read the book of Revelation, you would find that the author of Revelation even wrote about it. So I'm inclined to believe that you just haven't actually read anything, which is why you don't know about it. But back to back to silly claims about Jeremiah. It says that Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety. Are those like actual people groups, or are those spiritual?
This is spiritual for now.
Okay, so it says here, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to Judah. Can you show me in the Old Testament where God promised to rescue Judah and Israel spiritually?
Well, when it's talking about the Messiah, as he said, my kingdom is not of this world.
Well, again, I
He
don't
meant
care
his
what Jesus
spiritual.
said until you can demonstrate that he fulfilled a single prophecy. All you're telling me is that Jesus doesn't read the Old Testament, because the Old Testament quite literally says that Judah, an actual people group, is going to be rescued, and Jerusalem, an actual city, is going to live in safety. Have you read any of Jeremiah? I bet the only verse in Jeremiah you've ever read is Jeremiah 31:31.
I've read everything in
Because
Jeremiah.
you haven't read this, because it says, "Thus saith the Lord of hosts, in this place that is waste, without humans or animals, in all of its towns, there shall again be pasture for shepherds resting their flocks. In the towns of the hill country, of the Shephelah, of the Negev, in the land of Benjamin, the places around Jerusalem, in the towns of Judah, flocks shall again pasture under the hands of the one," I'm sorry, the screen blocked it, "under the hands of the one who counts them, says the Lord." Is this a spiritual prophecy, or is this talking about an actual restoration of the people to their land?
No, this has happened now. This is actually...
Oh,
actually
so
physical.
it happened 2,000 years after Jesus died, so Jesus didn't fulfill it then.
When you say a righteous branch, are you talking about someone who's actually leaving, or is it an actual branch that's coming up, or it's metaphorical?
You know who the branch of David is. It's someone that comes from his lineage, a branch of his lineage, an actual king. The Messiah is supposed to come from the line of David, which is why
So
in the
that's-
book of Ezekiel, when Ezekiel makes his prophecy, let me grab it. Did I type in the wrong passage again? Oh, S-E-X. We want easy. There we go. Ezekiel 37. There we go. Ezekiel says, "Mortal, these bones are the whole house of Israel. They say, our bones are dried up and our hope is lost. We are cut off completely. Therefore prophesy and say to them, thus saith the Lord God, I'm going to open your graves and bring you up from your graves, O my people, and I will bring you back to the land of Israel. And you shall know that I am the Lord when I open your graves and bring you up from your graves, O my people." This is the promise that God made, which is being referred to elsewhere. God is going to return his people to the land. It's not a spiritual return.
Mm-hmm. So did this actually happen?
Not really. After the Babylonian exile, it kind of partially happened. Like people sort of trickled back, which is why when Jesus came, it says in Luke chapter 1 that Jesus is going to be the one that returns.
I realize it's this time. You have to go sleepy. Okay, I love you.
We love you too.
Sorry, Hanji, I had to mute you. I don't think she knew that she was mic'd. Okay, so anyways, let's go to Ezekiel. We're already in the right chapter. We're going to go to verse 24. This is the same prophecy still yet. And then he said, thus saith the Lord God, I will take the people of Israel from the nations among which they have gone, and I will gather them from every quarter and bring them to their own land. I will make them one nation in the land on the mountains of Israel, and one king shall be king over them all. Never again shall they be two nations. So this is a restoration of both kingdoms. Never again shall they be two nations. Never again shall they be divided into two kingdoms. They shall never again defile themselves with their idols and their detestable things, or with any of their transgressions. Then he goes on, he says, my servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. And they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. That is not a spiritual promise. That is a promise of God putting a king over his people in the actual physical land.
Yeah, like I said, the Bible speaks in parallels. Like,
okay.
It speaks about the physical at the same time speaking about the spiritual.
So the words don't mean what words mean. I always forget, guys. Words don't mean what they actually mean. You have to read a word And then you have to ask yourself, what does this mean other than what it actually says? When it says that they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived, why would you look at that and say, oh, he's not actually talking about the land that he gave to Jacob. He's talking about something spiritual. Do you see what kind of mental gymnastics you have to do to make your theology work?
All right, let me explain. So when Paul
I already know.
was
You're
given a
just
vision-
saying that words don't mean words.
when Paul was given a vision of food that he had to kill and eat, and
Peter. That was
he
Peter.
mentioned that. Peter, sorry. When he was given a vision of food that he was meant to kill and eat, and he said, "This is unclean. I will not eat this." But it says that the Lord has. Do not say that it's unclean what the Lord has made clean.
Yes, I'm aware.
And we know that. Yeah, and we know that this didn't just refer to animals. It also referred to people that were considered unclean,
Yes,
the Gentiles.
it refers to the Gentiles, I
regarded as
know.
unclean.
Yep.
Yes, and I'm using the same methodology here. That when it speaks about this, it speaks about both worlds, like in the spiritual.
But Joseph,
and it also comes
I don't
back
know
to the
how many
physical.
times I can say this. You're still saying that my interpretation is true because the New Testament says it's true. And you haven't demonstrated a single reason why I should care what is in the New Testament. I do not care what your New Testament says about how to interpret the Old Testament for the same reason that you don't care what the Book of Mormon tells you about the New Testament. Until you can give me a reason to believe that the New Testament is true, I'm absolutely not going to take its interpretation of the Old Testament.
What would make it true?
The prophecies would have to come true without twisting yourself into literal pretzels trying to say that words don't mean what words mean.
Okay, so when God said that let me think of this verse. It should be in Haggai 2. Let me try and find it.
You find it. I'm going to read you another verse from Ezekiel 44 that I know you haven't read.
All right.
Did Peter say that the Gentiles don't need to get circumcised?
Peter?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Paul. I meant Paul.
Yes, Paul did say that.
Okay. Now, have you read what Ezekiel says about the Messianic age?
I don't know what you're really referring to right now, but
The
I have
whole
read.
the whole second half of Ezekiel is about the Messianic age, when the Prince Nagid comes and reigns over Israel, and they're restored to their land once again. And they're in the temple offering actual sacrifices in the temple once again. It says, say to the rebellious house, to the house of Israel, thus saith the Lord God, O house of Israel, let there be an end to all your abominations in admitting foreigners, uncircumcised in heart and flesh, to be in my sanctuary, profaning my temple. When you offer to me my food, the fat of the blood, you have broken my covenant with all your abominations, and you have not kept charge of my sacred offerings. But you have appointed foreigners to act for you in keeping charge in my sanctuary. Thus saith the Lord, no foreigner uncircumcised in heart and flesh of all the foreigners who are among the people of Israel shall enter into my sanctuary. God is pretty adamant in the book of Ezekiel that the foreigners need to be circumcised. And your flipping is incredibly loud right now.
Oh, sorry.
Justin,
Okay,
the little one says hi. I'm sorry about that. She knocked out my
Hi,
AirPod when I was
sweetie.
tucking her in.
Hi, sweetie. I hope you sleep well.
She's like, I want to say hi to Justin. Let me say. I'm like, no, baby, you can't be on the line. But I'll tell her.
In fact, the same chapter in Ezekiel talks about how there's literally going to be offerings and sacrifices that are done again. Very same section in chapter 43. It quite literally talks about how the temple is going to be restored. As for you, O mortal, describe the temple to the house of Israel and let them measure the pattern and let Let them be ashamed of their iniquities. When they are ashamed of all they have done, make known to them the plan of the temple, its arrangements, its exits, its entrances, its whole form, all of its ordinances, its entire plan. And then it goes on about how it's going to be designed later on. And it says about the measurements, it gives cubits for the measurements of the altar. And then when we get down to 18, what are we doing in the temple? It says, these are the ordinances for the altar. On the day when it is erected, for offering burnt offerings upon it and for dashing blood against it, you shall give to the Levitical priests of the family of Zadok, who draw near to me to minister to me, says the Lord God, a bull of the herd of purification offering, and you shall take some of its blood and put it on the four corners. And he goes on. He gives about 12 different sacrifices and offerings during the restored temple age that they're supposed to be engaging in.
Okay.
And this is all while the actual Messiah Prince has been delivered. He's actually on the earth leading the Israelites.
And can I see this is Ezekiel, right?
Yeah, so the latter half of Ezekiel, it's a little bit less than half, a little bit closer to a third, talks about the Messianic age, when the land is going to be restored, the people are all going to return, and there's going to be one king over them all. Remember, so we're in chapter 43 right now, but we just read in chapter 37 where it says they're all going to return from the land. They're going to be one nation again. They're never going to be divided. And my servant David is going to be king over them. They'll have one shepherd. And then if you keep reading after this chapter, he describes everything that's going to happen during this time period.
Ooh, thank you, bitch lizard, tiny danny rar. I love what Backslider said in comments, because you know what? I never thought about that. And that makes so much. If God made his creation so perfect, why is he ordering them to chop off a piece if they were already created with it,
It's
born
such
with
a-
it?
yeah.
Why even?
Here's the other thing about circumcision that nobody mentions. There's this idea that, well, God commanded Abraham and all of his descendants to take just a tip. But that was already practiced in ancient Egypt well before the Hebrews were doing it. They literally were probably just doing it because when they went to the Semitic Wallace, thank you so much for the smart beam. When the Semitic people went into Egypt, they had to abide by Egyptian practices. So when they came out and reformed their own nation group, they still retained some of the cleanliness practices of the Egyptians. And obviously they had to figure out a reason for it. Well, why are we cutting the tips of our penises off? This is kind of a silly thing. Well, it's because God told us to. More fiction. All right, so
Even though they got it from the ancient Egyptians.
I know, right?
That's funny.
So there's so much there. But so Joseph, here's my point. If you did a thorough reading of the Old Testament prophets, you will not find anything in there that points towards a dying Messiah. Every time it mentions the king coming from the line of David, it says that he's going to reinstitute the laws. He's going to reinstitute the Levitical priests. All the people are going to be restored to their land again. All of these things are going to happen, which is why in the book of Revelation, whoever wrote Revelation knew that they held all these failed prophecies, and they had to say, no, he's going to do it when he comes back. And that is adorable that you think he's going to do it thousands of years after he was executed. But he didn't do it. And so until he actually does it, he's just not the Messiah.
Okay, so when this verse says, I will make a covenant of peace with them, and it shall be an everlasting covenant, how would it be an everlasting covenant when the first covenant was broken? What's different about this one?
Easy. Well, it doesn't say new covenant. The word you find there in Hebrew just means like a renewed covenant. So it's a tentative reading. I understand what they're saying. It's going to be a new covenant. It's going to be slightly modified. So new is not a bad translation, but there's a little bit of nuance to it. So anyways, what passage were you in? Are you in Ezekiel 37? There we go. 37.
Yeah, 26 there.
I will make a covenant of peace with them. This is something that was talked about by all of the Old Testament prophets. Jeremiah talked about it in chapter 31. Isaiah talked about it. And I really want you to read what Isaiah said about it. So the renewed covenant is something that most of the prophets talked about. And it's going to be a time of peace when God is no longer going to be mad at his people. And I want you to, Isaiah says the awesomest thing about it. Let me grab it real quick. I think it's about 54, chapter 54 in Isaiah. There we go. Yep, chapter 54. Sometimes my memory works. All right, we're going to go down to verse 9. So all of the prophets prophesied that there's going to be a period of restoration after all the punishment that Israel took on. God's going to restore his people. He's going to put a king on the throne. He's never going to be mad at them again. Isaiah is the clearest example of this. It says, "This is like the days of Noah to me, just as I swore." Thank you so much for the money gun, Thomas. This is like the days of Noah to me, just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go over the earth. So I have sworn that I will not be angry with you. I will not rebuke you. For the mountains may depart and the hills may be removed, but my steadfast love shall not depart from you, and my covenant of peace shall not be removed, says the Lord who has compassion on you. So God says, hey, listen, I'm not going to be mad at you. I'm not going to rebuke you again, which, again, as an atheist, I can just look at this and say, oh, well, that's bullshit, because not long after this, the Greeks came through and completely decimated the Jewish people. And then later on, the Romans did it. And if you follow your New Testament theology, the New Testament even says that God is rebuking Israel through their sufferings at the hands of the Romans.
So, didn't the Jews reject this new covenant?
No, they rejected Jesus because Jesus
So
didn't
he was
fulfill
the bearer of
anything. They didn't reject the new covenant. They rejected Jesus because Jesus was a blasphemer.
So, if they rejected Jesus, which means they never accepted the new covenant, so how would this
Thank you,
come
Thomas.
true?
The new covenant hasn't come. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The new covenant will never come because the God of this book does not exist. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen, Joseph.
This is you saying it, and I'm also saying that Jesus came with the new covenant and they rejected it. That's why they were destroyed again.
Well, this says quite literally that won't happen. It says, just as I swore
If
to the
they-
waters of Noah, never again would go over the earth, so I have sworn that I will not be angry with you. But he was. So you can't say that this happened, that Jesus or that God changed his mind, because Numbers says that God is not like a man that he would lie, nor like a son of man that he would change his mind.
Did they accept the covenant, though?
Well,
That's what I'm asking.
It doesn't matter. God says
Because they broke the first
it
one.
doesn't matter. God says that he won't be angry with them. He doesn't say that I won't be angry with you unless you don't accept me. God was not angry with Israel for rejecting Jesus. God wasn't angry with anybody because God isn't real. So
Okay.
you've been on here, I don't know, probably 2 hours now, and you failed to show even one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled. And this is a clear demonstration.
one more.
This is a clear demonstration why I don't believe that Jesus is a Messiah, and I don't care what the New Testament says about the Old Testament, because who's ever reading the New Testament clearly didn't understand it. They're just making stuff up.
So, when the Bible says that Israel will reject this Messiah,
It doesn't say that.
It doesn't. That what does it say then?
Show me in the Old
stone-
Testament where it says that the Messiah will be rejected.
I think this verse is there in the Old Testament that the stone that the builders rejected has now become.
That's
the
not a
cornerstone.
prophecy. Why do you think? So
It
I
is.
don't
He
know how
actually
many
says
times we have to say this. Just because something is said in the Old Testament that somebody in the New Testament called a prophecy doesn't make it a prophecy. We've already gone over the actual genre of prophecy and what makes a prophecy a prophecy. It's not a prophecy just because somebody in your favorite book said so.
Can you tell me what it means then?
Yeah, we can look it up. I'll show you. Let's see. Oh, that was in the Psalm 118, if I remember correctly. I'll get it on the screen. All right, so it's a song of victory. Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His steadfast love endures forever. Let Israel say, his steadfast love endures forever. Let the house of Aaron say, his steadfast love endures forever. Let those who fear the Lord say, his steadfast love endures forever. Out of my distress I called on the Lord, and the Lord answered me and set me in a broad place. With the Lord on my side, I do not fear. What can mortals do to me? The Lord is on my side to help me. I shall look in triumph on those who hate me. It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to put confidence in mortals. It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to put confidence in princes. All nations surround me. In the name of the Lord, I cut them off. They surrounded me on every side. In the name of the Lord, I cut them off. They surrounded me like bees. They blazed like a fire of thorns. In the name of the Lord, I cut them off. I was pushed hard so that I was falling, but the Lord helped me. The Lord is my strength and my might, and he has become my salvation. There are glad songs of victory in the tents of the righteous. The righteous hand of the Lord does valiantly. The right hand of the Lord is exalted. The right hand of the Lord does valiantly. I shall not unalive, but I shall live, and recount the deeds of the Lord. The Lord has punished me severely, but he did not give me over to death. Open to me the gates of righteousness, that I might enter through them and give thanks to the Lord. This is the gate of the Lord. The righteous shall enter through it. I thank you that you have answered me and have become my salvation. The stone that the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. This is the Lord's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Save us, we beseech you, O Lord. Lord, we beseech you. Give us success. And we can keep reading, but we read the part. So this is a song, as he already said, about even though he was punished severely, the Lord rescued him from his trials. The stone, the author is likening himself to a stone that was rejected. The stone that was rejected has now become the chief cornerstone. And how has this happened? Because the Lord has rescued him. The whole psalm is a rescue from his trials.
Well, I'd say this is talking about Jesus, because
Why?
Jesus wasn't given over to death. Jesus wasn't given over to death.
Do you know that people don't write psalms while they're dead?
Yeah.
Okay,
but
so the author of the psalm
they
was
eventually died.
so the author of the psalm was alive when he wrote this, wasn't he?
But he's dead now, right?
Did he say, "I will never die"?
He said, "You never gave me over to death."
Yes, you did not give me over to death, meaning he's still alive. He's not saying, "I won't die."
He's still alive.
He's not saying
But
that.
right now he's dead.
Yeah, he is dead now, yes. But doesn't say...
He wants to fucking play.
I know, that's all he has is words don't mean words. So it doesn't say that he's never going to die. It says, the Lord has punished me severely, but he did not give me over to death. Thank you, bitch lizard. So if I went to war in, I don't know, in the Middle East, and I say, listen, the Lord punished me severely in war, but he didn't give me over to death. All I'm saying is that I survived. I'm not saying that I'm never going to die. Thank you, Bertram.
I mean, if you're being honest here, I see a parallel.
I am.
And I've been seeing parallels all over the verses that you've been talking about, and this one is no exception. But I know it would just make you wrong if you just accepted the parallel, and Jesus actually mentioned this first. So
how do you know that I'm not the stone that the builders rejected? Because every parallel that you're saying is a parallel, you're just saying it because the New Testament said it. But I could say the same thing. I'm the Messiah. You rejected me as the Messiah. So therefore, I'm the stone that the builders rejected. You're just validating that I'm the Messiah. When are you going to stop rejecting the new covenant, stop rejecting your Messiah, bow down and worship me, and stop rejecting the stone?
Okay, I haven't rejected you. Just prove that you're the Messiah.
I don't need to, because you can't prove that Jesus is the Messiah. All I have to do is claim that I'm the Messiah, and then show you prophecies out of context and say that it's about me. So Joseph, this is a clear thing. Every time we go to an actual prophecy about the Messiah, it's clearly not about Jesus. And then we go to passages that are not prophecies, and you're like, oh my gosh, that sounds like something the New Testament said. It must be a prophecy. And this is why you're the dishonest one here. You're the one that can't come to grips with reality and just say, no, the prophets talked about something completely different. And that's why I'm running away from what the prophets say. And I'm running towards texts that aren't even prophecies in order to prop up my failed Messiah.
Guys, don't waste your energy on Evie. She's just a pick-me. How does it feel to not be picked, Evie? Cry about it.
Yeah, all right.
You didn't even go to seminary. He did.
So when
Full stop.
So when Jesus said the prophets talked about me, was he lying?
Yeah. He's a liar. He's a liar, and you're easily fooled by lies.
No, I doubt that.
Okay,
How was
well,
he able to heal
why
people
would I don't think he did. Are you aware that Emperor Vespasian healed people?
Who's that?
Emperor Vespasian?
I mean,
You didn't even know who Emperor Vespasian is?
These guys don't read. They never read.
Hey,
So
sweetie,
this
we
is
have plenty of books. Maybe you should pick up your boobs and go somewhere else. Getting pick-me energy vibes in here is not going to work out well for you. Try again.
Yeah.
Continue, gentlemen.
Thanks. This is the very last thing we're going to read tonight because I've stayed 45 minutes past my bedtime just to cook you.
Yeah.
You really did.
Thank you.
So
Thank you for staying 45 minutes.
Emperor
Appreciate your time.
Vespasian. This is a testimony. It's recorded in Tacitus and Suetonius, both credible Roman historians. Says a poor man who was blind and another who was lame came both together before him when he was seated on the tribunal, imploring to heal them and saying that they were admonished in a dream by the god Serapis to seek his aid, who assured them that he would restore sight to the one by anointing his eyes with spittle and give strength to the leg of the other, if he vouchsafed but to touch it with his heel. At first he could scarcely believe that the thing would anyhow succeed, and therefore hesitated to venture on making the experiment. At length, however, by the advice of his friends, he made the attempt publicly in the presence of the assembled multitudes, and it was crowned a success in both cases. So do you believe that Emperor Vespasian healed a blind man and also a man who was lame?
I don't believe this.
Oh, okay. So I don't believe your fairy tales for the same reason you don't believe these fairy tales.
I mean, I can look it up and
glad you can play along.
Look at
Definitely look it up. His name is Serapis Christus.
Yeah. All right. So
Serapis
Joseph.
Christus.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll
Check him out. Joseph, I had a good time talking to you. The conversation, if I remember correctly, the conversation went literally bar for bar, exactly like our last conversation. So I'm not sure why you didn't learn your lesson, but I appreciate you playing along. I gave you a hard time. You took it very well. And so listen,
yeah, I gave you two a hard time, and
no, you were very good to me. You're way better to me than I deserve. I promise you were.
Well, it's all for the glory of God, really. So I really hope that,
praise
we learn
Marduk
from each other. I'm learning a lot from you, by the way.
All right, Joseph, I had a great time talking to you.
No, it's good.
I hope you have a great night. I'm gonna get to bed, but thanks for being here. Hope you have a good night.
Back to bed. Okay, you too. Thank you.
Cheers.
And
all right, we'll get some W's for Joseph.
Bye.
He was listen. He was a kind-hearted guy. He did everything he could with a good heart. I'm going to give him nothing but credit. And I poked him a little bit there. So, I mean, I'll give him some credit. But guys, thank you so much
That we
for
didn't
being
get
here.
to the wax play.
I know, right? Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate all the likes and the shares and the gifts and the comments and the support. I really do appreciate it. We're going to be live again on Wednesday. I apologize. I won't be around on Sunday. We're getting a skits raid right now at nearly midnight. Guys, who's live right now that we can raid?
I know Tinker goes live at 1. Thank you, Jay. Thank you all for the gifts. I mean, not 1, 12. Tinker goes live at 12. Because free from... Oh, no, that was yesterday. Damn,
Oh,
I missed
Mezzo's
Free From Friday.
live.
Mezzo, there we go. We can raid Mezzo.
All right, hold on. I got some.
Being better than everybody else.
All right, let me get Mezzo's profile pulled up.
What are you watching?
Sorry, it's my All right, guys, I'm gonna put something on the screen. Hold on.
I mean that when we actually die, do we what happens to us? Or do you mean
Everyone
during
follow
near-death
this profile.
experiences, Are we just
I
like,
don't know.
seeing the
I've
future?
never had one. Billy's
Go
the
go
one
check out
who
Mezzo
I'm just trying to understand what your question is.
and drop him a follow.
My question
and tell him we
is
sent you.
like,
Okay,
'cause you-
guys, go check out Mezzo.
Yes.
Tell him I sent you. I love and thank all of you. Andre, thank you for the $22 super chat. Big W, Andre. I appreciate it. And we'll see you again in the near future. Guys, if you're not following me on YouTube yet, please do. I'd love to see you over there. And I am posting long form content over on YouTube that's not on the TikTok because of that. I've got some fun stuff coming in. So I love you guys. We'll see you
Will
in the
you
future.
text me when you decide if you want to do a live tomorrow or Monday?
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Or,
I'll let you for sure.
Okay.